Furthermore, if Su Ruiying wished, she could control the puppets remotely and eliminate the people she did not like. Who would guard against a puppet? And all of Su Ruiying's puppets had a special feature. She would never choose a strong and powerful puppet, but only picked beautiful souls to make puppets with. Su Ruiying picked Rong Ruo for his handsome appearance, but when he was in the room of crystal balls, he saw that not all the captured souls were young and beautiful. There were souls of old people and average-looking people, but what shocked him most of all were the many souls of babies inside the crystal balls. All the souls were so small, and when they were not quietly sleeping in the crystal balls, they were awake and just observing what was going on outside. It was the souls of the babies that were surprisingly the most quiet. I can't help but feel there is something amiss with the souls in Su Ruiying's room. Little Xie, brother Wu Yao, Su Ruiying is a knight of destruction, and if my memory serves me well, when little Xie returned from the soul world, she said that the upper realm wanted to use spirits from the soul world to reopen the blood sacrifice array. However, little Xie stopped it by saving the souls from the soul world. But his lord would definitely not give up on this plan so easily. Do you think they would use the souls of live people? Rong Ruo's eyes narrowed. This thought had been on his mind for a while, and after thinking about it, the conclusion was unbelievable. The upper realm's rule of only the strong survive, plus the babies that need to fend for themselves once they're born, plus those babies' souls in the crystal balls. Little Xie, do you think? Rong Ruo was unable to continue. The final conclusion left him speechless. Jun Wu Xie and Jun Wu Yao were also lost in thought. If not for Rong Ruo's discovery, they would have not given it much thought, but with his information, there was an answer in their heads. The upper realm was a cruel and savage place, and the one who created that way of life was the one they called his lord. He controlled every aspect of the upper realm down to its rules and regulations. He possessed dual spirit rings that were incomparable in power and could have ruled over all three realms, but chose to let most of it go, not caring about what went on in the 72 cities. He made it such that only the strong survive and seemed to constantly instigate battles among people. He even used the sea spirit beasts to test on newborn babies while performing a purge at the same time. Although Jun Wu Xie had never been in a true position of power, she had previously helped Mo Chen Yuan and Lei Chun to their thrones. She knew exactly what needed to be done in order to get such a position. Conserve your strength and grow your power as much as possible, and unlike his lord, do not let your experts kill each other. All these things seem to point in one direction. A large number of souls and cruel rules have created an outcome that pointed to only one goal. Indeed, there are a number of ways. Jun Wu Xie's eyes narrowed. Although she had yet to meet his lord, from what she had seen so far, she could already tell what his intentions were. That person's schemes ran deep. Few in the world had intentions like his. He had set up a blood sacrifice array in the middle realm, leading people to believe that was the only way he could achieve the blood sacrifice of the three realms. Secretly, he had already begun to attack the soul world, setting up an alternative route. He even used his total control of the upper realm as a last redundancy plan. This was to ensure that even if his main and alternative plans were scuppered by Jun Wu Xie, he still had a final lifeline. That was the entire upper realm. The souls of the large number of babies that perished every day when they could not survive the training were captured. Added to that, the capture of the equally large number of the souls of people who died due to the savage laws of the upper realm led to a large increase in the huge number of souls being captured. In the long run, even if he could not enter the soul world, if he had captured enough souls, he could still achieve his goal of the blood sacrifice of the three realms. Either of the three methods, if successful, would destroy the three realms. If even one of the things that had happened up to this point, whether it was Rong Ruo's self-sacrifice, the fact that he was a dual soul being, or that his main soul was pushed out of the body at the last moment, or even that he was then made into a puppet and subsequently escaped, Jun Wu Xie would not have figured it out, no matter how intelligent she was. It was even more difficult to find out about this plan that his lord had. Even the meticulous Jun Wu Xie, after figuring all that out, felt a cold chill down her spine. What kind of person would do this? Jun Wu Xie sighed. She could not think of what benefit the blood sacrifice of the three realms, which would leave the realms empty and shattered, had in order to drive someone to achieve it no matter the cost. Just the part they were witnessing had already been in motion for over 10,000 years, spreading across the three realms. How long had his lord been planning this? And how cruel was he to have such blatant disregard for human life? Even his own subjects were brutally murdered to be used as pawns in his plan. Could he still even be considered a person? Every additional thing she learnt about his lord gave Jun Wuxie more stress. It was as though the final target was a man so huge that she found it difficult to breathe. No wonder even a person with Jun Wuxie's will still ended up following his lord. A person that could control every single thing in the three realms was difficult to deny. In her silence, Jun Wuxie took out the puppet from the cosmos sack. The beautiful puppet was motionless, just like a toy. But within that puppet was a soul, a real live soul. Jun Wuxie thought about the puppet by Zhu. There were markings on its back that looked like spirit reinforcements that were familiar to Jun Wuxie. However, when she checked on Rong Rua's back, there was only a black burnt patch in the place where the markings would have been. According to Rong Rua, after his soul was imprisoned in the puppet, he had no control over his pupper body. It was only after Su Ruiying's actions that he was able to have control over the puppet. When he was thrown into the furnace, he had no control over the puppet's body and could only resign himself to getting burnt. He was only able to escape when he suddenly gained control over the puppet and made a break for it. Looking at the burn marks on Rong Rua's back, Jun Wuxie had an idea. She removed the clothes from her other puppet and tried to rub off the markings on its back with her hand. But it was to no effect. The markings were made with an unknown material and had already bonded with the wood of the puppet. Trying to remove it was basically impossible. Jun Wuxie patiently and carefully examined the markings on the back of the puppet and after a long while, found some familiar markings. She took out some spiritual reinforcement tools and started to draw a new layer on top of it. The moment Jun Wuxie finished her last brush stroke, the previously immobile puppet suddenly started moving. The puppet sat blankly on the table, desperately clutching the pile of little clothes and anxiously looking at Jun Wuxie and the rest. Rong Rua looked on in surprise. Other than himself, he had not seen another puppet break free of Su Ruiying's control and move freely. Jun Wuxie had a glint in her eyes. She understood everything clearly now. Su Ruiying's markings are a form of spiritual reinforcement. I can roughly guess its meaning even though I can't be entirely sure. I used another spiritual reinforcement on top of it and managed to neutralize its effects. Jun Wuxie said. Jun Wuxie did not expect that the soul reinforcement she had accidentally seen in her previous life would have so much use now, but she did not know either the origins of the soul reinforcement or what its uses were. Rong Rua was a little dazed, then started to chuckle to himself. If Su Ruiying found out that the method of controlling puppets that she had worked so hard on was so easily neutralized by Jun Wuxie, she would have had a fit. Jun Wuxie looked at the trembling puppet and said softly, "We have no intention of hurting you. If you are willing to cooperate with us, we can help you to restore your freedom." The puppet looked at Jun Wuxie blankly. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded decisively. Jun Wuxie used the same soul reinforcement drawn on Rong Rua's body on the puppet, and soon they heard the voice of the soul trapped in the puppet. That puppet was originally a woman from one of the 72 cities and because of her great beauty, was sent to one of the top 10 masters by her city lord to gain his favor. But the one she was sent to was cruel and she had no strength to resist. It was not long before she could not take the treatment and died. After her death, her soul came under the control of Su Ruiying and was turned into a puppet, just like Rong Rua. As that puppet was describing what it went through, it was crying continuously but there were no tears visible. After all, she was now a puppet and no matter how much pain she was going through, was unable to shed even a single tear. The girl spoke in bits and pieces. She did not give any new information from what Rong Rua had already said, and in some areas knew even less. After her soul had been liberated from its prison, the girl was immensely grateful to Jun Wuxie but was unsure about her future. It was only after Jun Wuxie asked her about how Su Ruiying used the puppets to listen in on people that she remembered. After she was made into a puppet, she had not always been in Su Ruiying's house. At first she was sent to the house of the top 10 master who caused her death. That top 10 master did not like the looks of the puppet that he was given but pretended to be happy to receive it as it was from Su Ruiying. After Su Ruiying left, he threw the puppet on the floor and started ranting and railing against Su Ruiying, saying how ugly she was. Who would have known that just a few days later, Su Ruiying returned to his residence to take the puppet back. It was only after she was back in Su Ruiying's hands did she find out Su Ruiying's secret. The girl described the experience as having one's soul ripped open to see what was inside. She never wanted to relive that memory again. The girl's words made Jun Wuxie fall into contemplation. Obviously, Su Ruiying has a certain ability to control a soul, completely ignoring the soul's own will. Jun Wuxie had planned to let the girl join them in a ruse, but now it seemed that this plan would not work. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao had earlier said things that could not be repeated to Su Ruiying, so Jun Wuxie had to find a way to dispose of that puppet. The girl sensed the situation and knelt on the table and started to beg desperately. Rong Ruo felt some pity for the girl. She had peace in neither life nor death. She was indeed pitiful. Jun Wuxie thought for a moment, then put the girl back in the cosmos sack, but not before cutting off a piece of her sleeve. She took the sleeve and lightly charred it with the fire, leaving a burn mark, and left it on the table. Both Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao could not sleep that night. Rong Ruo's situation worried Jun Wuxie and it left her sleepless. Jun Wuyao, upon seeing her troubled expression, also could not fall asleep, and both of them sat in the room till sunrise. At dawn, there was a knock on the door. The raspy voice of a ghost-faced man could be heard through the door. "City Lord Yen, Lady Ying has prepared breakfast and has invited you over." Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly. She carefully put Puppet Rong Rao back in the cosmos sack and walked out of the room with Jun Wuyao. "I've got it, let's go now," Jun Wuxie said flatly. The ghost-faced man lowered his head in a respectful gesture, but he was really scanning the room out of the corner of his eye and spotted the piece of burnt sleeve on the table. He maintained his silence and led Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao to the dining hall. Su Ruiying was already seated in the dining hall. When she saw Jun Wuxie, her blood-red lips cracked into a smile. "Did City Lord Yen have a good rest yesterday?" Su Ruiying inquired with a smile. The morning sunlight was bright and dewy, but when it fell on her face, it could not remove the darkness on her face. Jun Wuxie took a seat while Jun Wuyao very consciously stood behind her, as if he was really just her servant. "It was all right," Jun Wuxie said lightly. Su Ruiying did not say much and just smiled. The breakfast was eaten in relative silence. She asked Jun Wuxie when she would accept the cleansing, and she replied saying that she still had some matters to settle and would go through with it once they were done. Su Ruiying did not think too much about it and expressed her agreement without asking further. After breakfast, Jun Wuxie left together with Jun Wuyao. Su Ruiying personally sent them off and watched as they disappeared from sight. The smile on her face had faded away. The ghoul-masked man quietly approached Su Ruiying from the side. Su Ruiying looked at him and asked, "Where is it?" The ghoul-masked man knelt down and reported with trepidation, "Your servant is useless. The puppet was nowhere to be found. All I could see was a piece of the puppet's clothing in the room." As he said that, he handed over the piece of cloth he had retrieved from Jun Wuxie's table to Su Ruiying. Su Ruiying looked at the cloth, saw the burn mark, and threw it on the ground. "Looks like Yen Hai is quite intelligent. The puppet seems to have been burnt and destroyed. What a pity that I don't know what he said last night." Su Ruiying sighed with regret that she could not learn what Jun Wuxie had said the night before. "Lady Ying, hasn't Yen Hai been chosen by his lord to be the fifth knight of destruction? Would it be good if his lord found out you are spying on him like this?" The ghoul-masked man asked carefully. With Su Ruiying's status in the upper realm, she could do almost anything she wanted, but when it came to fellow knights of destruction, there was always a certain level of respect that had to be observed. Jun Wuxie had gained his lord's favor and would eventually become a knight of destruction. Su Ruiying's actions of inviting her to her residence to spy on her was a bit overboard. Su Ruiying stared daggers at the ghoul-masked man, causing him to tremble in fear. "What do you know? No matter what I do now, do you think he will remember later on? Moreover, although Yen Hai is untouchable, his bodyguard is nobody special. But even though he is not very outstanding, He has a certain charisma, and that is what I lack in my collection. As Su Ruiying spoke, she started exuding a manic obsessiveness that shocked the ghoul-masked man. Whoever Su Ruiying set her sights on would not have a good ending. Even after they died, they would be stuck in limbo as her playthings. The ghoul-masked man had seen this many a time but was unable to have any sympathy for them. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao quickly returned to the place arranged by Nangong Lai. In the room, Hua Yao and Fan Zhua could already get out of bed and walk around. Although movement was still a bit difficult, they looked much better. Bai Mo and Xiao Chu were kept busy, brewing the medicine on the side. Only Fei Yen was sitting alone in a chair motionless. Hua Yao and Fan Zhua had already absorbed the new spirit rings. During the acclimation period, Xiao Chu and Fei Yen had absorbed them even faster, and although they had obviously gained their strength, there was no smile on anyone's face. When Jun Wuxie returned to the room and saw that scene, her heart constricted. Since what happened to Rong Ruo, how long has it been since this group of people laughed? She could not remember. Every time Xiao Chu and the rest tried to look relaxed in front of her, Jun Wuxie, through her years of interaction and deep understanding of them, could tell they were all forced smiles. They did not want her to worry, and she did not want them to suffer. Jun Wuxie unconsciously touched the cosmos sac at her waist, and her steps became heavy. It was a rare show of vulnerability, and Jun Wuyao wordlessly put his arm on her back to give her some encouragement. Jun Wuxie took a deep breath and walked towards her companions. "Master," Blood Velvet said as Jun Wuxie approached. He had a smile on his face which faded fast when he looked at the others in the room. Xiao Chu, Hua Yao and Fan Zhua regained their senses when they saw Jun Wuxie and tried hard to look more upbeat and not so depressed in front of her. Xiao Chu said in as cheerful a tone as possible, "Little Xie, look how fast I absorbed the spirit ring. Not bad, right?" Jun Wuxie looked at Xiao Chen's smile that carried in it no joy, only suffering. Her friends should not be in such pain. "Not bad," Jun Wuxie said with a smile, not wanting to break the facade. Xiao Chu scratched his head and did not know what else to say. He walked over to Jun Wu Yao's side and stood silently. Jun Wuxie inspected the injuries of Hua Yao and Fan Zhua and found that both of them were recovering well. The spirit rings not only gave them powerful spiritual strength, but also improved their physical strength. It was very beneficial for people as badly injured as them. Lastly, Jun Wuxie walked over to Fei Yen. Fei Yan's face was covered by a heavy bandage with only his nose and mouth exposed. He could not see but sensed Jun Wuxie's approach. "You're back," Fei Yen said. His voice was hoarse and had lost the melody that it once had. Hua Yao and the others at the side clenched their fists silently, holding back their inner pain. Jun Wuxie whispered softly, "Is everything okay?" Fei Yen asked. "Things are okay." Jun Wuxie pursed her lips, carefully opened her cosmos sac and took out the valuable puppet that was inside. Xiao Chan and the rest were puzzled, not understanding why Jun Wuxie had brought back a broken puppet. In the midst of their bewilderment, Jun Wuxie placed the puppet on the table next to Fei Yen. The little puppet started moving in front of their very eyes. Xiao Chu and the rest looked at the stumbling puppet in disbelief, not daring to believe their eyes. They were frozen as they looked towards Jun Wuxie stiffly, as if to ask for an explanation. Yet Jun Wuxie just motioned for them to observe silently. The sudden silence disconcerted Fei Yen. He tried to move his head to listen for any movement. The feeling of not being able to make out anything in the dark made him very uncomfortable. "Little Xie? Dumb Chow? Why have you gone quiet?" Fei Yen said hoarsely. With his eyes bandaged, he could not see that at the very moment he spoke, the puppet who had been making its way toward him froze. When the puppet looked up and saw that Fei Yen was covered in bandages, the pain it felt could be seen in its big, gentle eyes. The little puppet warmly reached out and gently rested its hand on Fei Yan's right little finger. The cold, unfamiliar feeling made Fei Yen shudder, and he called out, "Little Xie!" A voice racked with pain and guilt came from the room. "I'm sorry." Xiao Chu and the rest looked on in disbelief as the puppet started to talk. They had no idea what was going on. But Fei Yen froze suddenly. It was a nice voice, gentle and melodic, obviously that of a stranger. He did not know why when the voice rang out. It seemed to shake Fei Yen and started to uncover the feelings that he had been suppressing all those days. "Who are you?" Fei Yen asked. Puppet Rong Rua did not speak again and just looked painfully at Fei Yan's bandaged face. He could picture, underneath the layers of bandages, the moment before the explosion and Fei Yan's blood-covered face determined to die, telling him to leave. If he exploded earlier, Fei Yan might not have been so badly hurt, and the one who survived might be the soul of his sister. Rong Rua could not return Fei Yan's love because from the start, he had not really been Rong Rua. The one that Fei Yan loved was his sister and not him. If he was earlier, maybe everything would have been perfect. Just when Rong Rua was caught up in guilt, Fei Yan suddenly opened his mouth once more and asked in a trembling voice, "Little Rua, is that you?" The moment Fei Yan said that, everyone in the room was stunned. Xiao Chu was stunned for a while before finally saying tremblingly, "Fei Yan, are you crazy?" Before Xiao Chu could finish, Fei Yan sat up straight and reached out with his left hand saying excitedly, "Little Rua, it's you, isn't it? You didn't die. Little Rua, I knew you didn't die. You're back, right?" The hoarse voice echoed in the quiet room, and in that moment, everyone was holding their breath, looking at Fei Yan's left hand waving in the air. Xiao Chu could not bear to look any longer, and turned his face away. Hua Yao and Fan Zhuo also lowered their heads. Only Jun Wuxia continued to look at the stiff puppet. Puppet Rong Rua stared blankly at Fei Yan, not daring to believe his reaction. At that moment, the puppet did not know what to do. In the house, all you could see was Fei Yan blindly looking for that last bit of hope. After keeping silent for a long time, Jun Wuxia finally said, "Little Rua, tell him." After hearing Jun Wuxia's words, everyone in the room froze and looked at her in disbelief. Fei Yan especially stopped everything he was doing. "Little Xia, what are you saying? You clearly know that," said Xiao Chu. Fei Yan's madness was already difficult to accept, and now Jun Wuxia too? Jun Wuxia shook her head. Hua Yao and Fan Zhuo had confused looks in their eyes, but when they looked at Jun Wuxia's expression and then the puppet, a shocking thought came into their minds and they reached out to cover Xiao Chu's mouth. "Little Rua?" Fei Yan said with a little more confidence. Jun Wuxia's words seemed to confirm his suspicion. "It's me," the puppet said with constraint. Fei Yan smiled brightly. He finally found the source of the sound and reached straight towards the direction of the table, instead of feeling around blindly. "Little Rua, I knew it. I knew you didn't." Fei Yan stopped in his tracks as his fingers did not feel the familiar warmth of a body as he expected, but instead felt the cold, lifeless bumps of a wooden puppet. The mental picture he formed made him so silent he might as well have been dead. Little Rua." Fei Yan did not dare to believe what he was feeling. Puppet Rong Rua looked down sadly at Fei Yan's finger that was resting on his shoulder. "I'm here. Just that I'm a puppet. How could this be?" Fei Yan managed to squeeze out. "When I self-exploded my soul, I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to protect you, Fei Yan. I'm so sorry," Rong Rua said regretfully. But Fei Yan started shaking his head. "Little Rua, you don't have to be sorry at all. I'm the one who is sorry. It was me who was useless and didn't protect you. If I wasn't so weak, you wouldn't have chosen to self-explode to save everything." Fei Yan's last sentence seemed to be caught in his throat, cutting it as it came out. He sounded crestfallen, as if he was crying. That was a hopelessness he would never forget. In that moment he felt like his whole world had ended. If Jun Wuxia had not told him that Rong Rua's soul could still be found, he might not have had the courage to live on. By then, Xiao Chu and the rest were clear on the puppet's identity. Although they had a million questions in their minds, they could wait as the joy of a friend returning and the feeling of hopelessness turned into joy outweighed it all. They would be satisfied as long as Rong Rua existed, no matter the form. Faced with Fei Yan's self-blame, Rong Rua's eyes were filled with pain. He did not know what to say as he had always understood what type of feelings Fei Yan had for him, but, "Fei Yan, I am a male and a member of the spirit soul race. I am just Rong Rua's secondary soul, and the real main soul was my sister. So, at that point, Rong Rua did not know what else to do other than to deliver the cruel truth to Fei Yen. At that moment Xiao Chu and the rest understood everything. They finally understood why Rong Rua refused to accept Fei Yan's feelings. It turned out that the one who had grown up with them was a male soul, giving him such an elegant, gentlemanly air. That was why no matter how much Fei Yen expressed his love, he could not reciprocate. Previously Rong Rua may not have told him everything, as he had always hoped his sister would wake up and he could leave the body in peace. Fei Yen was a good man and he believed his sister would gladly accept his love. But Rong Rua never expected that his sister would not be able to come back. After Rong Rua had finished speaking, Fei Yen seemed to have suffered a great setback and just sat there wordlessly, mouth agape. Rong Rua lowered his head. A bit of bitterness flashed in his eyes. He and Fei Yen had been close since they were young. The last one he wanted to harm would have been him. And yet, it had to be him. After a long silence, Fei Yen finally spoke. Little Rua, in your eyes, am I like that? Rong Rua was a little stunned. Fei Yen became very agitated. Why do you think I love you? Because of your beauty? Your female charms? I don't care for those. So what if you're a man? I don't care. All I know is that you are little Rua, the same little Rua that has been through the most painful parts of my life with me, the same little Rua that kept me company till dawn, the one who endured master's punishments with me whenever I got into trouble. You are little Rua then, now and in the future. I only care about you and your soul. It doesn't matter what form you're in. As long as your soul is the same, I still want you. Don't ever think of leaving me again in this lifetime. Even if you went to hell, I'd go down there to get you back. With every word, Fei Yan's body was shaking. He was speaking from his soul, and they struck a chord within Rong Rua's soul. Rong Rua looked at Fei Yan in a daze, not daring to believe that his obsession had got so deep. Little Rua. Fei Yan's voice suddenly became very light and you could hear a hint of choking. I beg you, don't leave me again, all right? I beg of you. The words laced with tears made Rong Rua's soul feel trapped in someone's hand. He could no longer feel pain, but his soul still ached. He did not dare to look at Fei Yan and was afraid to respond for fear that anything he said could hurt Fei Yan further. Yet the person in front of him was the one he least wanted to hurt. All the memories from past to present came flooding into Rong Rua's mind. They were so clear that they pierced his heart. Jun Wuxie and the rest did not know how to solve the issue and silently retreated from the room, leaving Fei Yan and Rong Rua to have their moment alone. No matter what they chose to do as sworn companions, they would do their utmost to protect them. Jun Wu Yao silently followed behind Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie stopped and turned around suddenly, accidentally falling into Jun Wu Yao's arms. Her heart ached so badly that she did not know what to do. Jun Wu Yao hugged Jun Wuxie without saying anything. No matter how many trials they had experienced, in that moment they were happy. It was a simple kind of happiness that, no matter how simple, would be difficult for Fei Yan and Rong Rua to experience. Xiao Chu and the rest did not want to disturb Rong Rua and Fei Yan, so they found a quiet place and chatted with Jun Wuxie. From Jun Wuxie, they found out about Su Ruiying and the suffering that Rong Rua underwent at her hands. There are no good people in the upper realm. Is Long Yao not enough? Now we have Su Ruiying to deal with. Other than Jun Gu, none of the Knights of Destruction are good people. Xiao Chu vented angrily after hearing the news. Compared to Qiao Chu's anger, Hua Yao's reaction was more restrained. He cared more about what would happen to Rong Rua. Little Xie, do you really have a way to give little Rua back a body? Jun Wuxie pursed her lips without confidence. I can't guarantee anything and can only try, plus this method can only be granted by the Lord. Gu Ying's rebirth and Rong Rua's situation were not exactly the same, so Jun Wuxie was not sure if it would work. Let's not care about that for now. Defeating his lord remains our ultimate aim, and once we achieve that, there will surely be a way to save little Rua. Fan Zhua said. Jun Wuxie nodded her head. However, based on what you have concluded about Su Ruiying, his lord will not be easy to deal with. He might be the hardest enemy we've ever dealt with. Little Xie has been very cautious since coming to the upper realm, but no matter how cautious she has been, her actions have caused ripples. Moreover, with the dual spirit rings and Yanhai's great power, things have definitely been out of the ordinary here. I'm afraid that his lord already has a plan and is just waiting for the right time to strike against Little Xie. Fan Zhua said worriedly. With the exception of Long Yao's attack, their journey in the upper realm had been quite smooth and they had suffered no other injuries. This was all down to Jun Wuxie's meticulous planning. To an outsider, all of Jun Wuxie's actions had perfectly reasonable explanations. But they were not confident if they could fool someone who had the ability to plan 3 routes to the blood sacrifice of the 3 realms. I don't know. Jun Wuxie took a deep breath. I don't know if he has discovered our plans, but in the current situation, we have no way to retreat. If we leave the upper realm now, the blood sacrifice of the 3 realms will happen eventually, killing us and all by our side. But if we continue, at least we have some hope. To die and be reborn, they only had one path to take. Little Xie is right. Let's do it. At most we will die trying. I don't believe that together we can't defeat that dog of a lord, Qiao Chu said, thumping his chest and rousing his spirits. Maybe Qiao Chu's enthusiasm was infectious and everybody was finally smiling after many days of somberness. Little Xie, what do we do next? Hua Yao asked Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie glanced at Jun Wu Yao and said, Revenge. Long Yao and Su Ruiying had debts of blood to pay. Long Yao was in a bad mood these past few days. His original plan to suppress Jun Wuxie was destroyed. Not to mention that Jun Wuxie was able to show her talents in the competition, which completely attracted the attention of his lord. When he thought that it wouldn't be long before Jun Wuxie would become the same knight of destruction as himself and he would no longer have the chance to touch her, his mood turned bad as if he had eaten a fly. Amidst the mess, he unconsciously came to Su Ruiying's house. Yo, what kind of wind is blowing Lord Long over today? Your presence has flourished in my residence. Su Ruiying wore a crimson skirt and slowly walked to the hall. Looking at Long Yao's uncertain face, her red lips were very scary. Long Yao glanced at Su Ruiying. To be honest, Su Ruiying's facial features were really not good-looking. Even if she did not have those scars, she was not beautiful. Su Ruiying carried a gloomy mood all day long. Even as a knight of destruction, he subconsciously wanted to avoid her. But today, Long Yao couldn't hide anymore. You still have the mood to tease me? I heard that you invited that kid Yanhai to your house yesterday as a guest. Why? Don't tell me that you like his nice features and fell in love with him. Long Yao said sarcastically. Su Ruiying laughed softly. Under the chair and table beside Long Yao, her one hand supporting her chin, pretending to be amorous and said, Why? You can't be jealous, right? Su Ruiying looks ugly with that big mouth of blood basin. Even with her charming expression, her face was like a ghost searching for dead souls. Long Yao looked shocked and chilled, but he could only endure it. Nonsense, don't think I don't know about your small scheming movements these days. There were a lot of people who died in Sacred City previously. All of them are good-looking people. Isn't this just your preference? What about if I tell to his lord about this? You with the surname Long. What do you want? The smile on Su Ruiying's face faded in an instant. She was instructed to control many souls, but those souls were not available to her. As for her hobby of making soul puppets had been concealed from the outside world. If this matter reached the ears of his lord, this matter would not be easily dealt with. Even if she was Su Ruiying, she had to take things more seriously now. Long Yao looked at Su Ruiying, who changed her face, chuckled, and crossed his legs and said, I didn't think about anything. I just wanted you to do something for me. Su Ruiying glared at Long Yao fiercely. If it were not for Long Yao's strength that was comparable to hers, she really had the idea of killing him. Tell me directly. Looking at Su Ruiying's anger, Long Yao also knew what was meant by sufficiency. He immediately said, It's no big deal. You should also know what happened between me and Yanhai. So, Su Ruiying sneered. Are you afraid of Yanhai's revenge? You think too much. Don't forget, when Yanhai becomes a knight of destruction, he would have already forgotten everything, so no matter what history you have with him, he would no longer remember the past. In Su Ruiying's view, Long Yao's worries were simply superfluous. In fact, when Long Yao laid his hands on Jun Wuxie, it was a huge mistake. Long Yao's ambitions, Su Ruiying was very clear about it. It's just that she couldn't be bothered as it was none of her business. Above the Knights of Destruction, there was an existence that could never be surpassed. No matter how powerful they were, it was absolutely impossible to cross the chasm. Therefore, in Su Ruiying's view, Long Yao's ambition was like a joke. Their current status had reached its peak. There was no possibility of climbing higher. Long Yao chose to find Jun Wuxie and ask for trouble. However, Long Yao did not think so. Whether the memory will be erased, this is only known to himself. Don't forget that even for me, some images still flash in my mind occasionally. Long Yao somewhat pointed this at Su Ruiying. Erasing one's memory seemed terrible. For the memory to be completely cleared, it had certain difficulty. Even Su Ruiying could not guarantee perfection. After a long time, there would still be fragments of memory left in their minds, flashing from time to time. However, those fragments cannot be connected like scrolls of pictures. Oh? What do you mean? Su Ruiying raised her eyebrows slightly. Long Yao turned sideways, whispering in Su Ruiying's ear. Su Ruiying's face changed slightly, and the look in Long Yao's eyes became strange. You know, Yan Hai is his lord's fancy. If you do this, Long Yao interrupted. I also know where the puppets in your house came from. Su Ruiying gritted her teeth and didn't expect such a secret thing was still discovered by Long Yao. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Ruiying took a deep breath and said, Yes, I can meet your requirements, but only once. In the future, if you dare to threaten me with this matter again, I will fight you, and I will not make you feel good. Long Yao raised his hands slightly and said, You can rest assured that as long as you get things done this time, I will forget everything about you in the future. Remember your promise today, Su Ruiying said coldly. That's for sure. Long Yao smiled. Su Ruiying got up. Send off the guest. The ghoul-masked man came out from the side and stood respectfully in front of Long Yao. Long Yao also knew the current affairs and knew that Su Ruiying had reached the edge of her limit. His own goal had been achieved. Naturally, he did not want to agitate Su Ruiying further. He honestly followed the ghost-faced man and left Su Ruiying's house. As he walked to the door, he glanced at the rickety old man who was standing at the door holding a broom, and cast his lips with disdain. Your Lord Ying's taste has always been so strange. What's so good of having these immortal things all day long? The ghoul-masked man didn't dare to speak, but just stopped and stood aside. Long Yao felt bored and quickly left. The ghoul-masked man retreated back and saw Su Ruiying, who was sitting in the hall with a gloomy face. His heart tightened. Bastard! Who does Long Yao think he is? To actually dare threaten me? Su Ruiying was furious and smashed the cup on the table. Her ugly face twisted with malevolence. Lady Ying, please calm down. Lord Long has always been rude. He only restrained himself in front of Lord Qi Yan. This time he really caught something against us. My lady, please be patient and endure for a while, the ghoul-masked man advised. Humph. He dared to threaten me this time, well, just wait for it. I will make him regret this in the future. Su Ruiying cursed out angrily. The ghoul-masked man cautiously said, So Lord Long's request is promised. Su Ruiying took a deep breath. Yan Hai can only blame himself for his bad luck. Before that, he had grudges with Long Yao, that bastard. I can't help him. When does my lady intend to strike? The ghoul-masked man looked at Su Ruiying. Su Ruiying frowned and said, Wait for him to visit the next time. Yan Hai might be going to deal with some matters when he goes back. He will become a knight of destruction soon. What else is there that he can't let go of? Su Ruiying was very puzzled, and the ghoul-masked man also knew nothing about it. Long Yao, who had left Su Ruiying's residence, had returned to his place with a good mood. With the strength of Jun Wuxie, it was almost impossible to plot against her. An arrogant person like Long Yao, even after witnessing Jun Wuxie killing 5 of the top 10 experts in person, He had deeply felt the strength of the dual spirit ring exponent. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to confront her directly. Before Jun Wuxie became a true knight of destruction, the only person who could strike Jun Wuxie without anyone knowing would be Su Ruiying. Su Ruiying was responsible for erasing the memory of the new knight of destruction. It was also the most vulnerable time. No matter what Su Ruiying had done during the process, no one would know. In fact, Su Ruiying also said that Long Yao's move was somewhat redundant. Because of Long Yao's narrow-mindedness, he was not willing to leave the slightest chance to his enemies. In particular, his own invincible enemy. Yan Hai, no matter how powerful you are, I don't believe that you can still hide this time. Long Yao's eyes flashed a shadow of a bird of prey, as if he had seen the appearance of Jun Wuxie in the future. It made him feel very happy. Just as Long Yao was proud of his plan, a voice suddenly sounded in Long Yao's ear. Long Yao. In the empty alley, the sound suddenly appeared to make Long Yao slightly stunned. Knowing his status in the upper realm, only his lord and the Knights of Destruction dared to call him his name. At least everyone else would address him as lord. But the voice seemed a little strange, only a trace of familiarity. But he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Long Yao turned around unconsciously, wanting to see who was so bold. When he turned around and saw the person coming, he was stunned. The figure standing at the end of the alley was slightly thin. It makes Long Yao feel more fearful than any other figure. Yan Hai. Long Yao looked at the figure in shock. He couldn't imagine that he would meet Jun Wuxie at this time. What are you doing here? For some reason, Long Yao felt a panic in his heart. He didn't even realize it. Jun Wuxie slowly walked from the entrance of the alley to Long Yao, and the reflection of the wall enveloped her. Even at dusk, it was as if darkness fell, making people feel dim. What? Naturally, I have come to return you the favor. Jun Wuxie's slightly cold voice echoed in the alley. An uneasiness lingered in Long Yao's mind. His cells seemed to be tense at this moment. His right leg stepped back subconsciously. Return the favor? I don't remember what kind of favor I have given you. Did you remember it wrongly? Jun Wuxie's footsteps did not stop. The unhurried pace seemed to step on Long Yao's heart. Lord Long, a noble person like you are forgetful. You asked those top 10 experts to take care by presenting me with such a gift. I haven't returned it yet. Long Yao's heart was stunned momentarily. Jun Wuxie's intention was already very obvious. She was obviously talking about him encouraging the top 10 experts to challenge her. In fact, Long Yao had always had a strong sense of enmity towards Jun Wuxie, other than the reason being that Jun Wuxie's existence had threatened his ambitions. Another very important point was that Long Yao had witnessed Jun Wuxie's revenge on the top 10 experts and Baizhu. Long Yao could not forget that bloody scene. There was always a fear in his heart telling him that Jun Wuxie would exact her revenge one day. And that day was finally here. Yan Hai, do you really want to be like this? Long Yao narrowed his eyes, but involuntarily began to get nervous. Jun Wuxie looked at Long Yao indifferently. Her calm face had a pair of murderous and awe-inspiring eyes. The eyes, like the eyes of a demon, slowly swept over Long Yao's facial features. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Jun Wuxie's cold voice echoed in the alley, without a trace of temperature, revealing her murderous intention. A drop of cold sweat oozed out from Long Yao's forehead. An unprecedented fear leapt out of his heart. Even though Jun Wuxie had not struck yet, the kind of suffocating oppression had already bore down on him. Long Yao was very clear that he could not win over a dual spirit ring. Otherwise, he would not privately use Su Ruiying's hobbies to threaten her to kill Jun Wuxie. It's a pity that all he did was too late. How could Jun Wuxie easily let him go? Yan Hai, you are about to be promoted to the Knight of Destruction. If you start to fight with me now, I'm afraid that his lord won't let you go easily. Long Yao was afraid. He was extremely reluctant to admit that his heart really feared Jun Wuxie. This fear caused Long Yao to mention his lord involuntarily. However, how could Long Yao know that Jun Wuxie was determined to kill him and there was no escape for him at all? Not to mention that he mentioned his lord to threaten Jun Wuxie. Even if his lord was now standing in front of Jun Wuxie, nothing could change her determination to kill him. Jun Wuxie just looked at Long Yao coldly, watching his almost ridiculous struggle. She raised her hands silently. The dual spirit ring slowly rising above her hands foreshadowed Long Yao's threat. His threat was a useless result. The upper realm have always respected the strong. If you died in my hands today, it would only mean that you are weak. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly. In the upper realm, it had always been the rule that the strong prevailed over the weak. At this moment, she would realize it one by one. Long Yao's eyes widened. His first reaction was not to make any counterattack. Instead, he turned around in an instant and rushed towards the place opposite Jun Wuxie. A cold glint flashed by her eyes as she turned into a cold streak of light and chased after him. Long Yao had almost exhausted all his strength as he went all out. He only had one goal in his mind. His destination was Qi Yan's house. Among the Knights of Destruction, only Qi Yan could suppress Jun Wuxie a little. And now Jun Wuxie's intent on killing him was so obvious. In addition to finding Qi Yan for help, Long Yao couldn't think of any other chance to live at all. Never in his wildest dreams would he ever have thought that he would be cornered into such an embarrassing situation one day. From the alleys to the streets, Long Yao's speed was amazing. The pedestrians on the streets could not see his figure. They could only feel a gust of wind sweep through and dust rolling up. In panic, Long Yao repeatedly knocked over the small stalls beside the street, which slowed down his speed, and the people on the street could see that it was Long Yao. This look made people on the street dumbfounded. The name of the Knight of Destruction was not well known in the upper realm. Only in the sacred city, its status and prestige were deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Among the 4 Knights of Destruction, the only one known by people was Long Yao, who once served as the examiner of the top 10 expert selection contest. Long Yao's face was quickly recognized, and before people could rush up to greet him, they were surprised to find that Long Yao, who was usually arrogant, was now in a state of panic. His fear could not be concealed, as he looked absolutely delirious and terrified. Nothing of his usual demeanor could be seen. That feeling is like being chased and killed. Long Yao? Long Yao, one of the Knights of Destruction, would actually be chased and killed? This must be an illusion. No one believed what they had seen. However, just when everyone felt dazzled, Long Yao, who was in a flurry, suddenly stopped. 10 yards away in front of him, a slender figure appeared quietly, obviously so thin like a high wall that could not be crossed, blocking Long Yao's way. Long Yao stood on the spot, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He looked at Jun Wuxie, who was a few steps away, and his heart almost leapt out of his throat. Huh? Isn't that the Sea Spirit City Lord Yan Hai? What's going on? On the streets, the bustling crowds stopped because of the appearance of Long Yao and Jun Wuxie. Everyone stopped and looked at these 2 famous characters in Sacred City. Long Yao's identity was doomed to his great reputation. But Jun Wuxie's strength had become her bargaining chip, admired by thousands of people. Whether it was her glorious record of eliminating the 72 cities, the killing the top 10 experts in a 1-on-6, or her easy feat of sending Baiju to hell, these had all made her a prominent figure in Sacred City, standing on the cusp of the storm. Even though the news that Jun Wuxie was about to become a Knight of Destruction had not spread but in the Sacred City and the entire upper realm, no one dares to underestimate Jun Wuxie. Just that, the situation between these 2 people was strange. The embarrassment on Long Yao's face was already very obvious. Especially Long Yao's look at Jun Wuxie is full of fear, which was something that everyone dared not think about. A Knight of Destruction would even show such awkward posture in front of Jun Wuxie. It looked more like Long Yao was really being hunted down, and the person who hunted him happened to be one of the strongest in the upper realm. For a while, the people on the street were dumbfounded, and they dared not move amidst the strange atmosphere on the street. Neither Long Yao nor Jun Wuxie were people whom they dared to provoke. They were only curious about what happened that Jun Wuxie dared to strike in public against a Knight of Destruction. No matter how powerful Jun Wuxie's strength was, she had just won the top 10 experts in the selection contest. Even though his lord would not control the battles in the upper realm, The top 10 experts and the Knights of Destruction were all managed by his lord. If this fight starts, it would really alarm him. However, no matter how much doubt and curiosity they had, no one dared to speak out. Everyone shrank their shoulders subconsciously and looked at the two people who were facing each other. Do you think you can escape? Jun Wuxie looked at Long Yao calmly. Long Yao cursed with a low voice and his gaze became grim. He looked at Jun Wuxie fiercely, filled with hatred. Escape? Why should I escape? Yan Hai, you are just a reserve of the top 10 experts. What do you have to fight against me? So what if I arranged people to strike those around you? As long as you don't become a Knight of Destruction, you can't take action against me. In front of his lord, the Knights of Destruction can always step on a garbage like you. I only hate Fang Jinghe and the whole bunch of garbage. I should have killed all those dogs around you. I was wrong at the beginning, I shouldn't let them go. Instead I should kill them by myself. I should personally peel their skin and remove their veins and send their bodies right to you. Long Yao was completely out to take the risk. He knew very well that even if he knelt down to beg for mercy now, Jun Wuxie would not let him go. I really want to see what expression you will have when you see that scene. Ha ha ha! Long Yao laughed wildly. His vicious eyes swept across Jun Wuxie's body with gritted teeth and said, "Kill me in public if you have the guts to do so. There are so many people here. I want to see how you can shut the mouths of these people. Once his lord knows about this, I want to see what good ending you would have." Long Yao kept calming himself down. The Knight of Destruction was different from the others in the upper realm. Each of them had been personally selected by his lord and each held great strength. They were all directly under his lord. Anyone who wanted to do harm to them would be punished by his lord. He didn't believe that Jun Wuxie really dared to kill him under the eyes of everyone. Jun Wuxie looked at Long Yao coldly. His malicious words filled her ears, yet all that was on her mind was the constant tragic scenes of Fei Yan and the others. Those images were like blades slashing her heart, poking various sore spots. That was her reverse scale, her bottom line. Do I really have the skill? You will know soon. Jun Wuxie's eyes became a little colder as she walked towards Long Yao. The dual spirit rings in her hands were shining dazzlingly. Almost in a flash, Jun Wuxie's figure disappeared in place. Long Yao's body cells were about to explode at this moment. He immediately used his strength to prepare for a battle against Jun Wuxie. On the whole street, people could not see the figure of Jun Wuxie and Long Yao at all. They could only see streaks of lights flashing before them, moving at incredible speeds, far exceeding thunder and lightning. The roaring burst sound almost tore everyone's eardrums. The afterwaves that spread out are scraping the crowds on the street, and countless rubble and debris floated up in the air. The entire space seems to be torn into pieces at this moment. Those with a slight lack of strength could not bear the impact of the aftermath. They fell onto the ground one by one. No one had noticed when a faint scent of blood started to permeate in the air, and as time ticked by, the stench of blood became heavier and heavier. Very soon, the suffocating stench of blood smothered the surroundings, making it very unbearable and made people feel like retching. With a torrential whirlwind sweeping across and countless flashes of light dashing by, the entire place had soon turned into a nightmare. This stirred people's memories of an incident that happened not too long ago, of a ferocious battle that took place on one of the streets right here in Sacred City. After that, all that remained on that street was a blood-stained butterfly. Till now, it had not been washed away. Sounds of terror and destruction ensued as a heavy oppression pressed down upon those remaining people, and they felt as if it would crush their internal organs any moment. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. When the people raised their heads amidst their panic, all they saw on the street was death itself. In the chaos they saw, Long Yao was soaked in blood, a sorry-cut figure who was struggling to stand as he leaned against the wall. Fresh crimson blood was flowing along his legs and very soon had spread to his feet, gradually forming a pool of blood beneath his feet. Blood, dazzling red blood. But if one looked closely, one would have noticed. Long Yao did not stand on his own. There was a hand stained with blood that had already penetrated his chest silently and quietly. Within the slender fingers, She was holding a beating heart. But in the next second, it was crushed. Jun Wuxie withdrew her hand and looked coldly at Long Yao, who had already breathed his last, crumbled onto the ground. The shock and anxiety he experienced before his death was still frozen on his face. With a thump, Long Yao fell into the pool of blood under the eyes of everyone. The thick bloody smell filled everyone's nose. A horrified scream came out of someone's mouth, tearing the silence at this moment. It also terrified people's hearts. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jun Wuxie. Inexplicable fear shrouded each of them. They were afraid. Really afraid. They were afraid that Jun Wuxie would choose to send them to hell in order to seal everyone's mouth. However, Jun Wuxie just looked at Long Yao's body for a moment. She ignored those who were trembling by the side. She turned around as if nothing had happened, slowly leaving everyone's sight. It wasn't until the moment when Jun Wuxie stepped out of sight. Those frightened people had already fallen to the ground awkwardly, panting and gasping for air as if they had just been drowning in water just a minute ago. How crazy was this man to dare to kill a knight of destruction in public? They dared not imagine. The only thing they knew was that they dare not provoke this person in their entire life. The death of Long Yao was so sudden. But due to his identity and the fact that he was slain in front of everyone, the news of his death spread quickly throughout Sacred City. Back at her residence, Su Ruiying was still feeling tangled as she was wrecking her brains on how she was going to deal with Jun Wuxie. Upon hearing the news of Long Yao's death, she was completely stunned and looked at the ghoul-masked man incredulously as she asked, "Dead? Long Yao is dead. Lady Ying, Lord Long Yao is indeed dead. Lord Qi Yan has sent someone to verify it and his death has been confirmed. And well, it seems that even his soul has also been completely—" The ghoul-masked man did not go on, only because the news received from Qi Yan was really incredible. Not only was Long Yao dead, even his soul was destroyed. He did not know what kind of power had done such a feat. It seems like there was no chance of rebirth forever. Su Ruiying knew everything about souls. She didn't need the ghoul-masked man to explain any further. She had already had a rough idea and her face turned pale. The puppet that had been carved halfway suddenly dropped on the table. "Who did it?" Su Ruiying asked stiffly. The ghoul-masked man replied, "It is Yan Hai. It's him indeed." Su Ruiying took a deep breath, not surprised by this answer. The strength of a knight of destruction had surpassed the top 10 experts. Looking at the entire upper realm, there were only 3 people who could kill Long Yao. Shi and Jungu could not do anything. Only his lord and the head of the Knight of Destruction Qi Yan could. But now there was one more person, Jun Wuxie. Long Yao came to find her before. It was because Long Yao and Jun Wuxie had conflicts before, so he wanted to make use of her strength to deal with Jun Wuxie, so that she had no chance to get revenge. However, no one thought that shortly after Long Yao found Su Ruiying, he was killed by Jun Wuxie, and furthermore, he was killed in front of masses. It seemed that Long Yao's worry was not wrong. But it's a pity he still couldn't escape. Yan Hai mentioned before that he still had some matters to deal with. Is it possible that he was referring to Long Yao's matters? Su Ruiying's heart was startled, and she suddenly felt that she had almost stepped into the abyss. The vengeance of Jun Wuxie was stronger than she thought. She never thought that Jun Wuxie would seek revenge for her companion's life to such an extent. "Lady Ying, Long Yao is dead. So previously what Long Yao had entrusted you to do?" The ghoul-masked man asked nervously. Su Ruiying's complexion suddenly changed. She slapped the ghoul-masked man directly with her hand and angrily said, "What do you mean by entrusted me to do? You don't have to talk about it. Long Yao came to see me, but I didn't even bother about his request. Take care of your mouth, and if you let this matter reveal a bit, I will let you thoroughly dissipate. Do you understand?" Su Ruiying glared at him fiercely, and he quickly cowered and nodded anxiously. "Get out. I'm upset when I see you." Su Ruiying cursed, and the ghoul-masked man stepped back out tremblingly. But Su Ruiying was still afraid. Jun Wuxie looked cold and indifferent. She was not like a person who sought revenge for the smallest grievance. The reason why Su Ruiying dared to agree with Long Yao's request was that he had something on her. and she felt that Jun Wuxie was no threat. But Long Yao's death made Su Ruiying realize for the first time that Jun Wuxie was not as harmless as she seemed on the surface. At the thought of almost carrying out Long Yao's request and preparing to create indelible damage to Jun Wuxie's memory during the cleaning process, Su Ruiying felt a chill run down her spine. Long Yao, you died well. Death is really good. Since you are dead, you can't bother me anymore. Su Ruiying hugged her arms and spoke coldly. The death of Long Yao caused an uproar in Sacred City. When Jun Wuxie passed this news to Qiao Chu and others, she received Qi Yan's invitation that night to his residence for a discussion. Jun Wu Yao accompanied Jun Wuxie along. Before leaving, Qiao Chu and others could not help but worry. They consoled Jun Wuxie before she left. This was the second time Jun Wuxie saw Qi Yan. Unlike last time, when Jun Wuxie saw him this time round, his cold face was covered with a layer of gloom. Su Ruiying and Jun Gu were also invited along. When they saw Jun Wuxie, the expressions in their eyes were very different. Qi Yan glanced at Jun Wuxie, and his previous enthusiasm was gone. Jun Wuxie sat down on the side and observed him, looking for any changes. Yan Hai, the reason I called you over today, you should be clear, right? Qi Yan looked sternly at Jun Wuxie and said coldly. Jun Wuxie said, Is it because of Long Yao? Qi Yan nodded. Long Yao's death exceeded everyone's expectations. Although Qi Yan had heard about the enmity between Long Yao and Jun Wuxie, he had never ever thought this would be the outcome. What annoyed Qi Yan was the last time when Jun Wuxie and Long Yao were in the same house. They were each other's eyesore. It was Long Yao's provocation against Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie did not seem to have any reaction towards Long Yao. This made Qi Yan unprepared. He even thought that Long Yao would continue to provoke Jun Wuxie, but he wouldn't dare to be too overboard. He didn't ask too much, but he didn't expect. The real strike was not by Long Yao. It was Jun Wuxie instead. And he was killed in such a short moment. There was simply no time to spare for anyone. What's wrong? Jun Wuxie didn't seem to think there was any problem with killing Long Yao. Her calm eyes did not reflect any guilt at all. Qi Yan's brows could not help but wrinkled, and Jun Gu on the other side could not help worrying, fearing that his daughter would have suffered a great loss. Su Ruiying was very clever. There was no response from beginning to end, as if it was none of her business. Long Yao is one of the Knights of Destruction. The Knight of Destruction is directly under his lord. This person can't be killed just as you like to. Qi Yan said coldly, his voice clearly showing displeasure. Jun Wuxie was not really a Knight of Destruction yet. Even if she had become one, there was no reason to kill other knights. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? I have already killed him. Jun Wuxie looked at Qi Yan without showing any weakness. Qi Yan's face became more ugly. The rule of the strong shall prevail and the weak shall perish is how the upper realm has always been. But it seems that those with the title of Knights of Destruction are an exception. Lord Qi Yan should have informed me earlier, so that I would have known that no matter how incompetent a Knight of Destruction is, I can't kill one. Jun Wuxie's words shocked Su Ruiying. Su Ruiying looked at Jun Wuxie in disbelief and could not believe that such shocking words would actually be uttered in front of Qi Yan. Wasn't she mocking the Knights of Destruction and labeling them as incompetent? Qi Yan's face turned darker. He almost had an outburst several times which caused Jun Gu's heart to tighten. Before Qi Yan spoke, Jun Gu immediately said, Yan Hai, you are wrong. What really matters for a Knight of Destruction is not this title, but the strength and loyalty to his lord. The two are indispensable. If you are not capable, you cannot be a Knight of Destruction. If you are strong, you can't be a Knight of Destruction without loyalty to his lord too. Do you understand? Jun Gu looked at Jun Wuxie indifferently. In a few words, he successfully polished the sharp words of Jun Wuxie. Qi Yan's expression eased slightly. Jun Wuxie understood her father's thoughts. In this case, she was going to use Qi Yan's anger to shut him down. Unexpectedly, her father had said it in advance. That saved her a lot of trouble. Jun Wuxie followed Jun Gu's words and said, If this is the case, I don't think that with Long Yao's strength, He is worthy of the title of Knight of Destruction. Fighting me, he can't even withstand 100 strokes. With this capability, what right does he have to earn his lord's favor? Jungu was relieved. He almost gave his daughter a thumbs up. Qi Yan was a lonely man with an arrogant personality. There was one thing that no one can surpass. That was loyalty to his lord. Among the 4 members of the Knights of Destruction, only Qi Yan was the most loyal to his lord. All actions were subject to his lord's will. He did not care about the things around him. When Jun Wuxie mentioned his lord, naturally, the anger in Qi Yan's heart ceased. Long Yao is as useless as it really is, and this result is also his own fault. Qi Yan finally relaxed. On one side, Su Ruiying swallowed her saliva secretly. Qi Yan treated his lord wholeheartedly. She may not have noticed that although Qi Yan could not take 100 strokes from her, what was Jun Wuxie's strength? That was the true strength of a dual spirit ring exponent. Not to mention Long Yao, even among the other Knights of Destruction, the only person who could withstand the 100 strokes from Jun Wuxie was only Qi Yan. Besides Long Yao, Shi and Jungu had to make way. Su Ruiying was afraid to mention these remarks to Jun Wuxie. As long as Jun Wuxie did not target her, she wished Jun Wuxie ignored her existence completely. But Qi Yan's words suddenly turned. His sharp eyes looked at Jun Wuxie again. No matter how useless Long Yao is, he is still a member of the Knight of Destruction. You killed him. This matter is undoubtedly. I have reported it to his lord. His lord has given his order. In 3 days' time, he will be seeing you in person. At that time, it is for me to say and how his lord will decide. His lord wants to see me. Jun Wuxie was stunned. She did not expect this. Yes. Qi Yan nodded. How to deal with you, I have no right to ask. Only his lord can decide. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't expect that her revenge on Long Yao would drag the one who was hiding behind the scenes so quickly. Years of planning were just to bring that person down. And the first opportunity to face up to that person was 3 days later. Jun Wuxie forcibly suppressed the emotions in her heart and remained calm on her face. She said lightly, "Because it is the will of his lord, I should obey, and 3 days later, I will definitely meet his lord in person. This meeting would herald the drumming of the decisive battle." "What? Are you going to see his lord yourself? Isn't this too dangerous?" As soon as Qiao Chu heard the news brought back by Jun Wuxie, he jumped up from the chair. He simply could not believe his ears. Hua Yao frowned deeply. This situation was quite unexpected. No one thought that his lord would demand to see Jun Wuxie at this time. Jun Wu Yao was lost in contemplation. Among the people present, he was the only one who had close contact with his lord. He personally taught his lord's skills. For this action, he was the most qualified to say something. "Brother Wu Yao, look at this." Fan Zhuo looked to Jun Wu Yao, hesitating. "I can't judge his style of action. You cannot guess him as a person." Jun Wu Yao admitted frankly, if he could guess his lord's thoughts, he would not have fallen into his trap. "I will go," Jun Wuxie said in a resolute tone. "At this point of time, we have no way to retreat. No matter what his lord wants to do, I can only face up, so there may be a glimmer of hope." Jun Wuxie took a deep breath. She had taken 99 steps. She was just left with this last step. She had to go. If she backed off at this time, all her previous efforts became meaningless. And now, even if she wanted to back off, she would not be able to leave. "I'll go with you," Jun Wu Yao said. Jun Wuxie shook her head. "I'll go by myself. If something goes wrong, at least there's still you." Jun Wuxie looked at Jun Wu Yao firmly. The reason why she hasn't exposed Jun Wu Yao to the vision of the upper realm was to keep the last move. Jun Wu Yao understood her intentions. Although he could not bear it, he still nodded, acceding to her request. Qiao Chu and others could not stop worrying and paced about anxiously. There was nothing that they could do. They could only pray and hope that his lord did not find out anything. "You don't have to be so nervous, unless his lord has a pair of heavenly eyes. We have done everything so secretly, he cannot find anything out." Jun Wuxie appeased her companions. Having said that, who wouldn't be nervous with the single thought of Jun Wuxie meeting with that person alone? In order to divert the attention of her companions, Jun Wuxie said, "There is still a period of time before I meet with his lord. There is still a person. Maybe I should also pay a visit first." Jun Wuxie's gaze changed slightly when she mentioned this. "Who?" "Su Ruiying," Jun Wuxie said. When she mentioned the name of Su Ruiying, Fei Yan on the side almost subconsciously reached out to the table next to him. The puppet on the table was sitting quietly, and he saw Fei Yan's uneasiness. Although he was helpless in his heart, he still raised his hand and appeased Fei Yan's finger. If the purpose of his lord is to use the souls of the upper realms to activate the blood sacrifice of the three realms, then I have reason to believe that those souls should be in the hands of Su Ruiying. To destroy the enemy's plan, you can start from many aspects. Before she faced his lord, she needed more chips. If I remember correctly, refining the life and death worm would also require a lot of souls. I might get a more accurate answer from Su Ruiying. After Su Ruiying returned from Qi Yan's house, she was a little uneasy, and even the puppets who couldn't put it down on normal days could not calm her panic. When she met Jun Wuxie, her eyes kept focusing on Jun Wuxie's body. She feared that Jun Wuxie had discovered Long Yao's plan and she had followed Long Yao's footsteps. Fortunately, Jun Wuxie never paid any attention to her from beginning to end. This made Su Ruiying more or less relieved. She had never hoped to be ignored by others as she did now. "Lady Ying." The ghoul-masked man came cautiously to Su Ruiying's side and served the tea carefully. Su Ruiying was not in the mood to drink. She did not know why there was always a feeling of irritability in her heart. She always felt that something ominous was going to happen. "For the following days, I won't see anyone who comes over. If someone comes, tell them that I am sick. Do you understand?" Su Ruiying said uncomfortably. Although Jun Wuxie was going to see his lord in 3 days, but prior to this, Su Ruiying did not want any accidents to happen. She saw Long Yao's body in Qi Yan's backyard, and the bloody scene hadn't faded from her mind until now. "Yes," the ghoul-masked man responded honestly. But the ghoul-masked man hadn't had the time to convey the message of Su Ruiying, and the ugly old man who was staying outside hurried over. "Lady Ying, that Yan Hai is here again." After the old man made his report, Su Ruiying almost swept the teacup on the table to the ground. Her face suddenly turned pale. "Why is he here?" Su Ruiying's voice became a little stiff. "I don't know, he is waiting outside the house now." Su Ruiying pursed her lips. It was too late for her to chase Yan Hai away. "Let him come in." Su Ruiying took a deep breath and scolded Long Yao back and forth in her heart. The time of Long Yao's death and the time of leaving her home were one after the other. Basically, Jun Wuxie killed Long Yao right after he left meeting with Su Ruiying. Who knows whether Jun Wuxie would have guessed anything. At this moment, Su Ruiying really hated Long Yao. He should not come to find her just before Jun Wuxie killed him. Who knows if Long Yao said anything before his death. After a while, Jun Wuxie walked into the hall. Su Ruiying tried to make her expression look more natural. Her eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Jun Wu Yao, who was behind Jun Wuxie. At the beginning, she would actively invite Jun Wuxie to come to her house as a guest. One was to attract Jun Wuxie, and the other was to look at the follower behind Jun Wuxie. After the Night of Destruction had forgotten everything, she would use this follower to create her new soul puppet doll. But now, even if Su Ruiying had another 100 guts, she would not dare to think so. Long Yao was only instigating the top 10 experts to attack the guards around Jun Wuxie. As a result, not only did the top 10 experts were all destroyed, even Long Yao himself died in the hands of Jun Wuxie. Su Ruiying no longer dared to strike the people around Jun Wuxie. "Yan Hai, why are you here? I thought you have left to rest after meeting with Qi Yan," Su Ruiying said calmly. Jun Wuxie sat calmly in the chair beside Su Ruiying. There was no slight expression on her face, only her pair of cold eyes that had swept over Su Ruiying. She could see that Su Ruiying's heart was shaking but could only maintain the smile on her face. "Cough. Afu serve tea." Su Ruiying concealed her guilty mood as much as possible. The ghoul-masked man quickly retreated, and after a while he served the tea, but Jun Wuxie did not accept it and simply left the tea that was placed on the table beside her. Su Ruiying couldn't wait for Jun Wuxie to speak. Her heart was beating wildly as she tried to retain her calm facade. "It's so late. Yan Hai, what is the matter?" Jun Wuxie finally said. "It's not a big deal, but I'm going to see his lord 3 days later, and I feel a little bit unsure. After all, I have never seen his lord before." Su Ruiying was relieved after hearing her words. "Oh, this is the matter you are referring to. Otherwise." Jun Wuxie raised her eyebrows slightly. Su Ruiying smiled a little stiffly and awkwardly. "For this matter, you don't have to be too nervous about it. Since you are the one chosen by his lord will not embarrass you. You can rest assured. His lord is very kind to us Knights of Destruction, and his temperament is also very good." "Oh? Really?" Jun Wuxie said quietly. "That's natural. If I change someone else, I might not dare to be so stubborn. But we are different. The existence of US Knights of Destruction was selected by his lord himself. It is completely different from other people. We belong directly to his lord. On the other hand, our power also comes from his lord. When you become a Knight of Destruction, you will understand that everything I said today is true." Su Ruiying seemed to relax her vigilance and said nonchalantly, "Your strength is already very strong. If there is any blessing from his lord, it will be better." However, Qi Yan had said before that it was uncomfortable. "Before the ceremony, could I not see his lord?" Jun Wuxie naturally asked her question. However, Su Ruiying chuckled with a smile. "That's Qi Yan deliberately trying to test you. The few of us also met his lord before becoming a Knight of Destruction. After all, we will serve ourselves to his lord. If his lord has not seen it with his own eyes, how can he be assured?" "I was curious. When did you find out that Qi Yan tested you?" "And unexpectedly something happened to Long Yao halfway and his lord would see you in advance." Su Ruiying's expression was obviously a bit stiff. She secretly looked at Jun Wuxie and saw that she did not find out anything. And Jun Wuxie had already obtained the result she wanted to know the most. It turns out that his lord asked to see her in advance. Not a special case, but a situation that every Knight of Destruction would encounter. As a result, they were nervous previously. Now they could relax a little bit. Jun Wuxie secretly exchanged a look with Jun Wuyao. Their thoughts were known to each other but left unspoken. Anyway, there shouldn't be any problems for his lord to see you. If you still have something to worry about, just ask me. Su Ruiying's attitude turned good at this moment. It was just that ugly face that people couldn't get close to. "There is one thing that I really want to ask." Jun Wuxie lowered her gaze. "Oh? What's the matter?" Su Ruiying asked. Jun Wuxie raised her eyes slightly. Her cold eyes met Su Ruiying's eyes. "That day? Why did Long Yao look for you?" Croak. The smile on Su Ruiying's face shattered in an instant. She looked at Jun Wuxie stiffly. She could hardly believe what she had heard. "You? What do you mean?" Su Ruiying couldn't laugh at all. Jun Wuxie said, "That day, I saw Long Yao coming out of your mansion. I believe it's because of me that he came to look for you. After all, it's always your responsibility to erase the memories of a Knight of Destruction, right?" Jun Wuxie's tone was not fast, but it was like a cold wind crossing, taking away the temperature of Su Ruiying's body. She looked at Jun Wuxie in horror. Her hands on her knees began to shake uncontrollably. "You know about it?" Su Ruiying almost extruded from her throat. The fear in her heart was magnified infinitely at this moment. "What do you say?" Jun Wuxie raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Ruiying took a deep breath and almost stood up from the chair almost instantly. Long Yao came over himself. "I didn't say anything to him at all. Yan Hai, I actively invited you as my guest as I had originally intended to be good with you. I believe you can see this. Long Yao is a Knight of Destruction, but his strength is far weaker than you. I don't need to offend you because of him." Su Ruiying almost instantly confirmed that Jun Wuxie knew everything. Otherwise, Jun Wuxie would not have suddenly mentioned this matter at this time. Su Ruiying was anxious to clarify the relationship between Long Yao and herself, and she didn't even think about Jun Wuxie's words at all. Jun Wuxie looked at Su Ruiying's reaction in her eyes. A flash of chill flashed in her eyes. In fact, Jun Wuxie didn't know why Long Yao came to find Su Ruiying. She just tried to test her out subconsciously. But she didn't expect Su Ruiying to be so nervous. However, Long Yao was now dead, and seeing Su Ruiying overreacting and looking so frightened, it was apparent that she was deeply afraid that it would implicate her. It turns out so. Jun Wuxie didn't reveal anything else, but her tone was ambiguous. That's natural, and I'm not a fool. Su Ruiying propped up her composure, but her eyes were empty. Since Lady Ying is so hospitable, can I live in your house in the next few days? Fortunately, if I don't understand anything, I can ask you in time. Jun Wuxie said. Su Ruiying almost cried. If it was the last time, she can't wait for Jun Wuxie to live in her house. Now she was really scared. Even though she could manipulate the soul, Long Yao had already been killed so easily. She was extremely terrified. How could she dare to keep this death god, Jun Wuxie? But the words have already been spoken. There was no reason to change it now. Su Ruiying could only say with a stifled smile as the corner of her lips twitched. Of course you may, as long as Yanhai doesn't find this place too small. You can live for as long as you want. Sorry for the trouble then. Jun Wuxie nodded slightly and said, but I don't like those puppets, so please find me a room without puppets. Su Ruiying was awkward, and she could only respond with a smile. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao lived in Su Ruiying's residence. No matter how reluctant Su Ruiying's heart was, she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. It was just that night Su Ruiying was completely restless. Even her favorite soul puppets could not calm her inner fears. She locked herself in the room and didn't dare go anywhere. She just wanted to pass these 3 days as soon as possible so that Jun Wuxie could leave soon. Su Ruiying did not dare to go out. But it was the best time for Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao to go out. After studying the array totem behind the puppet, Jun Wuxie already had a way to deal with it. They were both very curious about Su Ruiying's room, and it was as if there was a voice telling her that in there, she could find what she sought. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao used spirit reinforcement to isolate the sight of the soul. This method could only cause the blinding effect on the soul. If it was a living person, it had no effect. Taking advantage of the cloak of the dark night, the two finally pushed open that room door of Su Ruiying's soul puppets. A candlelight was still lit in the room. As the door was pushed open, the night wind suddenly entered as the flame on the candlelight started to sway. On the cabinets standing against the wall, there were exquisite puppets, each of which were works of art. Jun Wuxie swept her gaze over, and very soon, Baiju's puppet was found on one of the shelves. It sat motionless in the cupboard, quietly like a lifeless doll. But those eyes flashed faintly in the firelight, full of despair. Jun Wuxie withdrew her gaze. Before she knew Su Ruiying, she did not realize that there was such a thing as the survival of the soul. Therefore, Baiju's soul was retained. But when dealing with Long Yao, Jun Wuxie did not give Long Yao any chance. She used her handful of soul-fixing methods to crush Long Yao's heart, and at the same time, shredded Long Yao's soul. Even if Su Ruiying had the ability that surpassed the sky, it was absolutely impossible for Long Yao to live again. In this room, there is a lot of resentment. Jun Wu Yao bowed his head to Jun Wuxie through the shielding effect of the spiritual reinforcement. In the eyes of those puppets, they could not be seen, nor could they hear their voices. The whole room was filled with a chill that made people feel uncomfortable, and there was grievance mixed in it. That was the grievance that could only be felt by people who have spent some time in the soul world. Comes from the soul. Jun Wuxie also felt it, but she let herself ignore those grievances as much as possible. In this room of Su Ruiying's, there were quite a number of puppets in the room. The amount of grievances could be imagined. Jun Wuxie looked at Su Ruiying's desk. Apart from a few carved half-dolls, she found a worn sheepskin book in the drawer and opened the pages. The handwriting of Dragon and Phoenix was revealed in front of her eyes. Rather than saying that it was a book, it was better to say that this was Su Ruiying's daily record. The above clearly records her process of sculpting each puppet, and the beauty of those puppets. The words and phrases seem bland, but they made one feel chilled. Jun Wuxie gave a quick glance and saw a description of a puppet. Her eyes became extremely cold. The whole process was clearly written on it, and combining time and events. She was sure that the puppet written above was Rong Rua. What's wrong? Jun Wu Yao seemed to notice Jun Wuxie's anomaly, and walked to her and asked softly. Jun Wuxie shook her head and put back the book that had been read back again. But her strength was a little heavier. The parchment book hit the drawer with some sound, before waiting for Jun Wuxie to react. From the back of the drawer, a thin scroll suddenly fell out. Jun Wu Yao stretched out his hand to pick up the scroll before it fell to the ground. This is... Jun Wu Yao's eyes slightly stunned when he read the contents of the scroll. Jun Wuxie stretched out her hand to take the scroll, but with a glance, her eyes suddenly lit up in excitement. On the scroll, there were 4 words clearly written, Life and Death Worm. Life and Death Worm? How could this thing be in Su Ruiying's hands? Jun Wuxie looked at the scroll in her hand with surprise and almost couldn't wait to turn it over. The scroll detailed the process of refining the whole life and death worm. Is the life and death worm made by Su Ruiying? Jun Wuxie made a guess. Jun Wu Yao shook his head. The book you just held should be from Su Ruiying, but the writing on it is very different from this one, and I am afraid that the scroll is dilapidated, and comparing the two, it should not be Su Ruiying's handwriting. Then this scroll. Jun Wuxie's mood suddenly became excited. If this scroll could be used to release the life and death worm from Jun Wu Yao's body, then she would be more confident. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be his lord who handed it to Su Ruiying. Elder Luo also said before, refining the life and death worm requires a lot of souls, and Su Ruiying is good at manipulating the souls. His lord may still want to prepare the second life and death worm. This is why it will be handed over to Su Ruiying, said Jun Wu Yao. The second life and death worm? Jun Wuxie's brows were slightly wrinkled. Who does his lord want to use this deadly poison on? Jun Wuxie didn't have much time to think. She could only keep all the contents of the book in her mind in the shortest span of time, and then put the scroll back in place. She now knows the refining method of life and death worm and the materials needed, and the rest was to find a way to remove it. That room was what Rong Ruo mentioned before? Jun Wu Yao's eyes fell on the other door in the room. According to Rong Ruo's memories, behind that door was a huge room filled with many souls. Jun Wuxie nodded, and the two immediately walked towards the room. The moment when the door was pushed open, a cold breath came across, as if entering the world of ice and snow in an instant. Through the faint candlelight, Jun Wuxie clearly saw the shelf in the room and the thousands of crystal balls on the shelf. In each crystal ball, there was a relentless and terrified face reflected, and the twisted soul constantly struggled and screamed in the small sphere. Their voices, their roars, were completely isolated in the crystal ball. No one would hear it even if they shouted till they broke their throat. So many? Jun Wuxie's gaze swept through the room, and the candlelight was so weak that it couldn't shine at the end of the room. She seemed to feel that the world in front of her was a huge, endless black hole. Innumerable souls, innumerable crystal balls, fastened by that unknown and that sinister plan. Jun Wu Yao took Jun Wuxie into his arms, raised his hand, and lit a flame with dark spirit at his fingertips. The small flame flew to the dark room with the flick of his finger. The place where the flame passed illuminated everything. As the flame advanced, the size of this room was far beyond Jun Wuxie's expectations. The entire room was like a bottomless hole. From the initial entrance, the entire ground begins to extend downwards regularly, from the ground to the bottom, which makes the room look small from the outside, but its real area was covered to the ground. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao glanced at each other, and both of them did not speak, but they tacitly moved together and walked deeper in. A cluster of dark spirit flames ignited at Jun Wu Yao's fingertips, illuminating the road in front of them like a night pearl. The road beneath their feet gradually sloped down. They could feel that there were small protrusions on the slate floor that they had just stepped on. It was these uneven protrusions that allowed those shelves to stand firmly on the sloping ground without falling. Every step they took, where the flame illuminated, neatly arranged shelves that were densely packed with crystal balls could be seen. Under the faint light, faces twisted with anguish and fear on the crystal balls looked like evil spirits crawling out of hell. Such a horrifying sight made one dare not look straight at it. Jun Wuyao subconsciously tightened the hand holding Jun Wuxia's shoulder, knowing that she would not be afraid. But he couldn't help but want to protect her. But the further down, the more quiet souls in the crystal balls appeared on both sides. To be precise, the souls inside the crystal balls were getting smaller and smaller. From the initial adult men and women, to where Jun Wuxia was now at, the souls in the crystal ball have become some young souls. Those souls look up to 11 or 12 years old. Their bodies were thin. Their faces were showing panic and anxiety. They didn't scream or freak out. Instead, they curled up anxiously and were huddled in the corner. These are some children. Jun Wuxia looked at the young souls. They were not adults yet. They were all only children. They would not vent their fears, but only subconsciously want to escape the danger they felt. It seems that our previous guess was correct. Jun Wuyao's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Jun Wuxia also stopped. The flames in Jun Wuyao's hands illuminated the souls on the 2 rows of shelves in front of them. Compared with the souls of the children who were already considered small before, the souls that appeared in front of them at the moment were much smaller. Those were the babies who haven't opened their eyes. They lay in the crystal balls ignorantly, as quietly as they fell asleep. They didn't even know what danger was. Jun Wuyao made the flame at his fingertips larger, and as the illuminated area became wider, they could see that all around them, in the countless crystal balls, they were all filled with small souls of babies. Jun Wuxia stood in the darkness as if she had fallen into the abyss of the souls. Everywhere there were countless souls. This is his Lord's plan. Jun Wuxia's eyes swept over the babies. The souls were sleeping quietly without any movement. They were cut off from their vitality and slept shortly after their birth in this small crystal ball, waiting for the day of final demise. When imagination turns into reality, the degree of cruelty doubles. I suddenly feel that the people in the upper realm are very pathetic, Jun Wuyao said. Jun Wuxia lowered her eyes. Yeah, how sad this is. Blood sacrifice of the 3 realms. Why the need to sacrifice the blood of the 3 realms? Once the blood sacrifice begins, I am afraid that even the creatures connected to the upper realm will also be destroyed. Those who follow in the footsteps of his Lord have desperately created blood sacrifice arrays. Even Luo Qingqing was tempted by such power and completely lost her human nature at that time. But how could they know that they could not obtain powerful power at all? Their existence was to dedicate their souls to the blood sacrifice. In the end, there was only one person who could truly break the void and gain the supreme power. These people were just pitiful and sad funerary items. Perhaps, until the day they die, they would then realize that they were just a group of chess pieces. Ironically, they paid everything for it. How can the person who created all this care about the life and death of others? What he wants has always been the most powerful force. The desire makes him addicted. He can't see everything around him. He can only see that supreme position. Jun Wuyao was not amused. He never felt that a supreme position was a glorious thing. He had always felt that the world was so uninteresting. War, surviving, and fighting were all about killing and just a means to pass the time. It was only until he met Jun Wuxia. It was then he had his own perseverance. The idea of fighting to protect a person. The concept of being strong. His lord and Jun Wuyao stood on each opposite end. After they had walked for a long period, not knowing how many souls they had seen, Jun Wuxia and Jun Wuyao finally walked to an end. It was a huge underground palace. The whole palace was a giant circle. Around the circle, there were 4 pillars of blue flames, and these blue flames illuminated the whole palace. At the center of the circle, there was an altar made up of an unknown material. On the platform, bloodstains could be seen. Jun Wuxia subconsciously wanted to walk forward, but Jun Wuyao suddenly pulled her wrist. Jun Wuxia turned her head with doubt, when she discovered that Jun Wu Yao's complexion had turned pale, and he looked like he was suffering in pain. His brow quietly frowned and a hand pressed against his temple. "What's wrong?" Jun Wu Xie was startled. Jun Wu Yao gritted his teeth without speaking. He didn't know how to explain to Jun Wu Xie the pictures that suddenly appeared in his mind. Fragmented but painful pictures. Those chaotic pictures seemed to overlap with everything in front of him. He vaguely saw the face of his lord. In this underground palace enveloped in the blue flames, he was bound by his hands and feet and placed on the altar. He saw his lord laughing, and saw Su Ruiying standing aside with his head down. The scene was truly terrible. Looking at Jun Wu Yao's painful expression, Jun Wu Xie's heart lifted up instantly. "This place, I've been here." Jun Wu Yao held his forehead, his temples swelled, and the fragmentary pictures were too cluttered. He couldn't keep his head clear. Seeing Jun Wu Yao's situation getting worse and worse, Jun Wu Xie decided to leave temporarily. She took Jun Wu Yao's hand and went all the way back. When he returned to the room, Jun Wu Yao's condition still did not improve. Jun Wu Xie touched his forehead. The high temperature surprised her, but when she looked at his pulse, there was nothing abnormal. Jun Wu Yao almost fell into an unconscious state, lying on the bed. His eyes were closed and his brow frowned deeply. In Jun Wu Xie's mind, he kept thinking about the words of Jun Wu Yao. He said that he had been to the underground palace before. But when did he go? Jun Wu Xie had no way to ask. She could only sit quietly beside the bed, watching Jun Wu Yao in pain. When the first ray of sunlight reached the earth, Su Ruiying walked out of her room with a pair of tired eyes. Last night she failed to close her eyes. She was worried that Jun Wu Xie would deal with her. She went out early in the morning, highly vigilant as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. After ascertaining with the ghoul-masked man that Jun Wu Xie did not have any special movements last night, she was slightly relieved. It's a pity that Su Ruiying had no time to breathe when the ghoul-masked man suddenly said that the follower of Jun Wu Xie was sick and that Jun Wu Xie had requested for Su Ruiying to have a look. No matter how unwillingly Su Ruiying was, she was still not a doctor. What's the point of her having a look? However, the fear in her heart made Su Ruiying hurry over. Upon entering the room, Jun Wu Xie was sitting by the bed and the follower was lying on the bed quietly. Su Ruiying tried hard to make her face look calmer. "Yan Hai, how is your follower sick? Do you need me to ask the doctor to come?" Su Ruiying asked. Jun Wu Xie slowly raised her eyes, looked at Su Ruiying and shook her head slightly. "It's not a big problem. Lady Ying, please come over. There are some words that I want to ask you." Su Ruiying's face stiffened. "What's the matter?" Jun Wu Xie didn't speak directly and looked at the chair aside. "Why is Lady Ying so nervous? Aren't you going to sit down and talk?" Su Ruiying sat down uncomfortably, seemingly calm. But in fact, she felt as if she was sitting on a bed of needles. She was waiting for Jun Wu Xie to speak, but Jun Wu Xie didn't seem to be in a hurry. After she sat down, Jun Wu Xie's gaze fell on the bed and was in deep thoughts. The time ticked by and the uneasiness in Su Ruiying's heart continued to deepen in such silence. When her inner fear reached its peak, Jun Wu Xie finally opened her mouth. "How long has Lady Ying followed his lord?" Jun Wu Xie suddenly said. Her eyes swept lightly by the incense burner beside her. Su Ruiying was stunned slightly as she subconsciously replied, "Thousands of years, too long, and I can't remember." "So long? But before, why hasn't anyone heard of the Knights of Destruction? Or this only rumored around in the past 1,000 years?" Jun Wu Xie asked very naturally. Su Ruiying vaguely thought that the question of Jun Wu Xie's was a little strange, but she didn't know what was going on. "In the beginning, we were not called the Knights of Destruction. To be precise, the Knights of Destruction was just a whim of his lord. When Qi Yan and I were beside him, Long Yao and Jun Gu did not appear yet. It was later. Suddenly the idea of forming Knights of Destruction was raised by his lord. That was the way it was created." Su Ruiying's voice was calm. "Oh? So, you and Qi Yan haven't lost your memories?" Jun Wu Xie's eyes flashed a chill. According to the previous statement, to become a knight of destruction, you must clear all the previous memories. But from Su Ruiying's words, she and Qi Yan did not seem to lose the memories of the past. This question should obviously not be asked by Jun Wuxie, nor should Su Ruiying answer it. But that word came to Su Ruiying's mouth involuntarily. Yes, Qi Yan is in charge of the Knights of Destruction and I am responsible for the souls. Naturally, I don't need to clean my memory. Furthermore, we have always followed his lord. Around me, my memory is only his lord. Lady Ying, do you remember Yi Ju? Jun Wuxie suddenly said. Su Ruiying's eyes suddenly appeared to be struggling. But the struggling disappeared in an instant. The green smoke from the incense with a faint scent lingered before Su Ruiying took another breath and it smoothened the chaos in her heart. Yi Ju? I remember, of course I remember. That is the person who cares most about his lord. The person who cares most? What do you know? Jun Wuxie continued to ask. Su Ruiying's eyes gradually became dull. She opened her mouth to say everything she knew. At this moment, Jun Wuxie knew how Jun Wu Yao had been tricked. Jun Wu Yao did go to the underground palace. In fact, the life and death worm in Jun Wu Yao's body was planted in the underground palace. At the time, Su Ruiying was also present beside his lord. She witnessed Jun Wu Yao being planted with the life and death worm. In fact, not only Jun Wu Yao, but also Long Yao was cleansed of all memories in the underground palace. But Su Ruiying's words made Jun Wuxie feel a little puzzled. Jun Wu Yao's memory seems to be blank. He only remembered that he was aware of his lord's conspiracy after he got the life and death worm, and then he escaped from the upper realm. However, according to Su Ruiying's statement and Jun Wu Yao's incomplete memory, his lord should have seized Jun Wu Yao much earlier. Since he can get the life and death worm on Jun Wu Yao's body, how could his lord let Jun Wu Yao escape from the upper realm? Jun Wuxie always felt that she had overlooked something, and the timing of the life and death worm in Jun Wuxie looks a bit strange. The room was quiet. Su Ruiying didn't hear Jun Wuxie's inquiry. She just sat on the chair blankly and stared ahead with dull eyes. Jun Wuxie frowned, looking at Jun Wu Yao who was still lying unconscious in bed. Something flashed in her heart. She stood up and whispered in Su Ruiying's ear. Su Ruiying seemed to be struck by lightning. With this, her dull eyes became clear in an instant and she looked at Jun Wuxie standing beside her with surprise. Her gazes became a little panicked. It's nothing. Lady Ying can go back first. Jun Wuxie said with a cold face. Su Ruiying had some confusion in her mind. She always felt that she had just entered the room and was driven away by Jun Wuxie before saying anything to her. After Su Ruiying left, Jun Wuxie fell into contemplation. After a long time, Jun Wu Yao woke up. Jun Wuxie quickly told Jun Wu Yao what Su Ruiying had said, but Jun Wu Yao was quite shocked. I don't remember anything. Jun Wu Yao leaned on his forehead. If it weren't for the fragments of memories that flashed in his mind, he didn't realize that he had such an experience, at least in his memory. In this regard, this piece could be said to be blank. As for Su Ruiying, let's not do anything to her for now. Let's find out more about it first. Now that I know the refinement method of life and death worm, it is better to take a look at this time to study it. Jun Wuxie said. The current situation was somewhat beyond their expectations. The lost memory of Jun Wu Yao and how he escaped from the upper realm had become a huge mystery. Jun Wuxie vaguely felt that this must be key to this mystery. Jun Wu Yao nodded. After making this plan, the two never left the room again. In the last 2 days, Jun Wuxie silently wrote down the refinement methods of life and death worm. The two studied together for a long time, but they were surprised to find that the refining of this poison was almost impossible. Using soul and blood to refine into this poison. It was hard to imagine what kind of person could create this. They had initially thought that with the refinement method of life and death worm, they could then solve the life and death worm that resided in Jun Wu Yao. But the more they understood life and death worm, the more Jun Wuxie felt that the poison was ruthless and difficult to remove. Time ticked by and in a blink of an eye, it was time for Jun Wuxie to see his lord. Su Ruiying seldom took the initiative to knock on Jun Wuxie's door. Today, She came over and told Jun Wuxie that Qi Yan's carriage had stopped outside and was waiting to pick Jun Wuxie to see his lord. Jun Wuxie asked Jun Wuyao to return to where the rest were first to play it safe. She then boarded the carriage and departed to meet with his lord. The Sacred Palace was the largest and most magnificent building in Sacred City. Jun Wuxie had seen many palaces when she was in the lower realm. Even the most exquisite Fire Country's palace was just 1/10 magnificent compared to his lord's sacred palace. In front of the gate of the palace, nearly 100 soldiers lined up neatly. Their armor shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. They looked at everything with cold eyes, as sharp as swords without emotion. The carriage stopped outside the large gate. Jun Wuxie came down from the carriage, and the moment her foot touched the ground, she saw a majestic Qi Yan already standing on the stairs of the hall. He was holding a sword in his waist. His eyes were arrogant and fierce. "His lord is waiting for you," Qi Yan said coldly, looking at Jun Wuxie's eyes without any emotions. Jun Wuxie looked at the closed palace door and took a deep breath. After that gate, it was his lord who controlled the sentient beings of the three realms. The one who completely played with the three realms in the palm of his hands. "Lord Qi Yan, please lead the way." Jun Wuxie lifted her chin slightly and said in a humble manner. Qi Yan glanced coldly, turned and pushed open the door of the palace. Jun Wuxie stood behind him, saw the heavy door of the palace, was pushed open a little bit. In the bright hall, someone sat high above the direction of the hall door, sitting alone, lazy and elegant. When Jun Wuxie saw the face of that man, a slight flash of surprise came to her eyes. She had thought about the appearance of such a vicious person, but did not expect. The man sitting in the high position looks extremely young. His handsome and unrestrained face made people unable to find any flaws. That face was like the proudest creation under the heavens. Such a face made people unable to look away. The face that made all women indulge in it, the most deadly, was the light smile on his thin lips, which looked harmless. If Jun Wuxie was not used to Jun Wuyao's stunning face, she would most probably be surprised by the handsomeness of this man in front of her. Although the man before her had a remarkable countenance, she was not a single bit impressed by it. Qi Yan meets his lord. Qi Yan strode into the hall, kneeling down on a pious knee and lowered his proud head. Jun Wuxie withdrew her eyes quietly and obediently said, "Yan Hai meets his lord." Sitting on the high position, his lord was supporting his chin with one hand, showing a gentle smile. His facial features were beautiful and not too sharp. It gave one a gentle feeling. It was hard to imagine such a gentle person turned out to be the leader who controlled life and death in the upper realm. "You are Yan Hai?" His pleasant voice sounded in the hall, and his lord's eyes fell on Jun Wuxie's body and looked carefully at her. "Yes." Jun Wuxie didn't raise her head. "I have heard for a long time that there was an incredible figure in the 72 cities. From what I see, it's not mere rumors, but I didn't expect that someone so young would possess such strength." His lord smiled as he spoke. His gentle words sounded like the big brother next door. "His lord has overpraised me." Jun Wuxie replied lightly. "How could it be an overpraise?" His lord chuckled softly. "Since ancient times, among the three realms, other than myself, no one has dual spirit rings. I didn't think that there would be another. Now that you've appeared and within the three realms, only us two wield such power. Tell me, how can our strength be weak?" Jun Wuxie did not say anything. No matter how gentle the tone of his lord was, Jun Wuxie cannot treat him as a harmless one. How could a person who seeked the blood sacrifice of the three realms be a good person? "All right, you all get up." His lord waved his hand and they both stood up. "Before they said that there was another dual spirit ring wielder, I didn't believe it. Later I heard from Long Yao that you showed your strength in the selection of the top 10 experts. It was then that I truly believed it. Before that I was negligent. Please don't mind that." The gentle tone of his lord was surprising. But after all that he said, he did not mention why he had not summoned Jun Wuxie in the first place. Jun Wuxie said quietly, "Lord's words are too kind." His lord smiled without hurrying to speak. but Qi Yan's brow furrowed aside. He seemed to disagree with his lord's gentle attitude towards Jun Wuxie. In the end, he failed to say anything. I have heard a little bit about what happened between you and Long Yao previously. The upper realm has always been a place only for the strong. Long Yao lost to you and he only got himself to blame. But his lord's words suddenly changed. No matter what, Long Yao was also one of the Knights of Destruction. He died so abruptly, and now the tasks that were supposedly left to him are left undone. No one has dealt with it yet. Yan Hai, although I will not hold you accountable for killing Long Yao, he has unfinished matters and you need to settle them. His lord looked at Jun Wuxie and said, I don't know what it is about? Jun Wuxie said indifferently, It's not a big deal. I was intending to let you over after you became a real Knight of Destruction, but it's just too late by then. His lord paused and said, I need you to go to a place to help me retrieve a few things. Retrieve a few things? There was a slight flash in Jun Wuxie's heart. I have explained to Qi Yan about the specific things. When time comes, he will take you there. As for purging your memories, it will not be too late after you come back. His lord said, Yes. Jun Wuxie responded. This operation was originally to be handed over to Long Yao and the four of them. But now that Long Yao is dead, Jun Gu's strength is not yet stable, so you, Qi Yan and Su Ruiying will go to. There is a slight deficiency, so I have arranged another person to come over. His lord's gaze turned and raised his hand. With a clap, a figure came slowly from the other side of the hall. When the man's appearance fell into Jun Wuxie's vision, her eyes were slightly stunned. The handsome man walked to the center of the hall, kneeling in front of his lord in front of Jun Wuxie and Qi Yan. My father! The man with a smile on his mouth raised his head slightly, but that face was a face that Jun Wuxie was no longer familiar with. Gu Ying. The person who appeared in front of Jun Wuxie turned out to be Gu Ying. Get up, his lord said with a smile. This time to get you back early. There are important things that you need to deal with. You will join Qi Yan for this mission. Speaking of which, his lord paused and his eyes fell on Jun Wuxie. Yan Hai, this is my son. Everyone addresses him as Highness Ying. Inger, this is Yan Hai, which Long Yao mentioned before. This time, both of you must walk together. Both of you are of similar age. You can also take care of each other along the way. Following his lord's words, Gu Ying slowly turned around. His seemingly clear eyes and Jun Wuxie's cold eyes met. But for a moment, Gu Ying smiled and said politely, Is this Yan Hai? I have long heard about you before the Banquet of Heroes. I had some matters to attend to. I couldn't go in person. Quite sorry about it. I never expected that we could see each other today. The Gu Ying in front of him was gentle and with a sincere smile. If Jun Wuxie knows what he had done in the middle realm and the lower realm, it would be difficult to link up the person in front of him with his past. Highness Ying, I have not thanked you for your gift previously. I thank you today. Jun Wuxie said calmly. Gu Ying smiled. Oh? Inger. Do you already know Yan Hai? His lord raised his eyebrows slightly. Gu Ying turned around and said, Reporting to father, I heard that Sea Spirit City was going to host a banquet of heroes of the 72 cities. So I sent someone to send some gifts previously. I wanted to see for myself but didn't have the chance. I heard since that incident, the 72 cities has been reduced to nothing at the hands of Yan Hai. I regret that I was not able to witness it with my own eyes. Gu Ying sighed. I see, that's no matter. Now that Yan Hai has become a Knight of Destruction, he will be staying in the sacred city, and the both of you will have many chances to interact and become familiar. At this, his lord smiled. He looked at Jun Wuxie the way a proud father would look at his child. Inger is my only child, and this child has suffered quite a lot of hardship and developed some character quirks. It may be survival of the strong in the sacred city, but there aren't many people around his age inside. Yan Hai, now that you are staying in the sacred city, I hope you can find the chance to develop a friendship with him. Jun Wuxie looked at the expression of the loving father on his lord and nodded lightly. Jun Wuxie did not know what to make of his lord. Since they met his lord, he seemed to be normal, not displaying any cruel traits, and has even shown concern towards Gu Ying, just like any other father. If this were anybody else, Jun Wuxie would feel there was nothing out of the ordinary. But this was his lord. How could a person who toyed with the three realms so easily have such fatherly concern? Jun Wuxie did not believe it, not one bit. As she did not know what his lord was up to, she could only bide her time and not make any moves for now. All right, I'm here, so I'm afraid you can't go anywhere. I've prepared dinner, so stay and chat while I take a quick rest. We will eat when I return. His lord stood up and smiled as he turned away. As he stepped down from the high chair and walked away slowly, he fixed his gaze to the side and put on a cold-looking face. Qi Yen, it's rare for Inger to meet someone of his own age. Don't just stand there. Let's go to the garden for a walk. Qi Yen was stunned momentarily before saying, okay. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, his body was already keeping up with his lord's. After the two departed, only Jun Wuxie and Guing were left in the hall. The hall was dead silent. Jun Wuxie was rooted to the spot, as she was in her own world, thinking about his lord's potential plans. She did not notice Guing until he stood right in front of her. Highness Ing. Jun Wuxie's expression calmed down as she addressed the person in front of her. Guing was in no rush to speak and just looked at Jun Wuxie from head to toe, as if trying to find something. After a long time, Guing said, Yen Hai, you look like someone who is both familiar and a stranger all at once. Jun Wuxie's heart was stirred, but she maintained a poker face. I wonder who is the person Highness Ing is speaking of? Guing smiled slightly, looked past Jun Wuxie towards the sky outside the hall. He had a meaningful look in his eyes. A woman I hate to the bone. Jun Wuxie looked at Guing with a regular expression on her face. Guing chuckled. I'm being rude. I didn't mean to imply you are a woman. Just that woman is really powerful. When he finished, Guing looked up in the air, as if he was recalling something. I've been defeated by her several times, no matter how I prepared and planned. Although I hate to admit it, she's the strongest opponent I've ever faced. All my failures and defeats have come from her. I hate her to her core, yet I have to say I admire and respect her at the same time. In life, we all face trials and tribulations and encounter many different people. To have an opponent like her makes life worth living. Is that so? If Highness Ing truly likes to wage battles, then no matter how much you respect an enemy, they are still the enemy and an obstacle to overcome. A true life worth living is not battling people but to live a peaceful life. Jun Wuxie said flatly, not taking any pride from Gu Ying's words. She could not understand what went through the minds of the people who loved to wage war and fight. For her, true happiness came from stability. If there was peace on earth, it would not be a loss to give up all her skills. Humans were by nature greedy, and those who were content were most often happy. Jun Wuxie had been forced down a path full of thorns, and it brought her no happiness, only fatigue. She hoped for a day when all this was over and she could live a peaceful and quiet life. Lord Yen does not seem to like disputes? Guing asked with his eyebrows raised. Jun Wuxie responded calmly. When two people fight, there will always be a winner and a loser. Even though the loser is defeated, the winner also pays a big price for the victory. That desire for winning will never be quenched. Isn't it? This was the first time that Jun Wuxie and Guing spoke to each other calmly. Every previous meeting between the two always involved a lot of conflict and hostility. After several fights, it was difficult to imagine that the two of them would ever have a calm conversation. But such an opportunity was also based on Gu Ying's ignorance of Jun Wuxie's identity. If Guing knew that the person standing in front of him was really the woman who he hated so much, even a half smile would not be revealed. Lord Yen has really a good temperament, but it seems unsuitable for this world. Gu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes flashed an unmistakable chill. You may wish for a quiet life, but others may not grant it to you. Sometimes you have to do what is needed, taking you for an example, conquering the 72 cities, defeating the top 10 exponents, and killing Long Yao has stained your hands with much blood. In this world, there is nobody who is truly clean. As long as you are alive, you will have to keep fighting no matter what. Jun Wuxie spoke no further. She and Guing had a fundamental difference in philosophies, and even without the previous conflicts, There would be no chance of them being friends. Ah, I've misspoken and indulged in frivolity that is not to City Lord Yan's interest. I have not yet congratulated you on becoming a knight of destruction. Gu Ying clasped his hands together in a respectful manner. Highness Ying is too kind. Jun Wuxie said flatly. Gu Ying said with a smile. This time, Father, let us act together. I wonder what Lord Yan has heard? Jun Wuxie shook her head. Nothing. I just received the news. I see, although I don't know the specifics. I heard my father mention it a few times before, that this time's plans are related to those lost temples. Gu Ying said. Lost temples? Zhu Wuxie cocked her eyebrow. This was really the first time she had heard of it. Gu Ying nodded. In the past, there were gods in the three realms. They created the separations between the realms as well as its mountains and rivers, but never revealed their true forms. According to legend, in the early days of the three realms, the people experienced many miracles and thus had faith in the power of the gods and built temples to worship them in. The three realms then were much more peaceful than they are today, and over time, the miracles and signs left by the gods started to disappear. There are a few special places left that are remnants of that time, but as time passes, both their number and strength are reducing. A long time ago, people were saying that the gods of the three realms had disappeared, leaving nothing, and their disappearance was a mystery to all. Father has sent us to find the lost temples that were built on the sites of the first miracles. These sites have been lost to landslides and earthquakes. Gu Ying continued narrating this little-known bit of history to Jun Wuxie. Nobody knew if the gods of the three realms really existed. It was tens of thousands of years ago and nothing could be verified. Furthermore, stories of the gods were being told less and less. In the three realms, its inhabitants didn't recognize any gods, and the stories that were being told were about his lord. How are we supposed to find them if they have disappeared so long ago? Jun Wuxie felt something very odd about his lord's plan. And the stories about the gods and the lost temples seemed too far-fetched to be true. Gu Ying shrugged. I don't know. All the main leads have been given to Qi Yan. He is in charge of this operation. Although I am my father's son, I'm just following orders, no different from you. Gu Ying paused and then said again, however, since 3 Knights of Destruction were mobilized at the same time, I think my information is accurate. I really want to see if the forgotten history is true. Did the gods really exist? Jun Wuxie looked at Gu Ying without saying anything. She was not familiar with Gu Ying. Yet Gu Ying said so much in front of her, he was such a fool. Jun Wuxie could also feel Gu Ying's intention to win her over. Jun Wuxie, who had just been promoted to the position of Knight of Destruction, was obliged to follow his lord's plans, yet his lord's own son was trying to win over as his new subordinate. How interesting. Lord Yan, aren't you curious? Gu Ying asked in a somewhat flippant manner. Objectively speaking, Gu Ying was very good-looking, especially if one was meeting him for the first time. However, his looks were deceiving, as anyone looking at him would assume he had a pure, simple heart. However, Jun Wuxie, who knew all too well his true, violent nature, could not associate any kind characteristics with him. Upon careful inspection, Jun Wuxie realized Gu Ying and his lord looked similar. The difference was the Gu Ying looked brasher and had more vigor, while the lord looked more elegant and understated. There were similarities between them, but you had to look closely to see them. But there was one big similarity between them, and that was, they were both perfect pretenders. Both of them have managed to conceal just how cruel and greedy they were. Jun Wuxie could not help but think of Zijin, the sweet innocent girl who was bewitched by Gu Ying. It was only after many years that Jun Wuxie found out that the girl who was always wearing a mask and died for her was Zijin. Looking at Gu Ying, all Jun Wuxie could think of was the terrible things he did in the lower and middle realms. No matter how good-looking he was, it was just the skin that a monster was wearing. As a subordinate, I just need to obey, and I don't need to have any curiosity. Jun Wuxie responded carefully. She had not yet ascertained the relationship between Gu Ying and his lord. At this time, maintaining stability was key. Gu Ying chuckled softly, and his response to Jun Wuxie's glance seemed very funny. Looks like my father has found himself a good subordinate. Gu Ying laughed disappointedly. Gu Ying did not know how to respond to Jun Wuxie's statement, and the two of them stood in silence in the hall until his lord sent someone to fetch them for the banquet. It was supposed to be a banquet, but the atmosphere was very subdued. Qi Yan's expression was unwavering. Gu Ying was quiet and obedient, and Jun Wuxie was never much of a talker. Only his lord spoke from time to time. The whole meal was devoid of taste. After the banquet ended, the crowd dispersed, and Jun Wuxie left the depressing hall and returned to her residence. In the dark of night, Qi Yan stood in the huge hall and looked at the man who sat above him in the high position. My lord, Yan Hai has not completely become a knight of destruction. Letting him go on this mission seems inappropriate. Your subordinate is not questioning your decision, but your subordinate is a little worried. Yan Hai seems to be peaceful, but his temperament is explosive. He dealt with Long Yao without any warning, and earlier, when dealing with the 72 cities and the top 10 exponents, he was extremely fierce. If he had his own designs, I am afraid that he would not be easy to control. Qi Yan frowned. He could see that his lord favored Jun Wuxie, but it made Qi Yan feel uneasy. Jun Wuxie's temperament gave Qi Yan cause for worry. He felt that he was not as easy to control as Long Yao and the others. His lord sat with his chin in one hand, looking at Qi Yan, who was kneeling in front of him. He lifted the corner of his mouth that was barely a smile that concealed his anger and asked Qi Yan casually, "What do you think of Yan Hai?" Qi Yan frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Yan Hai is very strong and emotionally very mature, completely unlike someone of his age. If harnessed well, such a person can be a great asset and will make us more powerful. However, his violent streak makes him also very unstable. Your subordinate really hopes that he can be cleansed before participating in this operation. After all, this operation is of great importance to his lord, and your subordinate is not willing to disappoint you after so many years of planning." The lord chuckled softly, and his slender, beautiful fingers tapped rhythmically on the handle. Yan Hai is very smart and powerful, and to have achieved that at his age is no accident. Your concerns are clear to me, and I understand your loyalty. But, Qi Yan, I obviously have my reasons for wanting you to set off as soon as possible and for Yan Hai to be on the operation. His lord's eyes narrowed and the smile disappeared from his face. He and Inger must look for the lost temples together. They are the only ones that can find them. Do you understand? Qi Yan froze for a moment before a stunned expression came over his face. The lord leaned against the back of the chair. He crossed his legs. I have my own reasons for doing so. I just need you to watch over them. But your subordinate cannot guarantee that I can control Yan Hai's power, and as for Highness Ing. Qi Yan's eyebrows furrowed. He had complicated feelings towards Gu Ying. Being his lord's son, Gu Ying enjoyed special treatment, and even the Knights of Destruction had to give him a wide berth when they encountered him. But to Qi Yan, he did not regard Gu Ying as his master. He saw in Gu Ying's eyes the same wild ambition that he once saw in Long Yao's. It was just that Gu Ying hid that ambition more thoroughly, and Gu Ying was smarter and more cunning. You don't need to worry about that. I will have a way to deal with it. The only thing you need to remember is that when the lost temples are found, only the two of them are to enter. You and Ruiying cannot even place half a foot inside. His lord said gravely. Qi Yan didn't understand his lord's plan, but out of loyalty to his lord, he agreed. All right, it's getting late, you should go back and get ready. Leave as soon as possible. Don't waste time. His lord said as he waved Qi Yan away. Qi Yan immediately excused himself. After Qi Yan left, a figure appeared in the hall. The man had white hair despite a very young and handsome appearance, but his eyes were those of someone who had gone through deep suffering. Your Grace, your wish will soon be fulfilled. That man knelt down before his lord in a gesture so reverential that it even exceeded Qi Yan's. If Qi Yan had not left, he would have known that the man next to his lord was Feng Ming, the most divine doctor of the three realms. Feng Ming was extremely skilled in medicine, but he is the exclusive doctor of his lord and rarely treats others. Although his strength was not high, Qi Yan and others needed to be polite when they saw him because he had the trust of his lord. The lord looked at the prostrating Feng Ming and smiled. Will it be quick? I've lost count of how long I've been waiting for that day. Your subordinate believes that that day will come soon, and your wish will be fulfilled. Feng Ming said sincerely, but his tone suddenly changed. Qian's loyalty to you is undoubted, but your highness doesn't seem to be too convinced of mine. Oh? What do you mean? His lord spoke lightly and did not seem to be surprised by Feng Ming's words. Feng Ming said, earlier when Qian left, Highness Ing and Yanhai spoke for a long time. I just felt like he was trying to win Yanhai over. Moreover, Yanhai has not yet been cleansed. I know what you mean. He is my child after all, so his ego and his temperament would naturally be similar to mine. No matter how humble and obedient he appears normally, his ambition has never disappeared. His lord laughed as if he did not care about Gu Ying's growing ambition. If he were not like that, could he really be considered my child? Regarding Yanhai, you should know full well that even if I sent him to Inger would not have the ability to cleanse him, just like Yi Ju all those years ago. The Lord seemed to be thinking of something that made his eyes twinkle with laughter. It is just a short memory that needs to be blocked off. It makes no real difference in the end. The window of opportunity is now. If we miss it, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next one. Besides, the dual gods have gathered. How can I let this slip? After being stunned momentarily, Feng Ming said, your subordinate has been short-sighted. Your Highness will naturally control everything in the 3 realms. Everything in the 3 realms. Haha, I'm not interested in these trivial things. They were able to leave, why can't I? I'm really fed up with this meaningless and weak world. His eyes suddenly became sharper, and a golden stream of light flashed through his eyes. It won't take long, it won't take long. In a while, I can leave and stay away from this world that makes me sick. Ha 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 ha. His creepy laughter echoed in the hall, but Feng Ming kneeling in the hall only had a look of respect and worship. He looked up quietly in absolute faith. Jun Wuxie told Jun Wu Yao and the rest what she had heard from Guing immediately after returning to her residence. After hearing Jun Wuxie's words, Jun Wu Yao looked troubled. Lost temples? Brother Wu Yao, have you heard of that? Xiao Chu looked towards Jun Wu Yao. Jun Wu Yao shook his head. I haven't been in this world for too long and have never heard about anything from tens of thousands of years ago. Hua Yao and the rest also knew nothing. Could it be that Guing has discovered something and told little Xie those things to test her? Xiao Chu speculated. If it were not for Gu Ying's ruthlessness, Fan Zhu's adoptive father would not have died. I do think that Gu Ying's words may be true. Puppet Rong Ruo stood up on the table. After being retrieved by Jun Wuxie, Jun Wu Yao used a drop of his blood every day to stabilize his soul. As a result, Rong Ruo's soul was becoming more and more stable, but he was still unable to get rid of this body for a while. Little Ruo, why do you say that? Fei Yen asked out of curiosity. Rong Ruo hesitated before saying, this mission has been personally organized by his lord and starts in just a few days. We will know his true intentions soon enough. There simply isn't enough time for Gu Ying to benefit from lying. From our past encounters with Gu Ying, we know he's no fool. So if he's willing to say what he did, I'm quite sure it is true. Don't tell me those gods really existed? Xiao Chu had doubt written all over his face. He always felt that belief in those things were used as a crutch by weak-minded people. The gods did exist. It is just not known if there were any here. Jun Wu Yao said out of nowhere. Xiao Chu and the rest looked at Jun Wu Yao in surprise, not knowing how he knew that. But Jun Wu Yao himself was very clear. How long ago was it that the spirit tree gave the 2 of them those dreams? The spirit tree had said those strange images were real, but they were not of this world. Jun Wuxie herself had transmigrated here and could naturally understand such matters. If in a previous world there were gods, there might have once been gods in this world too. Putting aside whether or not the gods existed, his lord's objective is clear. I just can't see why he wants to find the lost temples so urgently or what he hopes to find inside. Jun Wuxie said pensively. His lord's every move was related to the blood sacrifice array of the 3 realms. However, by mobilizing 3 Knights of Destruction and Gu Ying, it seemed to be overkill. If one were to say that the lost temples were not important to the Lord, Jun Wuxie would never believe it even if she were beaten to death. Nobody could answer Jun Wuxie's question as they all had the same question in the minds. After thinking about it, Jun Wu Yao decided to set off on the mission with Jun Wuxie disguised as her servant. As Qiao Chu and the rest had made good recoveries and their absorptions of the spirit rings had stabilized, Jun Wuxie asked them to remain in the holy city to take care of her parents. His lord had not involved Jun Gu in this mission and it made Jun Wuxie uneasy, so she had to prepare for all eventualities. Jun Wu Yao had also sent a message to the Sea Spirit City to prepare some troops to storm the sacred city when the opportunity presented itself. After everything had been prepared, Jun Wuxie inspected her companion's injuries once more and was satisfied with their recoveries. She also left some medicine with Hua Yao and even left little lotus spirit rings with them as a last insurance policy. In the following days, whether it was his lord, Gu Ying or Qi Yan, all of them never sent for Jun Wuxie. But after Nangong Lai got the news, he came a few times and was quite worried. Also, by this time, a new batch of top 10 exponents had been minted. Jun Wu Yao had allowed Bai Mo to participate in the selection, but Bai Mo decided not to. During this time he was either practicing or taking care of Fan Zhua, but it put Fan Zhua at a loss of what to do. When it was time to leave, Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao met Qi Yan and the rest at the agreed location. When they arrived, there were throngs of people at the city gate. Whether it was by coincidence or not, Qi Yan, Su Ruiying and Gu Ying each brought along someone, which made Jun Wu Yao's presence seem not out of the ordinary. Su Ruiying had brought along the ghoul-masked man whom Jun Wuxie had met previously. That man, even when standing in the morning light, still gave people a creepy feeling. He did not look people in the eyes but instead just looked at them quickly before retracting his gaze. It was the person standing next to Gu Ying that surprised Jun Wuxie. Standing next to Gu Ying was a beautiful woman. She was looking at Jun Wuxie as she approached but hurriedly looked away when Jun Wuxie made eye contact. She was beautiful but seemed devoid of life and stood like a giant puppet next to Gu Ying. The wooden expression on her face contrasted sharply with the smile on Gu Ying's face. Gu Ying broke into a smile when he saw Jun Wuxie approach, but the woman next to him remained motionless. Lord Yen, you are the last one to arrive. Bathed in the morning light and with a beaming smile on his face, Gu Ying looked almost angelic. The familiar tone he used would make a casual observer think they had known each other for many years before that day. Jun Wuxie gave Gu Ying a passive look and the nonplussed reaction created a sharp contrast to Gu Ying's enthusiasm. The plainly dressed man next to Qi Yan had been staring unblinkingly at Jun Wuxie since she arrived, not seeming to care if anybody noticed. He seemed to harbor great animosity towards Jun Wuxie. Lord Qi Yan, is that young man the newly appointed Knight of Destruction? The man asked Qi Yan in a whispering tone. Qi Yan looked at Jun Wuxie and gave a slight nod of his head. It is quite unbelievable that he is able to have dual spirit rings at such a young age. I have investigated what you instructed me to previously, and although I still don't have a definite answer, there are some results. The man reported softly. He was Qi Yan's top bodyguard whose power was advanced, but in a place like the sacred city where top masters were abound, he could never be more than that. But nobody would have expected that Qi Yan, leader of the Knights of Destruction, would rely on such a man and even treated him as a confidant in whom he confided his troubles. The man's name was Qin Qi, and he was once the deputy city lord of one of the 72 cities. However, he made some mistakes and was on the run from the city lord. While on the run he met Qi Yan, gained his favor and started serving him ever since. Even though his lord had given them an important mission, Qi Yan still decided to bring Qin Qi along. His strength was quite low, so there was no reason for his presence other than Qin Qi having an information network that could bring him news from all over the three realms. When the Lord made Jun Wuxie part of the mission, Qi Yan immediately got Qin Qi to find out about Jun Wuxie's past. Although much had been said about her, being in the exalted position that she was in, Qi Yan never bothered listening to stories about a young person fresh out of Sea Spirit City. After knowing that Jun Wuxie was to become a Knight of Destruction, Qi Yan thought that she would go through a cleansing, erasing her past. Once that was complete, she would become as loyal as a dog, no matter what kind of person she once was. But the Lord's sudden decision surprised Qi Yan and turned what he knew upside down. Qi Yan did not have the ambitions of Long Yao, but he would not allow anyone who might threaten his Lord's success. Qi Yan was clear as to what Long Yao's ambitions were, but Long Yao was no match for even Qi Yan, much less his Lord, so Qi Yan just let him be. However, Jun Wuxie was different. Her power was unbelievable and surpassed anything that had ever been seen in the three realms. There was no way Qi Yan could relax when it came to a person like that. "Ah? What have you found?" Qi Yan asked. Qin Qi whispered, "Yan Hai is not the first son of the Sea Spirit City Lord. There were a few sons before him, but they were killed as babies due to their great innate talent. Yan Hai was lucky to survive as he was deemed just ordinary." "Ah? Seems like his father is a ruthless man. But why did he let Yan Hai live? After all, killing one more makes no difference after killing so many." "Ordinary? I would not call someone who has dual spirit rings ordinary," Qi Yan replied gravely. Qin Qi went on, "Yan Hai didn't show any great strength at first, but started to transform after his first sea voyage. It seems he discovered a recipe to create an elixir that greatly enhanced his strength after he took it. After that, he even managed to increase the strength of the entire Sea Spirit City. An elixir that can transform an ordinary person into someone who can have dual spirit rings? Can you get one for me?" Qi Yan was skeptical about Qin Qi's claims, but was sure that Qin Qi would not lie to him. The problem had to be with Jun Wuxie. The Sea Spirit City's borders are tightly guarded, and its people are fiercely protective of the elixir, and thus your subordinate has not been able to get it yet. My sources tell me that people from other cities have tried out the elixir and managed to test it to great effect," Qin Qi said cautiously. Qi Yan didn't speak, but his sharp gaze turned towards Jun Wuxie, scrutinizing her closely. Jun Wuxie noticed Qi Yan's gaze, but pretended not to notice and just stood beside Jun Wuyao with a calm expression on her face. After a moment's silence, Qi Yan said to Qin Qi, "Continue checking. Best if you can find the recipe or what happened to Yan Hai in the Sea of Death. You must get to the bottom of both these things. I will not allow anyone with ulterior motives to be by the Lord's side." "Yes." Qi Yan nodded slightly and after looking at the weather, announced to everyone, "Since we are all here, let's set off now." After speaking, Qi Yan started walking towards his carriage without giving any further instruction or explanation. Just as he was about to enter, Guing cried out, "Lord Qi Yan, you still have not told us where we are going." Qi Yan stopped and turned to look at Guing. He then proceeded to speak in a tone so cold it would have frozen lava. "Highness Ing, his Lord's orders are for me to lead the mission, so all of you just need to follow my lead. When we get there, I will tell you what needs to be done next." Qi Yan's tone was not courteous and could be considered rude. Even. What was more, Qi Yan did not care at all, and this did not go unnoticed by Guing. Guing replied with a slight smile. "So Lord Qi Yan is not going to give us some time to prepare?" Qi Yan replied, "There is no need for that." With that, he got into his carriage, not giving Guing any time to reply. Su Ruiying looked at Jun Wuxie and Guing before getting into her carriage. She had been particularly quiet. Only Jun Wuxie, Guing, and their companions were left outside the city walls. Guing shrugged his shoulders and looked at Jun Wuxie haplessly. "It seems that the two of us are not welcomed." Jun Wuxie looked at him blankly and got into the carriage. After boarding the carriage, Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyai sat opposite each other. After a while, the carriage started to move and they officially embarked on the journey. However, nobody knew what was going to be the mission's outcome. In the carriage, Jun Wuxie was looking at the scenery along the road outside the window. The carriage was specially arranged by Qi Yan. The horses pulling the carriage were extremely fast, and the scenery on both sides of the road became a blur. "Gu Ying's situation is almost what we expected," Jun Wu Yao said. Jun Wuxie nodded. "I see it too. Qi Yan and the rest don't seem to have much respect for Gu Ying. Also, I've always found it strange that Gu Ying returned to his lord. In a place like the Three Realms, there seems to be no place for a love between father and son. How can a person thinking of the blood sacrifice of the Three Realms think of finding his son at this time?" Jun Wuxie pondered it. Gu Ying had been in the Blood Fiend Palace for quite a while, and she had heard a lot about the abuse Gu Ying suffered at the hands of his adoptive father. It could be said that Gu Ying was living a fate worse than death, but his lord did not take him back earlier. If he really cared for his son, why would his lord let Gu Ying suffer so much in the Blood Fiend Palace? But if he did not care, why would he get Gu Ying back and announce to the world that he was his son? The intentions of his lord were hard to grasp, but Jun Wuxie felt that Gu Ying's return must be related to the Lord's plan for the blood sacrifice of the three realms. Moreover, Gu Ying might have already been aware of that connection, which explained why he was trying to win Jun Wuxie over the first time they met. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, that may not have been the first time Gu Ying tried to win Jun Wuxie over. At the Banquet of Heroes, Gu Ying had sent gifts to the Sea Spirit City. Perhaps from that time, Gu Ying was already setting a secret plan in motion. If what Gu Ying said is true, then isn't his lord making life difficult for him by sending him on this mission, but only telling Qi Yan the details, knowing full well that Qi Yan does not respect Gu Ying? At this, Little Black suddenly appeared from Jun Wuxie's body and proceeded to set itself on Jun Wuxie's lap and rub its furry claws on her. His lord may not actually care for his son at all or have very specific reasons for bringing him to his side, and has given him his current status to lull him into a sense of security. Jun Wu Yao said thoughtfully. If this was true, then he would need Gu Ying to go voluntarily. If his lord wanted to capture and force him into submission, then based on Gu Ying's level of strength, sending Qi Yan or one of the others would have been more than enough. Jun Wuxie continued Jun Wu Yao's train of thought, feeling like they were on to something. You mean Gu Ying wants to win Mistress for his own survival? Little Black blinked its eyes, not believing that the same Gu Ying who mercilessly slaughtered countless people in the lower and middle three realms was now asking for help. That's very possible. Jun Wuxie nodded her head. Gu Ying was no fool and knew he was no match for his lord. If he discovered something, he would find a way to get out of trouble instead of confronting his lord head-on. Jun Wuxie's appearance was his best chance. In this world, Jun Wuxie was the only other person with dual spirit rings and said to be the only one who had strength equal to the Lord. We don't need to think too much about this. It will be a long journey, and Gu Ying will definitely find opportunities to get close to you, Jun Wu Yao said to Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie nodded, although she had some reservations. She had fought with Gu Ying several times and had resolved most of her hatred towards him. But as he had killed Rong Ruo's adoptive father, they could never become allies. However, would previous bad blood fall to the wayside when faced with a common, more powerful enemy? Nobody knew. The discussion between Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao came to an end. Su Ruiying, on the other hand, sat silently in her carriage with a troubled look on her face. Other than the ghoul-masked man, she had a red mahogany box with her in the carriage. Su Ruiying placed the box on her lap and started to rearrange its contents with both hands. She was constantly looking into the box, with her lips pursed and tension written all over her face. Lady Ying, is there anything wrong? You've been acting strangely these few days. The ghoul-masked man asked with trepidation. Su Ruiying shook her head. I don't know what's wrong. I just have a feeling something terrible is going to happen. Is it because of this mission? With Lord Qi Yan at the helm, I'm sure there will be no problem. His lord must be very confident to make such a decision. The ghoul-masked man tried to reassure her. Su Ruiying was not comforted and continued to look at the box. You don't understand. I can't put this feeling in words. Oh yes, before when Yan Hai was in my residence, didn't he ask me to take a look at his servant because he was sick? After that I had a strange feeling, as if I had forgotten something. This was troubling Su Ruiying greatly. She felt like she had spent a good amount of time in Jun Wuxie's room but did not remember much. I'm afraid Lady Ying might be overthinking things. I don't remember you spending much time in the room, so there shouldn't be a problem. Did what Yan Hai do to Lord Long Yao cause you to be anxious around him? The ghoul-masked man asked. I'm unclear myself, that could be it. Su Ruiying heaved a sigh, her eyes not leaving the mahogany box. The ghoul-masked man saw what she was looking at and said in a gentle tone, This box has been with you for many years and you still keep it. Su Ruiying was a little uneasy and said casually, I don't know why, but as long as I hold it, I feel very at ease, perhaps because of the things inside it. The ghoul-masked man remained silent. In fact, the box's contents changed frequently, with only the box itself remaining constant. The box was old and had previously been damaged many times, and it was only with several repairs that it was able to last that long. I'm quite indifferent to Yen Hai for now. Regarding this mission, I am quite afraid. Highness Ing and the Knights of Destruction have never had a good relationship, and Qi Yen was quite rude to him earlier. I don't understand why his lord sent Highness Ing on this mission. Not to mention Yen Hai, who hasn't been cleansed. With Qi Yan's personality, I fear there will be much trouble. And he had to bring that troublemaker Qin Qi along. Who knows how such a frivolous man managed to earn Qi Yan's trust? Su Ruiying frowned, but some color had returned to her face. She detested Qin Qi. A man who did not dare to look people in the eyes always made her suspicious. Lady Ying doesn't need to bother with all that. We are only following orders and just need to listen to Lord Qi Yan's instructions. If there really are issues, it will be between Lord Qi Yan and Highness Ing and have nothing to do with us. The ghoul-masked man sensed something was wrong with Su Ruiying and could only try to comfort her. That's true. Even if the sky were to fall, Qi Yan will be there to hold it up. What do I have to worry about? Su Ruiying said, as if to try and comfort herself. They traveled continuously for 2 days and only stopped on the 3rd day for a rest when the horses collapsed from exhaustion. Although the carriage stopped, Qi Yan did not get out, and only Qin Qi emerged from the carriage. Gu Xian Yen still had the same blank expression on her face while the ghoul-masked man went to get washed up. They had stopped by the edge of a forest, and it was easy to get water and start a fire. Before long, there was a campfire burning. Jun Wuxie and the rest were gathered around the fire, eating the provisions they each had brought. It was a time for socializing, yet there was tension in the air. The only one with a smile on his face was Gu Ying. Su Ruiying held on to her mahogany box and looked frightening as her face was framed by the light from the fire. She lifted her head but dared not to look at Jun Wuxie. Instead, she was staring at the person next to Gu Ying, Gu Xian Yen. Highness Ing. This is... Perhaps Su Ruiying could not bear the depressing atmosphere and decided to break the ice. In fact, there were many rumors about the girl next to Gu Ying. She appeared not long after Gu Ying's return and always seemed to be by his side. Gu Ying took great care of her, but she seemed to be quite cold in return, rarely speaking to him and never once smiling. Yet Gu Ying never lost his temper. Gu Ying looked at Gu Xian Yen and his smile intensified. He looked at the flames and his feelings seemed to be stoked by them. In my life, I only remember 3 women, Xian Yen being one of them. She has treated me the best out of anyone, so I naturally should repay her. Gu Ying was smiling, but his words felt very unnatural to everyone. Gu Xian Yan's face was expressionless, as if Gu Ying was talking about someone else altogether. Is that so? Su Ruiying's mouth twitched. Although Gu Ying had been sincere, she felt embarrassed for some reason, and from Gu Xian Yan's expression, she was totally unmoved as well. What are the lords talking about? Qin Qi appeared just as they were all thinking about returning to their carriages. Truthfully, although Qin Qi's looks were not outstanding, he could still be considered relatively good-looking. It was just the way he looked at people that made them uncomfortable. Su Ruiying did not like him, but since he was Qi Yan's man, she had to keep her opinions to herself. The ghoul-masked man knew of Su Ruiying's feelings but did not want Qin Qi to speak nonsense to Qi Yan, so he stepped in. Nothing much. Just casual chit-chat. Does Lord Qin want to eat something? Good timing. I'm hungry. Qin Qi sat down next to the campfire without hesitation, but from the moment he sat down, his eyes were fixed on Jun Wuxie. The ghoul-masked man did not say anything and just took out some food to eat with Qin Qi. From the time Qin Qi sat down, his eyes never left Jun Wuxie, no matter what he did, and he made no attempt to conceal his actions. Jun Wuxie had long noticed Qin Qi staring at her, but pretended not to notice. You are Qin Qi? Gu Ying suddenly asked. At this, Qin Qi finally tore his gaze away from Jun Wuxie and looked at Gu Ying before replying respectfully. Yes, Highness Ing. I am your subject Qin Qi. Why were you staring at Lord Yen? With that one sentence, Gu Ying exacerbated an already awkward situation. Su Ruiying almost choked on her food when she heard this. Although Gu Ying was not wrong, his statement was a bit too straightforward. Qin Shi did not see anything out of the ordinary about his interest in Jun Wuxie and said openly, "Because your subject is curious." Curious? Gu Ying raised his eyebrows. Yes, Lord Yen is from the Sea Spirit City, one of the 72 cities. I come from a city not far from there and am familiar with the Sea Spirit City. I'm just curious how an average place like that could produce such an extraordinarily strong person, in addition to the fact that he is so young. Qin Shi said openly in stark contrast to the impression he gave people. Lord Yen, since there is nothing much else to do tonight, why don't you tell us? I heard you got much stronger after your first trip at sea. Did something happen on the trip to cause your strength to increase exponentially? Why don't you tell us to kill some time? Qin Shi said with a smile in a casual, chatty tone. Su Ruiying didn't dare make a sound. Qin Shi's question sounded lighthearted, but it was by no means so. It was obviously an attempt to find the origins of Jun Wuxie's strength, and such matters were taboo to discuss. Qin Shi was no fool. Why would he ask such a question in public? Su Ruiying could not determine if Qin Shi was doing this on his own accord or if Qi Yan had put him up to it. Nevertheless, in the spirit of self-preservation, she pretended not to hear anything. Jun Wuxie raised her head in the firelight, and her clear eyes focused on the firelight. What are you? The coldness in the voice enveloped everyone there like an icy gust of wind. Qin Shi was stunned. He did not expect such a response. After recovering, he put on a smile and said, I've overstepped. I am Qin Shi, Lord Qi Yan's subordinate. In what way are you qualified to ask me that? Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed, the chill once again returning to her voice. Qin Shi could not maintain that smile much longer. As Qi Yan's confidant, he had gained the respect of many despite his lack of strength, and in Sacred City, not many people dared to disrespect him. Was it not the case with Su Ruiying, who tolerated him out of respect for Qi Yan? But with those two sentences, Jun Wuxie thoroughly disrespected him, leaving him no place to hide. Qin Shi continued to plaster on that smile and said, Lord Yen does not need to be so angry. I was just asking casually. Since you will be by his lord's side, in a highly enviable position, I just wanted to hear of your past glories and achievements. All those who have witnessed those glories are dead. You can go ask them. Jun Wuxie fired back coldly. She knew what Qin Shi was trying to do and had no interest in trading blows with a peon. Qin Shi went completely white. He had never imagined Jun Wuxie to be so cold and hard. He was under the impression that no matter what, she had to give Qi Yan some face. After all, she was a newly minted knight of destruction and needed Qi Yan's help to gain his lord's trust even more. In the end, not only did Jun Wuxie not give any face, she completely embarrassed Qin Shi. Even someone as thick-skinned as Qin Shi could not bear it anymore. I'm a little sleepy and will be going back to my carriage to rest. Sensing a bad situation, Su Ruiying made an excuse to leave. She was afraid of Jun Wuxie and even more afraid of Qi Yan, and so had no interest in participating in any conflict between the two. Lord Yen has a good sense of humor. Qin Shi laughed dryly, but his eyes betrayed a venomous look. Since Lord Yen has no interest in this, I will not bother you further. After that, Qin Shi rose and walked directly towards Qi Yan's carriage. After Qin Shi had gone, Gu Ying spoke. Lord Yen does not seem to like Qin Shi? Jun Wuxie looked at Gu Ying, keeping silent. However, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have been so harsh with him. Qin Shi is not strong, but he only dared to ask you that because he was directed to do so by Qi Yan. Qi Yan is already suspicious of you, and treating Qin Shi like that could lead to more conflict in the future. Gu Ying just wanted to state his opinion, not caring whether Jun Wuxie replied to him. Jun Wuxie replied, Instead of caring so much about me, perhaps Highnessing should think more about your own situation. The smile on Gu Ying's face faded in an instant, and he looked at Jun Wuxie differently. What does Lord Yen mean by that? Highnessing knows what I mean. Jun Wuxie got up and returned to her carriage with Jun Wu Yao without waiting for a reply. Gu Ying and Gu Xianyan were the only two people left by the campfire. The smile on Gu Ying's face had completely disappeared and his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the campfire in front of him. His situation. If he could understand, why would he be here? Back in the carriage, Jun Wuyao reached out and held Jun Wuxie in his arms, using the warmth of his body to disperse the night's coldness. "You're testing Gu Ying?" Jun Chuyao whispered. "Tonight, except Su Ruiying, who is not testing boundaries," Jun Wuxie said lightly. Jun Wuyao chuckled and kissed Jun Wuxie on the head. "Go to sleep." "Okay." Under the cover of dark, everyone in the carriages had things troubling them. Early next morning, the 4 carriages set off. Qi Yan seemed to be in a great hurry and did not want to waste even a second. Fortunately, everyone was still strong and was not affected by the long journey, except Gu Xianyan, who was the weakest, and the turbulence made her face pale. Qi Yan naturally did not care if she lived or died, but what was surprising was that Gu Ying made no attempt to ask Qi Yan to slow down, but instead just gave her some medicine to settle her discomfort. As they got further from Sacred City, Jun Wuxie had noticed that the path they were taking was in the completely opposite direction of the 72 cities. This road was sparsely populated and there were some dense forests earlier on. After that, there were mostly rugged mountain roads and valleys all over the gravel. There was no other single person around, not even the shadow of a bird. If it wasn't Qi Yan leading the way, Jun Wuxie would find it hard to imagine that in the upper realm there existed such a desolate place. Even Jun Wuyao had never been here before. At first, Jun Wuyao only appeared nearby and found this place. There was nowhere else to go further, so he didn't proceed on. On the last day of the first month after departure, Jun Wuxie's carriage was parked under a towering mountain, which was extremely high and steep. Even the trained horses could not move forward on such a steep mountain. Qi Yan made everyone get off the carriage and prepare for it. They talked about walking up the tall mountain. Jun Wuxie stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the towering peaks. In the upper realm, there had always been a rumor that the holy mountain where the sacred maiden tribe lived was the highest peak in the upper realm. But the holy mountain seemed so small compared to this big mountain. Such a behemoth was taller than any high mountain that Jun Wuxie had seen in her previous life. At a glance, she could not see the peaks hidden in the clouds, as if they were in them. What was displayed in front of her was just the tip of the iceberg. At the command of Qi Yan, the crowd got out of the carriage and stood at the foot of the mountain looking at the high mountain before them. "Qi Yan, this mountain." Su Ruiying also froze when she saw the high mountain. Obviously, before today, she didn't even know of its existence here. Such a high mountain seemed to have been forgotten by all the people in the upper realm. To reach it, one had to pass through the wilderness, cross the mountains, and it was hidden in the clouds. Standing at the foot of the mountain, everyone seemed so insignificant. Qi Yan looked up at the mountain and finally opened his mouth. This was the first time he had spoken with the crowd since he set off. The moment when the cold voice sounded, it also revealed the purpose of their trip. "This mountain is the destination we are about to climb, and what the Lord is looking for is on the top of this mountain." His Lord? What exactly is he looking for? This mountain, haven't you heard of it before? Su Ruiying didn't understand at all. She asked herself deeply about his Lord's trust in her. Although she was not as important as Qi Yan, she should also know about this. Just that about everything about this mountain. She heard it for the first time. But looking at Qi Yan's expression, he seemed to have known it for a long time. Su Ruiying's inquiry happened to be what Jun Wuxie thought. She looked at Qi Yan with her eyes fixed, waiting for Qi Yan's reply. Since they have arrived here, Qi Yan did not seem to have any plans to hide it. He said straightforwardly, "At the beginning of the 3 realms there were gods. The gods created the upper realms and created the rules of the world. But I don't know since when those gods that created everything suddenly disappeared, and the miracles they left behind faded away a little bit. This time his Lord let us come to find the temple where the gods lived and find out the reason why the gods disappeared, and what they have left behind." "Oh? Gods really existed here before?" Gu Ying's face showed a trace of surprise. If Jun Wuxie did not know that Gu Ying already knew it, she would have been deceived by his reaction. Qi Yan said, Highness Ing, whether or not God has really existed, I will not have to say further. You only need to climb this mountain and you will know everything. Don't you want to witness this moment with your own eyes? Guing smiled. Lord Qi Yen rarely said these things to me, but you don't have to worry. Since Father has asked me to come, even if you didn't say anything, I would go. Qi Yen was unimpressed. It is the best thing if Highness Ing can naturally obey the command of his lord. With Qi Yen and Guing debating, it may seem calm, but the dark waves were surging. Jun Wuxie had become a real bystander. She had no interest in participating in the debate between Qi Yen and Guing. What really made her care was Qi Yan's words, whether the gods of the upper realms really existed. What was his lord trying to find? To say that his lord was looking for that lost history, Jun Wuxie would never believe it. In those lost sacred temples, there must be something very important. That thing may be the key to the blood sacrifice of the three realms. However, since the gods have lived here, why have I been in the upper realm for so long? I haven't heard of it, and judging from the response of Lady Ying, she doesn't seem to know this place. Guing didn't take it seriously, but he had a pair of attitudes that break the casserole to the end. Qi Yan's expression was a bit gloomy. His slightly frowning brows had already revealed his displeasure. He looked at Guing and remained silent for a moment before he said, "In the upper realm, the sacred city is the boundary, and the 72 cities stand on one side. On the other side, no one is allowed to set foot on the ground. Because it had been deserted for a long time, naturally not many people know that. If Highness Ing wants to know about the story, you can find someone to tell you after completing the task of his lord. Let me tell you now, we don't have that much time." Guing shrugged and no longer harped on the subject. Qi Yan's face was very unsightly. With a frown, he looked at Jun Wuxie and said to others, "Is there any problem? If not, after we enter the mountain you will have to obey my arrangement. Since his lord left this task to me, and I will not allow any mistakes." Qi Yan talked, and even Guing, who was usually at loggerheads with him, didn't say anything more. Su Ruiying and Jun Wuxie would naturally kept quiet. Everyone decided to enter the mountain. The strange thing was that the mountain seemed to be right in front of them. When they stepped into the mountain, they were very close. But at a distance of half a meter, they could not see the figure of the person in front. Qi Yan walked in the front, Jun Wuxie was in the middle. When Shi and Jun Wuyao moved forward, they could no longer see Qi Yan in the front. There seemed to be something special in the air on this mountain. Seemed clear, but it was hazy. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao walked side by side. But after walking for a few steps, she turned her face. She already felt that Jun Wuyao's face was a little vague. But in the blink of an eye, Jun Wuxie had already unknowingly walked into a mist. Qi Yan's figure and others had disappeared, let alone Jun Wuyao, who was standing beside her. He was no longer visible. The surrounding scenes have been shrouded in a layer of mist. Even Jun Wuxie, whose strength had reached the dual spirit ring, she could not see everything around her. "Wu Yao," Jun Wuxie whispered softly, but her voice seemed to be completely swallowed by the mist, and received no response. Jun Wuxie could not feel anyone's breath. The air around her seemed to have dropped a lot at this moment. She could still see the green mountains and green water in the mountain at the previous moment, but when she was really in it, she seemed to have crossed to another cold and deserted world. In the mist, Jun Wuxie felt a hint of warmth. She turned back subconsciously, thinking that she could see Jun Wuyao. She didn't expect that there was an ice-blue flame that appeared beside her. The small ball of flame was about the size of her fist, and it was suspended in the air and stayed by her side. All of these made Jun Wuxie feel unbelievable. In the time of doubt, a melodious singing voice suddenly reached Jun Wuxie's ears. It was a woman's voice. Although she did not know who the song came from, it was the best sound that Jun Wuxie had heard in her life. She almost subconsciously walked along the source of the song and lingered around her. The small flame followed behind her. In the mists of layers, the song became the only guide. Jun Wuxie didn't know how long she had been walking, only thinking that the humidity in the air was gradually increasing. After a long time, the mist that stood in front of her finally dispersed slowly, and the picture displayed in front of Jun Wuxie made her instantly stunned. It was a lake surrounded by blue forest. Under the sun, the clear lake shimmered with a little luster, as if the stars were falling in the water. In the middle of the lake, there was a small patch of grassland that stood independently of the lake water. The soil beside the lake was completely isolated, just like the green of the lake. Above the green grass, there was a lush big tree with luxurious leaves, resembling a large green umbrella. The source of the singing came from a woman sitting under the tree. It was an extremely beautiful woman with her long black hair sprawled on her shoulders and cascaded to the grass. She was wearing a light pink dress and her bare feet were dipped in the lake. She was holding a pink paper umbrella in her hand as she sang an intoxicating song. In the midst of singing, the woman turned her head. She had a pair of golden eyes. She looked at Jun Wuxie, who walked slowly to the lake with a smile. The song came to an abrupt end at this moment, and the woman looked at Jun Wuxie with a smile, and the beautiful voice sounded again. "You came." Jun Wuxie froze for a moment. She could be sure that she had never seen this woman, but the other party's words seemed to tell her. The woman had waited for her for a long time. How was this possible? "You guessed it. I was waiting for you." The woman smiled and said. She held a paper umbrella in one hand and a skirt in one hand, and stood up from the grass. The corner of her skirt was wet by the lake. There was no trace of embarrassment at all. Those golden eyes gave a warm feeling. "I've waited for you for a long time. I don't remember how much time has passed. Fortunately, you are finally here." The woman was relieved. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Jun Wuxie frowned slightly. The woman's appearance was so strange. But somehow, she could clearly feel that the other party did not have any hostility towards her. The woman smiled slightly and closed her umbrella. "You don't know me, I don't know you, but I know that you will come one day to get your own things back." "My own things? I don't understand what you are talking about." Jun Wuxie became more and more confused. At this moment, the black cat suddenly jumped out of her chest and watched everything around her cautiously. "Mistress, it's so weird here. I can't feel the breath of Lord Ju." The black cat looked at everything alertly. It had been in Jun Wuxie's body. It knew everything that Jun Wuxie experienced. But, weirdly, like Jun Wuxie, it came into this mist without knowing it. The high mountains that appeared before them seemed to have never existed before. "This is your cat? It's so cute." The woman looked at the black cat and smiled. The black cat squinted his eyes and did not respond. The woman seemed to be aware of Jun Wuxie's vigilance, and she could not help saying, "Please rest assured that I have no malicious intentions towards you. I have been waiting for you for a long time here, just to wait for you to rescue me. But I have some contradictions in my heart. I look forward to freedom, but at the same time I am afraid that you will really appear." The woman's brow furrowed slightly, and there was a hint of struggle in her eyes. "What are you talking about? Where is this? Why am I here?" Jun Wuxie took a deep breath and tried to calm herself as much as possible. "This is the Seven World of Dreams," the woman said slowly. "Seven World of Dreams?" Jun Wuxie puzzled. The woman sighed softly. "Is it because a powerful person made you come here?" "Yes." Jun Wuxie thought of his lord. This place used to be a god's paradise, but it eventually became a god's hell. "I think I probably knew what the person said to you before he lured you here. Since you came, then there are some things you should know." The woman slowly told Jun Wuxie the history that had long been forgotten by people. The three realms did not exist. It was gradually created because of the minds of the gods. This world originally did not have any human beings. It was the gods who created people in order to enrich the world. They stood in the paradise of the gods, looking at the interesting life of human beings, looking at the world created by themselves. All this should have been going on all the time, but the gods were not eternally powerful. Only by breaking away from this world, breaking through the void, could obtain truly powerful power, and this kind of power required a great price. The gods knew the talents of this method, but they did not want to hurt the human beings they created. They realized that their lives were already very satisfying. But not every god thought so. Among the gods, there was a god representing destruction. He sought power and strength. After learning about the existence of the broken void, he changed his mind. He tried to destroy everything in order to gain the supreme power. However, his decision was resisted by other gods. The result was a battle of gods that no one knew about. It was also from that time that the gods stayed in the three realms and the miracles began to disappear bit by bit. The god who believed in love was defeated, and the god who harnessed the will of destruction won. He could finally use everything in the three realms to break the void to master that supreme power. However, at the last moment, that god suddenly found out that to truly break the void, the world they now created was not enough. In addition to the endless souls, he needed the power of other gods and, from the power of another world. We've all been defeated, trapped in this seven world of dreams. He has not killed us, just waiting for the day when all the conditions are put together to seize our divine powers. I don't know what method he will use, I don't have any ability to stop him, but you can. The woman spoke slowly. She used to be one of the gods from this world. She was defeated because of her poor strength. Her physical body was no longer there, and what appeared in front of Jun Wuxie was only her godly thoughts, and the only thing she left in this world. The battle between the gods was not imaginable by ordinary people. Even if the god of destruction won, he could not deprive the power of other gods to achieve the condition to break through the void. His divine power alone was not enough. This seven world of dreams, only gods can set foot in. Your soul belongs to the gods. The woman looked at Jun Wuxie. From her eyes, Jun Wuxie saw a firm belief. God. Jun Wuxie trance thought of everything she had seen in the environment of the soul tree. The woman in the dream was already herself, but she never thought that she would be a god. Although I know that this request will be overboard, but please save this world. Even if you don't belong here, please save it for the sake of all lives. The smile on the woman's face had dispersed. She put down the paper umbrella, folded her hands and looked at Jun Wuxie, her eyes full of pleading. Jun Wuxie was silent for a moment as she sorted through the immense amount of information that appeared in her. After a long time, Jun Wuxie said, "If you don't say that, I will do the same. Here, there are my loved ones." Jun Wuxie took a deep breath and already had a rough idea in mind. She realized that all this was a planned game. It was a god who stood at the pinnacle of the three realms who had devised this game of chess. Every step she took was anticipated by that god. Step by step to the point where he needed it. The blood sacrifice of the three realms were just a lure. The god dressed in human coat stood in the supreme position of the upper realms, designed everything, deliberately released the news of the blood sacrifice of the three realms, deliberately led her to step by step to the upper realm and deliberately brought her to seven world of dreams. Perhaps the reason why her soul appeared in this world was also deliberately arranged by that god. Otherwise, she should have died in that explosion long ago. After she had grasped the situation, Jun Wuxie completely understood. If I didn't guess wrong, here, I can find my lost divine power, right? Jun Wuxie looked at the woman and spoke slowly. The god of destruction was unable to break the void by his own power. He needed more divine power. Whether it was herself or Jun Wuyao who had the power, the difference was that the power of Jun Wuyao was deliberately suppressed by someone and her power had long been lost. That man tried hard to coax her into the seven world of dreams to recover her lost power, and thus became his real help for breaking through the void. Jun Wuxie understood everything thoroughly, and the person who had been fighting with her was not just a person, but a god. You are right. The woman smiled slightly. He is very smart. We have been trapped in the seven world of dreams for too long. We cannot leave, nor can we escape. We are trapped in this little dreamland. The middle is a kind of torture. We can't stop him. He knows very well that we can no longer endure this kind of suffering, and you are not only his hope, but also our hope. The woman smiled slightly. She picked up the paper umbrella on the ground again, and as the paper umbrella fell into her hands, the calm lake was undulating in an instant, and the lake formed a huge water curtain under the waves. The figure turned into a little star in an instant. Soul from another world, I would like to give my soul to you. Only at the moment of your divine awakening can you save the world and restore it to its former peace. The woman's final voice dissipated in the water curtain, and the lake exploded suddenly, turning the water droplets as fine as raindrops, which were scattered all over Jun Wuxie's body. Jun Wuxie only felt a refreshing feeling spread all over her body, covered with lake water all over her body, but yet there was no moisture at all. The water droplets that refracted the sun, like the stars in the environment, started to be absorbed into her body little by little, until they disappeared. In an instant, the consciousness of Jun Wuxie suddenly fell into a darkness. All the scenery in front of her disappeared in a moment without a trace. She vaguely saw that there was such a ray of light lingering in the darkness. She was moving towards the light. Among the green mountains, Su Ruiying stared blankly at everything in front of her. Her eyes were filled with an indescribable panic. She turned to look at the people around, looked at the ghoul-masked man, looked at Qi Yan, looked at Qin Shi, looking at Gu Xinyan and Jun Wuyao, but only the figures of Jun Wuxie and Gu Ying were absent. Qi Yan. Where is Lord Yen Hai and Highnessing? Su Ruiying looked at Qi Yan with an incredible look. She had been walking at the end of the team before, but after entering the mountain, Jun Wuxie and Gu Ying were in her eyes became more and more blurred. Until she entered the mountain, she could no longer see Jun Wuxie and Gu Ying. These two people, in front of her, disappeared completely without a trace. It's all been done, Qi Yan suddenly said and stopped. He had just reached the foot of the mountain and he had no plans to move on. Qin Shi was extremely obedient standing next to Qi Yan. He took out the paper umbrella that had been prepared and shaded Qi Yan from the blazing sun. It's all been done? What do you mean? Su Ruiying panicked. To be honest, she had been a knight of destruction for so long, but she had never been able to understand Qi Yan's temperament. She only knows that Qi Yan was a very stubborn person. He only obeyed his lord's instructions, and he would not pay attention to anything else. It means literally, the purpose of our mission has been achieved. You can continue to wait here. The rest is not what we need to do, Qi Yan said calmly. But Highnessing and the rest, they naturally went where they should go. Qi Yan's impatient opening. His slightly furrowed brows already showed his impatience. Su Ruiying didn't dare to keep asking, but the doubts in her heart were still unsolved. Gu Xianyan, who had been stunned all the time, gave a strange look at this moment. She was the person brought by Gu Ying, but now Gu Ying has disappeared. What was she going to do? However, Gu Xianyan was very clear that in front of Qi Yan, her humble strength had no effect at all. She almost looked subconsciously to Jun Wuyao, who was brought by Jun Wuxie. She did not know what the other party would do. Almost at the moment when Gu Xianyan looked at Jun Wuyao suddenly took a step and walked towards Qi Yan. Qi Yan didn't look at Jun Wuyao at all. But Qin Shi, who was standing beside Qi Yan, saw Jun Wuyao approaching near. He couldn't help but raise his head and stepped forward, blocking Jun Wuyao's way. You lowly servant, who allowed you to be close to Lord Qi Yan? Qin Shi said proudly, watching Jun Wuyao's eyes full of contempt. Before Jun Wuxie's cold pride towards Qin Shi hated him. But he was not Jun Wuxie's opponent at all. Even though Qi Yan supported him, he did not dare to really conflict with Jun Wuxie. But now it's different. Jun Wuxie was no longer present. Qin Shi could use Jun Wuxie's follower to vent his anger. Anyway, even if he killed Jun Wuxie's follower, Qin Shi was naturally fearless with Qi Yan beside him if Jun Wuxie asked about it. Jun Wuyao looked at Qin Shi with cold eyes. Only one glance. Qin Shi's sweat all stood up in an instant with an inexplicable fear filled Qin Shi's heart instantly. This fear made Qin Shi hairy. Where could he think of it? A seemingly ordinary follower would have such terrifying looks. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? Qin Shi couldn't believe he would be scared by a follower, and he just held up a tough attitude and looked at Jun Wuyao with fierceness. Don't think that you can be brave with Yen Hai's backing. Now that your lord is gone, I want to kill you, just like killing a dog. The insult from Qin Shi was not done yet. The voice came to an abrupt halt in an instant. The red blood spattered out and the thick bloody smell filled everyone's nose. Su Ruiying, who was standing on the side, widened her eyes incredulously, and looked at the man who unscrewed Qin-Chi's head from his neck with one hand. In the blood curtain, the man's figure seemed to be transformed into a ghost in an instant. There was no peace in the past. The sudden killing made everyone shocked. But it was Qi Yan who did not expect that the follower beside Jun Wuxie, who didn't look inconspicuous, killed Qin-Chi as soon as he struck. And he did it in front of him, and he didn't even have a chance to stop. Tell me, where is he? Jun Wuyao narrowed his eyes slightly, suppressing the killing heart for a long time to wake up again under the baptism of blood. He watched Jun Wuxie disappear before him. The confusion in his heart at that moment had shattered his last calmness. The reason why he would wait until now is to wait for Qi Yan to give an answer. Obviously, Qi Yan was not going to say much. Then, since Qi Yan was reluctant to speak, he would force open his mouth and let him speak. Who the hell are you? Qi Yan suddenly felt surrounded by a strong sense of oppression. With his strength, he felt a bit of breathing difficulty. The strength of this person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary follower and guard. The corners of Jun Wuyao's mouth slightly lifted, and his evil eyes faded the disguised black color and restored its original purple. His face changed after the content was fading a little bit, returning to his true appearance. Qi Yan stared at the unremarkable attendant before him. He instantly turned into a handsome and extraordinary man. Those purple eyes brought all the attention to Qi Yan in an instant. Among the three realms, the only person who had purple eyes was the strongest person who could once match his lord. Yi Ju, it's you. Qi Yan looked at Jun Wuyao incredulously. He couldn't believe it. The man who had been arrested by his lord for thousands of years stood before his eyes at this moment. Before this man had been disguised as a follower and followed them all the way. What was more terrible was that they were unaware of it. Su Ruiying was shocked and stunned. When she realized Jun Wuyao's true identity, her mind was about to explode. She thought that she was so close to her death that she wanted to make Jun Wuyao into a soul puppet doll. She was so scared that she couldn't stand firmly. If she really dared, she would have become a dead body. You still dare to come to the upper realm? Qi Yan finally suppressed his inner shock. He looked at Jun Wuyao unsteadily. He could not believe that Jun Wuyao dared to return. After being imprisoned twice in a row by his lord, shouldn't Jun Wuyao be hiding far from the upper realms? But how could he come back? Where is he? Jun Wuyao's eyes narrowed slightly, dismissive of Qi Yan's inquiry, and the only thing he wanted to know was where Jun Wuxie was. Up to now, Jun Wuyao had realized that this time the itinerary was set by his lord against Jun Wuxie, just as he trapped him in the past. He would never allow this to once again happen to Jun Wuxie. Qi Yan sneered. I was curious previously. With Yan Hai's ability, how could such a big improvement be achieved in a short time? Turned out to be because of you, but it is a pity. No matter what you want to do now, it's too late. Yan Hai had gone to where he should go according to his lord's plan. Other than Yan Hai and Gu Ying, there is no one else who set foot in that place. Even if I tell you where he is, you can't find it. Jun Wuyao's eyes suddenly flashed a killing intent. The strong killing intent was suffocating. Almost instantly, Qi Yan used the power of his whole body, and at the same time shouted at Su Ruiying, who was stunned. Ying! What are you still looking at? Su Ruiying recovered in a trance, and hurriedly opened the red wooden box she carried with her. The two puppets fell to the ground from the box. Su Ruiying sipped, and the two puppets stood up immediately, and the two ray of lights immediately enveloped the two puppets. Under the shroud of light, the two small-sized dolls suddenly enlarged, and in a blink of an eye, they had turned into two giants with 8 feet in height. They radiate light similar to spiritual power, but there was no slight brilliance in their eyes. Their whole bodies were full of dead air, just like a dead body crawling from a corpse. Giant spirit puppet. This was Su Ruiying's unique ability. Although Su Ruiying's own strength was not at the top and even weaker than Long Yao, she had the power to control the souls. This power used the dolls as the medium to bring the souls into the dolls. The most powerful force before the body was inspired, and its fighting power even exceeded the peak period of those souls alive. The puppets would not feel hurt or fear anything. They would only attack their targets according to the instructions of Su Ruiying, which was a true war weapon. In addition to the 2 giant puppets, Su Ruiying took out 4 puppets from the mahogany box. Those puppets also grew rapidly under the catalysis of her power, but their final change in size was only half the height of a person. The 4 puppets stood around Su Ruiying, protecting her with guarding postures. When Qi Yan saw the puppets summoned by Su Ruiying, a smile flashed through his eyes. As the only female among the Knights of Destruction, Su Ruiying was not solely dependent on her ability to control the soul. Her strength comes from the dolls she made. As long as Su Ruiying had enough spiritual power, she could even manipulate an army of puppet dolls. Qi Yan turned to Jun Wu Yao and said, "Yi Ju, you are now a mud bodhisattva crossing the river itself. You can't protect yourself and you still worry for Yan Hai? Don't forget, you are still suffering from the life and death worm's control." At the moment, Qi Yan had suppressed his inner shock. He looked at Jun Wu Yao proudly, and there was no fear in his eyes. If the person standing in front of him was the previous Yi Ju who sat at the peak, even Qi Yan had support from Su Ruiying, they were still not Jun Wu Yao's opponents. However, most of Jun Wu Yao's strength had been suppressed by life and death worm, which cannot be used normally, and he was all alone. Qi Yan naturally had nothing to fear. However, I still want to thank you. If it's not you who showed up, I'm afraid I will waste a lot of efforts to search for you in the future. Since you have sent yourself here, don't blame us. His spiritual power expanded in an instant. A dazzling light floated in his hands, and a huge spirit ring appeared in Qi Yan's hands. The strength of that spirit ring was twice as large as the spirit ring of any single spirit ring among the upper realm. The 2 giant puppets of Qi Yan and Su Ruiying form a triangle, trapping Jun Wu Yao in it. Of course, there was not a sliver of fluctuation in Jun Wu Yao's face, and those murderous eyes swept coldly over Qi Yan. He was like a king walking down the temple, looking down on all human beings. "Humph? Just with the lot of you." Those arrogant words came out of Jun Wu Yao's mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the past again. The one standing on the top of the upper realm, the only one that could rival his lord, anyone in his eyes was as small as an ant. "Yi Ju, don't be overconfident." Jun Wu Yao's tone displeased Qi Yan's heart. Except for his lord, Qi Yan never bowed his head in front of anyone, never in the past and future. "Confident?" Jun Wu Yao sneered. He raised it slowly with one hand. The black dark spirit gathered in his palm a little, like a burning black flame, as if it would engulf everything into the abyss. His chin lifted slightly, and the evil smile spread from the corners of his lips. "For you, how can I not be confident? I only ask you the last time, where is he? If you don't want to say, I will let you suffer until you speak. I won't tell you, you have no chance to know." Qi Yan said coldly. "Oh." Jun Wu Yao chuckled abruptly, his figure slowly rising up into the air, conquering, watching Qi Yan and the others. Since his reunion with Jun Wu Xie, Jun Wu Yao had been immersed in happiness with Jun Wu Xie. That warm sense of happiness warmed his cold heart a little, and it calmed the killing that filled his heart. Even if he returned to the upper realm that disgusted him, even if he tried to strangle those disgusting people several times. However, he knew very well that Jun Wu Xie didn't want him to strike easily. She didn't want to expose him to danger, and he was willing to consolidate the killing spirit in his heart, standing behind her, watching her plan and her confidence. Of course, now, the killing spirit in Jun Wu Yao's heart had been completely ignited. There was nothing more unbearable than the fear of losing Jun Wu Xie. Then, let's take a good look at the taste of despair. Jun Wu Yao's faint voice spoke with a sweet voice with a non-smiling tone. But the sound passed into Su Ruiying's ears, but it made Su Ruiying's blood seem to freeze in an instant. A fear that had never hovered in her heart. She wished to escape from here immediately, from the man who just watched and made her feel the death. Su Ruiying's premonition was correct. Just at the moment when Jun Wu Yao's voice fell, the demon in his hand expanded in an instant, a huge black flame, as if swallowing the sun, and the dark shadow enveloped the earth, and the wind blew suddenly. The green grass floats and the fallen leaves were flying. Like a precursor to a landslide, the powerful coercion seemed to be able to smash people's internal organs instantly. The four puppets around Su Ruiying made a crisp cracking sound under strong coercion. A series of cracks cracked like a cobweb on the face of the puppet, and the soul sealed in the puppet flowed out of the crack crazily. So strong! Su Ruiying had never felt such a powerful coercion. The puppet guarding her seems to burst in the next second. She subconsciously looked at Qi Yan, but found that Qi Yan's face was so ugly. Qi Yan thought that Jun Wuyao, who had been restrained by life and death worm, would no longer have such a powerful force. But the strong coercion over his head. But even he could feel the great pain. How powerful was Jun Wuyao exactly? Qi Yan couldn't guess at all. At this moment, Qi Yan realized for the first time that he had erroneously underestimated Jun Wuyao's strength. This realization came too late. The dark spirit in Jun Wuyao's hands had already condensed and smashed downwards. Qi Yan looked at Jun Wuyao, and his ink-dyed long hair fluttered in the wind. Like a god. Like a devil who fell from 9 heavens. The endless pressure like a god and demon caused Qi Yan and Su Ruiying to shake their hearts violently. The dark spirit in Jun Wuyao's hands exploded in a flash. Heaven and the earth rose in brilliance. As the dark spirits waved down, the brilliance was as if the only eternal light appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This loud noise seemed to be out of chaos. In the next second, the mountains turned into powder, the gravel floated in the void, and fell like a rainstorm, piled up into high mountains. At a glance, as if it was connected to heaven and earth, the support pillar of heaven. Jun Wuyao was in midair, like the sovereign of the heavens and earth. Yiju, you are really strong, beyond imagination. Qi Yan raised his mouth slightly, staring at Yiju who was stood in the air, and said, "His whereabouts? There is only one chance, otherwise the next time you will turn into powder, it will be you and her." Jun Wuyao's eyes fell on Qi Yan. Then he pointed to Su Ruiying. The only value of these two people in front of Jun Wuyao was the whereabouts of Jun Wuxia. Otherwise, Jun Wuyao would not keep them alive until this time. Yiju, as I said before, you are indeed very strong and so outrageous. But you can't kill us, or even, you will die here today. Qi Yan burst into vein in his cold eyes and said. Hearing what Qi Yan had said, Jun Wuyao had no expression on his face. Qi Yan, who gave you the confidence and gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Ha ha! Yiju, you are indeed very strong. At this time, Qi Yan suddenly laughed with a pair of cold and frightening eyes. Oh! Jun Wuyao's interest was completely aroused. The taste of Qi Yan's words seemed to depend on him. In this case, he also wanted to take a look at what storms Qi Yan would be able to create. You don't know enough about me. You don't even understand the power of his lord. So Yiju, you are very ignorant and funny. Qi Yan raised his lips with a trace of ridicule, strode forward, and Su Ruiying followed behind Qi Yan, carefully watching Jun Wuyao's every move. Above the void, Jun Wuyao's indifferent eyes stared at Qi Yan and Su Ruiying. Su Ruiying, is the spirit energy enough? Qi Yan suddenly asked. Su Ruiying was stunned for a moment, and she felt a strange feeling in her heart. She whispered, 8 out of 10. There was not much loss before. So, is it enough to support the strongest soul in this neighborhood? Qi Yan asked again. Su Ruiying thought for a moment. She didn't expect Qi Yan to want to use it here, but a moment later, she nodded. Enough. Good. Today is Yi Ju's death. Qi Yan's right arm raised, and the void in front of him was rippling. Soon, the naked eye could see that the void was actually torn apart from the torn void. In the middle, a very strange corpse floated out. The body of this corpse was distorted, the skin on and off was mottled, and the skin color was completely different. Obviously, it was not from the same body. It should be stitched from multiple bodies to form a completed body. That's... Jun Wuyao looked at Qi Yan and Su Ruiying's actions, frowning slightly. The behavior of Qi Yan was indeed a little weird. After looking at the spliced corpse, he inadvertently exuded the viciousness that made everything lose its color. Jun Wuyao looked at it for a moment, and then returned his gaze. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks would be broken by a punch. Therefore, no matter what Qi Yan and Su Ruiying do, for Jun Wuyao, it was futile and useless. Su Ruiying, now you can summon it. Qi Yan admired the stitched corpses before him, as if looking at the most precious treasure, before he turned towards Su Ruiying. Upon hearing this remark, Su Ruiying nodded, and suddenly, a monstrous spiritual power emerged, as if a giant will had rolled over, covering this side of the world. Visible to the naked eye, if the ripple-like black mansions quickly flowed into the corpse floating in the void, and the anger on the corpse became more frightening. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yiju, this corpse is made up of 36 top strong men. From the heart to the limbs, from the eyes to the hair, everything is the best part of the strong men, plus the strongest soul power summoned by Su Ruiying, will be combined with this corpse puppet. What will happen afterwards? Are you scared? Scared? Are you scared? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Qi Yan seemed to be crazy, and laughed wildly. As Qi Yan's words fell, the corpse puppet, who had been stuck in death, suddenly opened his eyes, and his body was strong enough to deter the sky. All the things in the forest wailed, the birds and beasts retreated, and even the fiercest monsters in slumbers were dormant. Corpse puppet. Jun Wuyao sneered. This Qi Yan was really confident. Did he think that he could defeat him with such a thing? The ignorant are really fortunate. Yi Ju. This is the power that his lord has given me. The 36 strong men in the world take their strongest parts and refine the strongest corpse puppet. You today will die. Qi Yan flashed coldness in his eyes, with strong self-confidence. Soon, the seemingly weird corpse puppet, plus the strongest soul summoned by Su Ruiying, finally recovered. There was no wind automatically, accompanied by the monstrous murderous breath, slowly floating above the void, those fierce eyes staring at Jun Wuyao. Kill him. Let him feel your invincible power. Qi Yan laughed loudly. As if to cater to Qi Yan's words, the corpse puppet said nothing, and took out a fiery red sword from its waist. Swish! Suddenly, the corpse puppet disappeared into the distance in a flash. It's so fast! Su Ruiying couldn't help but exclaim. The speed of the corpse puppet had reached the limit that ordinary people could imagine, like an invisible wind, but with a momentum beyond the thunder. In the distance, Yi Ju raised his eyebrows, and Qi Yan's corpse puppet was indeed very strong. This was beyond doubt, otherwise, Qi Yan would not be so confident. However, no matter how strong this corpse puppet was, in front of Jun Wuyao, it still feels like a painful ant bite, and it was not worth mentioning. Suddenly, the corpse puppet appeared before Jun Wuyao within a few inches of the same monarch. At the same time, the corpse puppet waved a sword in its hand. Swish! A gigantic sword intent seemed to cover the whole world and turn into an endless sea of blood, like the Stygian river leading to the Nine Nether. Jun Wuyao was like a lone boat in the Stygian river, as if he would be destroyed forever at any time. Today, under the sword of the corpse puppet, this world has become the kingdom of the sword. The blood of the sword filled in the entire void, and the shadow of the sword was like a curtain of blood beyond the limit of time and power, to split the world and create a whole new world. The sky and earth that was about to split open. There stood Jun Wuyao in the void. He was blinded by blood, but Jun Wuyao stood in the void, motionless, looking serene. He suddenly shouted, "Even the light of the fireflies dare to compete with how you." The next second, the dark spirit exited Jun Wuyao's body into the world. With barely any effort, it turned the sky a depressing gray and created huge waves that completely swallowed the bloody corpse. Following that, the dark spirit transformed into vast blackness, as it contained the power to destroy the whole universe. Impossible! It's impossible! Below, Qi Yan was rooted to the spot, staring blankly at what was happening. He could feel the aura of destruction around him and was trembling uncontrollably. The adjacent Su Ruang's face was white as well, just like a corpse. In the seven world of dreams, there were seven most powerful gods in the three realms trapped within. In the world of dreams that no one knew about, these gods that had created everything were for eternity in that small place, unable to leave or talk to anyone. From the time Jun Wuxie met the first god, she continued meeting one after another in the world of dreams. As time went by, she could feel her body getting warmer and stronger, gradually becoming very hot. And throughout the process, Little Black was by Jun Wuxie's side and understood better than anyone that Jun Wuxie was becoming stronger bit by bit with each passing moment. It was a change that could not be described in words. The icy blue flame had been constantly following Jun Wuxie and grew with every gift that she received from the gods. From the size of a little spark to half a body height at present. It surrounded Jun Wuxie and she kept trying to find out its origins. However, the flame was quite mysterious and didn't burn her even when she touched it with her bare hands. The flame did not go anywhere. It seemed to have its heart set, intent on following Jun Wuxie. When Jun Wuxie reached the last level of the seven world of dreams, she had no idea how much time had passed. In the world of dreams, time and space became very blurry and one could not feel the passage of time or even whether it was day or night. On the seventh story, Jun Wuxie saw a man. His eyes were gold and he was seated on the grass with a small table in front of him. On the table was some tea and a soft, beautiful melody could be heard all around. But when Jun Wuxie saw the man's face, she was stunned. Little Black, who was on Jun Wuxie's shoulder, had its hackles raised and jumped onto the ground as it faced the golden-eyed man in a defensive posture. Ah! Why is the little cat so nervous? Are you guarding against me? The golden-eyed man looked at the defensive black cat. His beautiful lips curled into a slight smile, and he lifted his golden eyes to look at Jun Wuxie. Now it was the man's turn to be stunned. The smile on his face was frozen, and he kept staring at Jun Wuxie, unable to regain his composure. Jun Wuxie looked at the man in front of her with a frown. It had to be said that the man was indeed very good-looking, but what got her attention was that he looked exactly like his lord. He and his lord of the sacred city looked identical except for the color of his eyes. "Who are you?" Jun Wuxie asked coldly, staring at the man. The man snapped back to attention, looked at Jun Wuxie's cold expression and said somewhat apologetically, "Sorry, it seems my appearance has scared you. However, I am not the same person as the one you have encountered before. It could be said that he and I are twins." The man spoke lightly, but his tone carried some haplessness, some bitterness. For those golden eyes, Jun Wuxie could not detect any trace of lie. The man before her looked very similar to his lord, but the feeling he gave her was the exact opposite. No matter how much he tried, his lord could never fully disguise his cruel and vicious nature under the facade of gentleness and kindness. But the man in front of Jun Wuxie was radiating a kindness that could not be faked. It was a kindness that came from one's soul. Jun Wuxie did not know why, but she had a feeling that his lord had always tried to disguise himself as the person in front of her. "Since you are already here, I believe you would have learnt much from my friends. The one you encountered before used to be a god of this place. He mastered destruction and was called the god of destruction. And the opposite of destruction is creation and life." The man smiled once more and looked at Jun Wuxie. "He and I were born at the same time and I am known as the god of light. However, in this world, any place where there is light also cannot escape the shadows. The gods of light and destruction were the two most powerful gods in the three realms. Both looked the same and had identical levels of power, but their characters could not be more different. The god of light believed in benevolence and gentleness, and the god of destruction believed in killing and destruction. It was only because their levels of strength were indistinguishable and were twins, a tension formed. This tension was completely destroyed one day. The god of light fell in love with a woman that he had created himself. She was not a beautiful woman, and he had initially created her just to see how she would live in the three realms as a human. However, as he watched her through the god's mirror, he saw her grow up day by day. Her radiant smile and joyous laughter stirred within him a feeling he had never felt before. He started to pine for her and even wanted to leave the gods' paradise to see her. Alas, although the gods had created the world, they had strict rules as well. They could not appear in front of humans and could only use their powers to create miracles in front of them. The god of light became unhappy and the god of destruction found out about it. The god of destruction then used the prospect of meeting the woman to lure the god of light out of paradise. The god of light was intoxicated by the feeling of being in love and believed the god of destruction. He assumed human form and left paradise to spend a few days with the woman. But when the god of light returned to paradise, everything was over. When he left paradise, the balance between him and the god of destruction was lost. Many gods were killed, and the only ones who remained were the cruel god of intentions and the god of destruction who was dripping in blood and laughing maniacally. That was the first time the god of light felt rage. Looking at a face identical to his normally calm temperament gave way to violent intentions. However, he could not act on those feelings. The god of destruction had abducted the woman that the god of light was in love with, to blackmail him into giving up his resistance. The god of light eventually relented. I am not a stubborn god, or maybe I stopped being a god when I fell in love with that woman. The god of light spoke slowly with anguish and annoyance but with no regret. I'm sorry, the mess today is a result of my weakness then. Being imprisoned here is also what I deserve. The god of light sighed and looked up to face Jun Wuxie again. I know that he needs to do certain things to complete his plan of breaking the void. I also know that a god who has lost his power would come here. I just didn't expect it to be you. The god of light suddenly spoke in a very respectful tone. Jun Wuxie looked at the god of light in confusion. You recognize me? I don't recognize you, but I can feel your aura. In the heavens, no god is omnipotent. We were once weak, small, and didn't know how to use our powers. Then, the Lord of Gods sent a messenger to teach us how to use our powers and create this world. You have the same aura as that messenger, you might be a messenger of the Lord of Gods. The god of light said gently. Jun Wuxie was stunned and recalled the dream she had at the spirit tree. In the dream, she was teaching two children amidst much chaos, just as the god of lights had described. Lord of Gods? What is that? Jun Wuxie asked. The god of light went on. That is the level that the god of destruction wants to reach by breaking the void. There are many worlds in existence, not just the one we are in, and the Lord of Gods controls them all while not existing in any one of them. He selects outstanding gods from each world to bring them into the void. It is a pity that he has come to our world, but only once, and none of the gods here were good enough to be selected before he left. It was after he left that the god of destruction, after feeling the power of the void, wants to reach that level. Jun Wuxie was getting more and more confused. The Lord of Gods that the god of light was telling her about was beyond anything she knew and beyond even the world she lived in. However, according to what the god of light was saying, the version of her who appeared in another world to teach both the golden-haired and purple-haired children was sent by the Lord of Gods. Sorry, I have been rambling. I've been trapped here for too long. The god of light sighed softly once again and looked up. You achieving the last bit of your spiritual power is in my hands. I can give it to you, but you must deal with the god of destruction yourself. If he has allowed you to come all the way here, it must mean he is well prepared. Please don't let this world be destroyed by him because of my moment of weakness. The god of light raised both his hands and a bright light started to glow from them. The light beaming from his chest also got brighter and brighter, and soon his whole body became a brilliant white firefly. When the light was at its brightest, the god of light's body disappeared, leaving only a ball of light flying towards Jun Wuxie, which was accompanied by that resigned sigh. Jun Wuxie looked at the incoming ball of light which her body seemed to be absorbing little by little. This absorption was different from the previous 6 times. This time it felt like every cell in her body was being soaked in a hot spring. In an instant, Jun Wuxie was wrapped in the ball light, and her body was like a small sun, radiating a dazzling light. The black cat on the side was affected by the force as well, and its small body was suddenly lifted into the air and bathed in the same light as Jun Wuxie. After an indistinguishable amount of time, everything in front of Jun Wuxie's eyes disappeared. The quiet forest was gone, and that ethereal feeling slowly dissipated. She opened her eyes, and the mountain range that she had wanted to set foot on appeared in front of her. But the mountain range was already destroyed with shattered rocks everywhere. It was a barren wasteland created by some unknown force. There were specks of blood all over the rocks and soil. Jun Wuxie slowly lifted her head and saw a familiar figure lying in the midst of it. He was alone under the sky, and it was silent all around him. Gu Xianyan was seated next to the blood-stained figure with a stunned look on her face. Wu Yao! That soft utterance pierced the silence. Jun Wu Yao, who was standing on top of the rocks, turned around to reveal a bloody corpse in his blood-soaked hands. When Jun Wuxie saw the familiar figure, all her previous murderous intent disappeared instantly. His body was next to hers in an instant, embracing her, not wanting them to be apart again. Qi Yen refuses to tell us where you went even in death. Jun Wuxie heard a low voice that had a slight tremor in it. Jun Wuxie was shocked for a moment, and her gaze fell upon the blood-stained corpse. It was Qi Yen. To be able to keep silent while being beaten to death by Jun Wu Yao really showed Qi Yan's loyalty to the Lord. However, "I'm fine, I have returned." Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, but had a soft tone to her voice. He was hugging her so tight that she could feel his tension. "What the hell happened? Why did you suddenly—" Jun Wu Yao pulled away from Jun Wuxie slightly, but when he looked at Jun Wuxie again, he was stunned. Jun Wuxie no longer had the disguise she wore as Yen Hai and had reverted to her original appearance. But her eyes were a light gold color, just like the child that grew up with Jun Wu Yao in the dream world. "Your eyes." Jun Wu Yao reached up and stroked Jun Wuxie's face. "This is the Lord's, or I should say, the God of Destruction's plan. He needs more spiritual power to destroy the void but cannot get it from those other gods. So he lured you and me here." Jun Wuxie raised her hand and brushed Jun Wu Yao's cheek. She felt calm, so calm that it surprised herself. From what Jun Wuxie said, Jun Wu Yao understood everything. Why would he spend so much effort to revive your divine powers? Jun Wu Yao thought the Lord's plan was curious. Qi Yen and Su Ruiying might have been a match for Jun Wuxie before she regained her divine powers, but definitely not after. He could not shake the feeling that they had missed something important. The God of Destruction plotted something so elaborate just to force Jun Wuxie into regaining her divine powers? How would that benefit him? No matter his motivation, I have to thank him for that. Jun Wuxie blurted out. "What?" Jun Wuxie's eyebrow was slightly cocked, and she produced a small golden flame from her fingertip. She pushed that flame into Jun Wu Yao's chest before he had time to react, and the flame was quietly absorbed into his body. "What is that?" Jun Wuxie was going to ask that question when he felt a force radiating from his chest to all parts of his body and removing all blockages along the way. A look of surprise flashed across his purple eyes. Since it was a poison from a god, only a god could unlock it. Jun Wuxie looked up and smiled at Jun Wu Yao's surprised face. She had memorized the recipe for the life and death worm that she had seen at Su Ruiying's house, but could never unravel its mysteries until she regained her divine powers, and finally, she understood. It turned out that, from the start, it was never something that could be made by a human. Jun Wu Yao himself used to be a god, and only gods could make things to suppress other gods' powers. This sort of thing could be easily dealt with if one had a grasp of one's divine powers. With his long dormant powers returned, blood was surging through Jun Wu Yao's body, causing him to take a deep breath. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. "Luckily there is you." Jun Wu Yao held back his elation, lowered his head and kissed Jun Wuxie on the lips. That lingering kiss conveyed boundless gratitude and love. Suddenly, Jun Wu Yao saw a flash of light out of the corner of his eye and broke the kiss to look up behind Jun Wuxie. A huge, icy blue flame was floating in midair. "What is that?" Jun Wu Yao eyed the flame suspiciously. It was making him uncomfortable. "I don't know either. Earlier when I was in the 7 worlds of dream, it kept following me and kept growing as I received more godly powers." Jun Wuxie never did find out the flame's origin but thought it only existed in the worlds of dream. She did not expect to see it outside of the worlds of dream as well. You mean it has been with you since you entered the worlds of dream? Jun Wu Yao's eyes flashed sharply. Jun Wu Xie nodded her head. Jun Wu Yao suddenly rushed towards the flame, but it was as if the flame was expecting it and disappeared as soon as Jun Wu Yao made his move. Damn it! Jun Wu Yao cursed. What is it? Jun Wu Xie looked at the unhappy Jun Wu Yao in surprise. Jun Wu Yao took a deep breath. After entering the mountain, you weren't the only one that disappeared. Guing did too. You mean, that flame? Jun Wu Xie suddenly had an ominous feeling. As I've said, why would the god of destruction help anyone? In order to break the void, he needs more godly power, but the god of light and the rest would never give it to him. But you are different, you are their last hope, and they would surely give you all their powers. And that flame that has been following you has been quietly absorbing the power as well. Jun Wu Yao took a deep breath. The god of destruction had predicted everything from the start. The god of destruction required both his and Jun Wu Xie's god power to start the sacrifice. By allowing Jun Wu Xie to regain her power and getting Guing to take the form of a flame to absorb the power from the other gods, he had topped up his own power. Maybe he had this all planned from the time he concocted the scheme for the blood sacrifice of the three realms. No wonder he made Guing tag along. Jun Wu Xie finally understood what she could never figure out before. Let's leave at once. Jun Wu Yao had a deep sense of foreboding in his heart. He had not forgotten the god of destruction's plan. If he had enough spiritual power, no matter where he, Jun Wu Xie, and the soulbone hid in the three realms, the god of destruction could still start the process of the blood sacrifice of the three realms. The god of destruction had been waiting for Jun Wu Xie to regain her powers and for Guing to absorb them as well. He really managed to kill two birds with one stone. The god of destruction dared to allow that to happen only because he had prepared for everything and there was only one final step in his plan. If the god of destruction's plan goes smoothly, then everything would be over. Jun Wu Xie and Jun Wu Yao rushed back to Sacred City as fast as they could. They found the city deserted with nobody to be seen on the main street even though it was the middle of the day. An air of foreboding permeated the city. Jun Wu Xie had a bad feeling in her heart. Go to the holy temple, Jun Wu Yao said flatly. Jun Wu Xie nodded slightly, and the two set off towards the holy temple along the empty streets. Outside the temple, guards in armor were already in formation, sealing off the entrance. Jun Wu Xie and Jun Wu Yao glanced at each other and saw a look of steely determination in each other's eyes. In an instant, both their bodies disappeared and a storm appeared outside the temple. Outside the temple, a frightening look could be seen in Jun Wu Xie's beautiful eyes. At this point, they were finally going to attack the temple. Just when Jun Wu Yao was about to say something, the whole world seemed to be spinning. The sky and earth became blurry and lost its color. A feeling of chaos and uneasiness shrouded his and Jun Wu Xie's minds. There was a strange and godlike power coming out in waves from the temple. The Chaos Array spell. In an instant, amidst the low murmur of the harmony of the world's spirits, the inexplicable spell enveloped the whole universe. At the same time, the temple disappeared and some kind of irresistible absorption was pulling Jun Wu Xie and Jun Wu Yao into a completely unknown space. It seemed like a blink of an eye, but also felt like thousands of centuries had passed. After an unknown amount of time, Jun Wu Xie opened her eyes to take in her surroundings. It was a valley entirely covered with grass. This is... Next to her, Jun Wu Yao had also regained his senses and was looking around with wild colors in his eyes. They could not believe their eyes, or to put it another way, they should not have been there at all. It seems to be some sort of trapping formation, Jun Wu Xie said. Trapping formation, you say? Jun Wu Yao said thoughtfully. Immediately his dark spirit condensed, bursting forth like radiant sun rays, the breath of destruction, shaking the world, under the power of Jun Wu Yap. Even the void seemed like it could be broken at any time. This, after a long time, Jun Wu Yao's expression changed. He should have been powerful enough to break the trapping formation, but up till now it had not been the case. It's chaos. The original form of power and also the source of all other power. Jun Wu Xie said. Chaos was the source of all power and origin of all things. To try and overcome it with power alone was wishful thinking. You mean the god of destruction has mastered chaos power? Jun Wuyao frowned. If the god of destruction had indeed mastered it, what use would there be in fighting him? Jun Wuxie thought about this for a while and finally shook her head. Chaos is formless and is the source of all power. Cannot be controlled by anyone. If the god of destruction has mastered it, why would he go through such an elaborate plan instead of just killing us with it? Jun Wu Yao agreed with Jun Wu Xie's assessment. In that case, as long as we follow the rules of engagement with this chaos spell, we should be able to escape it. Jun Wu Yao was intelligent enough to figure that out. Just as he thought of the plan, Jun Wu Yao's expression changed. He was severely constricted and could only move within a small radius. Jun Wuxie was also quickly aware of the seriousness of the situation. This is the power of chaos? It really surpasses any other type of power in this world. Jun Wuyao said with a sigh. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to break out, he only had to obey the rules, otherwise, it would only be counterproductive, and he would always be lost in chaos. It was difficult to even recognize oneself in the chaos. Jun Wuxie was very deliberate in not fighting against the chaos, as it would only deplete her and Jun Wu Yao's strength and leave them helpless. Perhaps that was the god of destruction's plan. The rules of the chaos were fair. As long as one followed the rules, there would always be a way out. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1 year, 2 years, 3 or 4 years. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao had lost track of how long they had been suffering in that valley. In the beginning, Jun Wuxie could still calculate the dates, but as time went by, she forgot even the concept of time. Occasionally a talking bird would fly past and say, "The green grass has withered 50 times and sprouted 50 times. The green grass has withered 70 times and sprouted 70 times. The green grass has withered 90 times and sprouted 90 times." There came a time when the talking bird flew past once more and said, "The green grass has withered 100 times and sprouted 100 times. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao looked at each other, not saying a word. How long have we been stuck here? After a long time, Jun Wuxie was a picture of calm and had long gotten rid of her initial anxiety regarding the situation. The current her was a calm young woman, smiling and carefree. The grass withering 100 times should be. Before Jun Wuyao finished, Jun Wuxie nodded her head and gave him a smile that made him go weak at his knees. 100 years. Indeed, the grass withered once a year, so 100 times would mean that 100 years had passed. The both of them had already been trapped there for 100 years. During these 100 years, Jun Wuxie had shed some of her anxiety and aloofness and gained a level of tranquility. When she was still, she looked like a perfect statue that people did not want to disturb. Jun Wuyao said, "Although we have been here for 100 years, I get the feeling that not the same amount of time has passed on the outside world." "Ah, I have the same feeling," Jun Wuxie replied. Just as the words left her mouth, the low, heartwarming gong of an ancient bell rang out, sounding like it came from the heavens. With each gong of the bell, the chaos power receded a little bit, and after not more than 10 breaths, the chaos power was no more. The power of the rules has disappeared? Jun Wuyao's face registered surprise. "Little Xie, do you feel that the power has disappeared?" He had waited 100 years. A whole 100 years. He had lost track of how many times he wanted to fight the chaos power, but did not do so for fear of being trapped for longer, and even more so out of not wanting to drag Jun Wuxie down with him. However, after 100 years, the chaos power had disappeared and he and Jun Wuxie had regained control of their bodies. Jun Wu Yao quickly became calm. He was smart enough to know that this 100 years was only a beginning and nobody knew what the future held. "It's not so simple, only the chaos power has faded," Jun Wuxie said flatly. "This is just the beginning." Jun Wu Yao wore a frown on his face. If he and Jun Wuxie being trapped in the chaos array for 100 years was only the beginning, who knew what was next? After the chaos rules dispersed, Jun Wuxie remained in the same spot for a few more days. It was there that she and Jun Wu Yao spent 100 years together, watching sunrise and sunset together. If she thought about it, it was not a lonely period. In addition, the 100 years have improved her temperament and also gave her more understanding of her own power. This was chaos. Early the next day, walking towards the ancient valley, as they got deeper into the valley, Jun Wuyao heard a strange song. At first, he thought it was a side effect of being trapped for 100 years, but as time went by the song got more and more miserable. "Little Xie, do you hear that?" he asked Jun Wuxie. If he was really imagining it, then she would not have heard it too. "Yes," Jun Wuxie replied. "Be careful. There are strange things in this valley." Jun Wuyao warned her as he felt uneasy. After a while, they came upon a stream, which was the source of the song. "Little Xie." Jun Wuyao was staring into space, his expression changing slightly. Even without Jun Wuyao's reminder, she had already noticed the same thing. Above the void was a beautiful woman in a long flowing gown with a smile that would capture anybody's heart. However, she seemed distant. "When he looks, I will dance. His smile resembles the sun. But he said my coldness reflects the ice. The years have passed without me knowing. I ask him, where are you? Where you are is where I am. I ask him again, when are you cold?" The song stopped. That beautiful lady let out a tinkling laugh, as if she was a young girl as she stared lovingly into the emptiness. Her movements were light and gentle. Below, Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao looked at each other. The woman seemed to be rambling to nobody in particular. "Excuse me," Jun Wuyao said cagily to the woman. The woman was very disturbed when Jun Wuyao spoke to her. Instantly, her smile disappeared and unease, fear, anger and pain all came to the surface and could be seen in her eyes. Next, ice started to fall from the sky and covered the world in a sheet of ice. This time, "Can you still use your warmth to melt my ice? I miss you so much." The woman shed tears of ice and the world fell into a deep silence. What sort of great power is this? Jun Wuyao saw that it was enveloping him, Jun Wuxie and everything that surrounded them. Even Jun Wuxie, normally so calm, was feeling something strange. "Without my son, what use is snow? What use is the whole world? I miss him. Where he is where I am." In an instant, the entire world was covered by snow, sleet, and frost. Between heaven and earth, everything was buried under a layer of snow. Jun Wuxie looked up at the woman and was surprised at the terrible power she possessed, but she also felt something familiar about the power. It was obviously bone-chillingly cold, but also seemed to possess a faint warmth. "Return my radiant sun," the woman screamed, exuding a boundless chill. "This does not seem to be the product of chaos," Jun Wuxie said while looking at the madwoman. "Little Xie, I don't sense a physical body. She seems to be some sort of apparition," Jun Wuyao said, a theory forming in his mind. Previously, when Jun Wuxie returned from the 7-story dream world, she said that she had met many gods and experienced their regrets. The power that this woman possessed did not seem to be of this world. It felt more like God power? But all the gods have fallen. How could there be one in the chaos array? Jun Wuxie had her doubts but could not deny the logic of Jun Wuyao's theory. Not only did Jun Wuyao feel this way, but she had the same thoughts herself. The power she was witnessing in front of her had too many similarities with what she had seen from the gods in the 7-story dream world. The only difference was that the woman in front of them seemed to have gone mad, but the gods she encountered before were still in control of themselves. "Little Xie, if I'm not wrong, this person is the same as the gods you saw previously, but there is no body, only the manifestation of her obsession," Jun Wuyao said coldly. Just as they had ascertained her identity, the woman suddenly screamed at them. "It was you who killed my radiant sun." The woman descended from the sky and rushed towards them. In that same instant, Jun Wuyao's dark spirit, which surrounded his body, rose rapidly, and brought this icy world into complete darkness. Jun Wuxie squinted slightly, raised a hand, and a bolt of golden power came out from her fingertip to reinforce Jun Wuyao. Rumble. The two powerful forces collided against each other, like two great beasts locked in a violent battle. In the next moment, there were constant ripples between the sky and the earth, and monstrous shockwaves swept in all directions. The mountains and rivers in the distance collapsed under the force of the clash. When faced with this combination of power, a pained expression appeared on the woman's face, and the madness in the eyes dissipated a little for a moment. God, power. The impact of two powerful forces quietly touched the woman's soul. She was slightly shocked. The madness in her eyes gradually faded, and she finally stopped attacking. Beside the gravel, her face was pale and her breath was very weak. She put her hands over her chest as she stared at Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao. You were sent by the god of destruction. There was pure vitriol in the woman's voice, the words god of destruction rolling off her tongue like acid. Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao looked at each other, and Jun Wuxie spoke first. We are not his underlings but have been sucked into this chaos array. I see. In that case, the woman's mouth curled up slightly, showing some embarrassment. Thank you, if not for you, I don't know how long more I'd have been lost. Who exactly are you? Jun Wuxie was very curious about the woman's identity. From the power she just displayed, Jun Wuxie was sure that she was also a god, or at least used to be. The woman lowered her head slightly. Her eyes closed and a bitter smile formed on her lips. My name is Han Shuang, the Lord of Ice and Snow, and people called me the Goddess of Frost. The woman continued, At that time, my beloved sun god was killed by the god of destruction, imprisoning his body and soul in the chaos array. I traveled all over the world, and finally I found the god of destruction. I could not defeat him and was imprisoned by the chaos array. I don't know how long I've spent there, and as my divine power and divine body gradually corroded, only my obsession remains. Hearing what the woman said, Jun Wuxie sighed and said nothing for a long time. Her intuition was right. Han Shuang was indeed the same as the gods she had encountered before. The difference being her spirit was muddled from spending too much time in the chaos array. If we can leave the chaos array, we will definitely destroy the god of destruction and return peace to the world. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. She may not have experienced what the goddess of frost went through in the chaos array for so many years. But the god of destruction's actions had reached breaking point with Jun Wuxie. How much happiness had he ruined and how much suffering had he created in order to achieve his goals? You will get out. The woman stood up with some difficulty. The bitterness in her smile dissipated and she had a look of determination in her eyes. She looked at Jun Wuxie and gave her a warm smile. My thirst for revenge, after being in the array for so long, has become an obsession, and it has given me some chaos power which I am now giving to you both as my final contribution. Jun Wuxie was stunned. She did now know how to express how she was feeling. The goddess of frost would ultimately succumb to the god of destruction's plans. By using her power to send them out of the array, it may be the end of her existence in this world, just like the god of light and the rest of the gods. The goddess of frost seemed to sense Jun Wuxie's hesitation. Her smile turned gentle, no longer cold as ice, but there was an unspoken relief that could be seen. Although I haven't seen you before, I felt the pure divine power in your body just now, and that power feels both familiar and strange. I have received the grace and gift from the god of light. Jun Wuxie's eyes were slightly lowered. Those gods contributed the last trace of divine power to unseal her lost powers. She might have been unable to absorb their divine power, but there were still some traces of theirs in her power. That was probably why the goddess of frost had a sense of familiarity to her. The goddess of frost was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Oh, it is the god of light. No wonder you feel familiar to me. I still remember the paradise back then, but it's only a dream now. Whether it was a dream or not, it was now no more. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 bolts of power shot out from her eyes and went into Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao's bodies before they had time to react. The only reason I was able to hold out this long was thanks to this chaos power, but now I am sober and my beloved is not with me anymore. Her figure was gradually disappearing while she smiled faintly. The goddess of frost looked into the distance, as if looking for the lost shadow of her other half. He is alive when I was not. I am alive, but he is. Dancing with him for long days, he dances alone. A soft sigh. After years of chaos, I am far apart from him. I'm here and he isn't. I ask if he is cold. Where he is where I am. Where he goes is where I shall go. With that, along with 2 trails of tears, the goddess of frost disappeared. As she disappeared, it started snowing. It was a beautiful sight, but when the snowflakes fell on their bodies, they carried a sense of cold desperation, representing the love that the goddess could never retrieve. Jun Wuxie looked at the falling snowflakes and stretched out her hand to catch one in her palm. As it melted in her hand, she suddenly clenched her fist. I will take revenge on your behalf. Jun Wuyao went to Jun Wuxie's side, wrapped her fist in his hands and said, all debts will be repaid one day. The god of destruction wanted to trap us in the chaos array forever, but instead we have gained new powers. It has turned out for the best. Jun Wuxie unclenched her fist and could feel the new power coursing through her. She wanted to repay him 100 times over. Boom! There was a loud sound, like a sonorous clanging of a large bell. The both of them, using their newly gained chaos power, took towards the hold that suddenly appeared in the sky and finally left the chaos array. When they emerged, they saw the guards they had slain just a few moments ago. They were lying in their still fresh pools of blood. It was as if only a few moments had elapsed. In the end, time in the chaos array has no meaning. Jun Wuxie squinted her eyes. They had spent such a long time in the array, but on the outside it was over in the blink of an eye. Jun Wuyao nodded slightly. Everything in the chaos array was like a dream. It was like a strange dream that he and Jun Wuxie had experienced together. But the power in their bodies was real. I want to see what his reaction is when the god of destruction sees us. Jun Wuyao's lips curved into an unrestrained evil smile. Having planned and calculated every step for so long, finally the god of destruction had made a miscalculation. Jun Wuxie was really looking forward to the god of destruction's reaction when he found out that not only were they not trapped in the chaos array, they actually grew stronger in it. The outside of the temple reeked of blood, and inside, the god of destruction was casually sitting in the high position, resting his chin in one hand. Below the high position, Feng Ming cut a solitary figure in the hall. My lord, the chaos array has been broken. I'm afraid it can't hold them any longer. The god of destruction waved his hand dismissively. That's okay. Inger has returned and brought back the powers of the god of light and the others, just as I wanted. Even though they've broken out, it's too late to stop the blood sacrifice array of the 3 realms. The god of destruction had a crazed look in his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But my lord, Feng Ming was still a little worried. But the god of destruction was in no mood to listen any further. Have you done what I've instructed you to? Feng Jing took a moment, then nodded his head and said, it is done. Then let them come. I want to see what trouble these 2 sacrificial lambs can cause before they are finally put down. Let them have a last hurrah and an illusion of hope. The god of destruction chuckled, and the remaining facade of warmth was thoroughly torn down by the venomous expression in his eyes. Whether it's this boring world or those weak gods, they should have been eradicated a long time ago. The strong survive. Why don't they understand it? The god of destruction's laughter was low and menacing, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. In the midst of his laughing, both figures appeared at the door of the great hall. The god of destruction stopped laughing and looked up at the 2 people standing at the entryway. Welcome, my sacrifices. The god of destruction leaned back and crossed his legs, the madness on his face there for all to see. Jun Wuxie looked at the face in front of her that was identical to the god of lights but only had cruelty on it. We have no interest in being sacrifices, Jun Wuyao said flatly. The god of destruction laughed. But you can't stop this. He raised his hand and a red mist started coming out of the ground, and soon everything around them had taken on a blood-red color. You're too late. Inger has already brought me the powers of the god of light and the others, and the blood sacrifice array has started. How can you reverse all of this? Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes. It was hard for her to believe that Guing was really willing to be the pawn of god of destruction. Previously Guing clearly intended to break free of the control of the god of destruction, But why did he still fall on the side of God of Destruction? You're really ruthless to use your own son as a pawn, Jun Wu Yao said. The God of Destruction paused momentarily before laughing out loud. Son? Haha. You've got it all wrong, Yiju. How could he be my son? The God of Destruction slowly sat up in his chair and raised his hand. Suddenly, an icy blue flame appeared in his palm. The flame was reflected in his eyes, making him seem even more evil than he already was. Jun Wuxie looked at the flame in his hand. It was the same hue as the one that had followed her in the 7 world of dreams, which got bigger as time went by. Isn't this flame beautiful? The God of Destruction said to nobody in particular, not clear whether he was speaking to himself or to Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao. Do you know what this flame represents? The God of Destruction slowly turned his gaze to them. He was not in a hurry at all. The blood sacrifice array had started, and he was merely waiting for it to come to an end. In the meantime, he could spend their last moments with them. This is the flame of the gods. It belongs to me and is a part of me. The God of Destruction laughed and waved his hand. The flame dropped to the ground at the side. In that instant, the flame grew and an unreal figure emerged from it. It was Guing, standing silently in the hall. His body was transparent like the ghosts in the ghost realm, but right then, he was even more transparent than the ghosts. The arrogant figure he had cut once was no more and looked so frail that a gust of wind would blow him away. He just stood there, a blue light circling him. He silently lifted his head and looked at Jun Wuxie. A series of complex emotions could be seen in his eyes. The God of Light and the others were too stubborn, trying desperately to protect this weak world. Everyone in it was created by us, and since they were created by us, they should also be destroyed by us. Isn't the purpose of their existence but to be a showcase of our power? The God of Destruction laughed once more, but it was tempered slightly. Why, when he looked at Guing? If they weren't so stubborn, I wouldn't have had to wait till now. I trapped them in the 7 world of dreams where only a god could enter. Qi Yen and the rest couldn't go in, but even if they did, they would not have managed to get the powers from that lot. Fortunately, you turned up. The God of Destruction's gaze fell upon Jun Wuxie. Only you could have made them lower their guard, and because of that, my avatar, Guing, could absorb their power. At the end of it all, I do need to thank you. Don't worry. After this is all over, I will find a rock to carve your name into so that even without a corpse, you have a final destination. The God of Destruction narrowed his eyes slightly. You knew I was coming a long time ago. Jun Wuxie stared at the God of Destruction unflinchingly. She was intelligent, but she had misjudged her opponent. She could deal with people with confidence, but against a god who was willing to sacrifice anything, she had lost the chance to strike first. The God of Destruction laughed. I knew that eventually there would be 2 people who are from a different world. Many years ago, Yiju appeared and I knew another would come. I did now know what form or status you would have when you did appear, but I knew that you and Yiju had a connection, and this is why you are now both before me. That's why I left him in the lower realm, as I was sure that when you came along, both of you would meet and come to face me. Looks like I was correct. The God of Destruction knew that if he controlled one of the souls that was from another world, the other would soon follow. And his bet proved correct. Yiju knew of my plan, and moreover, he had been afflicted with the life and death worm. You would surely come. The only thing that has surprised me is how weak you are. The God of Destruction said with a sigh. I thought you would be strong like Yiju, but you look like a normal person. But then again, that allowed Inger to absorb the powers of those 7 fellows. Ha ha ha. The God of Destruction made no attempt to hide his madness. Isn't it such a great honor for the both of you to witness the destruction of the world with me? Madman. Jun Wuxie frowned at the increasingly maniacal God of Destruction. The God of Destruction was very smart, and being the only remaining god in the 3 realms, his power was unmatched. But he was also a madman whose ambition would destroy everything. If this had occurred when she was just reborn, Jun Wuxie would not have batted an eyelid at the world's destruction. But now, with her family, friends and lover, things were different, and she would not allow it to happen. Madman? He shook his head. Plebeians like you will never understand my desire to reign supreme over all. You only need to experience that sort of power once, and you'll never forget it ever in your life. His expression was getting more and more crazed. He looked up as if he was looking at something he had been waiting for a long time. I will get everything one day. Don't even dream of it as long as we're here. Jun Wu Yao interjected. The god of destruction said to Jun Wu Yao, Yi Ju, do you think you are a match for me now that you are rid of the life and death worm? It's such a shame that you don't seem to remember what happened when you contracted the life and death worm. Do you need me to jog your memory? The god of destruction flashed an evil grin and gently clapped his hands together. Feng Ming suddenly emerged from the shadows, pushing a wheelchair into the hall. When Jun Wu Xie and Jun Wu Yao saw the wheelchair, they were rooted to the spot. The person in the wheelchair was stiff and his eyes were glazed over. It might have been more suitable to describe that person as a puppet. However, what shocked Jun Wu Xie and Jun Wu Yao was the appearance of that person. That man looked exactly like Jun Wu Yao and also had a pair of violet eyes. Those eyes, however, were dim with no spark in them whatsoever. The god of destruction had also come down from his platform and was standing next to Feng Ming. He bent slightly to take a look at the man in the wheelchair. Yi Ju, do you remember anything now? The god of destruction picked up the left hand of the man in the wheelchair. That otherwise slender and good-looking hand was missing its little finger. Jun Wu Yao looked at where the missing finger should have been and scenes began playing in his mind. The man looked weak and his head was swollen. Wu Yao. Jun Wu Xie looked at him nervously. His reaction was making her worry. Ha ha ha. Looks like you do remember something. The god of destruction stood up straight, looking arrogantly and laughing at Jun Wu Yao. Do you need me to help you recall what happened in Su Ruiying's soul chamber? If you didn't break into the chamber then, you probably wouldn't have had to suffer all that time. Jun Wu Yao covered his forehead while cold sweat kept dripping from it. When he saw those lifeless violet eyes, everything he had forgotten came rushing back to him. His past, which had been erased by the god of destruction. When Jun Wu Yao was still Yi Ju, nobody in the three realms could handle him, and even the god of destruction gave him a wide berth. Before getting afflicted with the life and death worm, he had met Su Ruiying and found her quite strange, so he went to her residence to check on her, and had also entered the basement that was full of souls. What he found was not an empty chamber, but instead there was a person inside it. A person who looked exactly like him, lying in the middle of the room. Jun Wu Yao was shocked and wanted to find out everything. But the god of destruction appeared suddenly and used a spell cast by Su Ruiying to capture him. It was this spell that caused him to go into battle and get afflicted by the life and death worm, and that memory was erased by the god of destruction. Flashes of his memory came back, but Jun Wu Yao managed to straighten his furrowed brow. A cold light flashed across his eyes. If you had not discovered that, I might have let you stay in the upper realm since the other soul was always going to come. But you were too careless. Jun Wu Yao narrowed his eyes at the god of destruction while Jun Wu Xie looked on worriedly. Jun Wu Yao secretly pulled Jun Wu Xie's hand and gave her a look that only she could understand. The soul bone you stole was from him, and no matter how well you've hidden it, as long as it remains in the three realms, you can't escape the effects of the blood sacrifice array. The god of destruction said gleefully. What are you trying to say exactly? Jun Wu Yao said in a deadpan manner. The god of destruction was so sure of his victory that he was now taking the time to savor the moment of his plan coming together and leaving his opponents no room to maneuver. What am I trying to say? Ha ha. I want you to know how honored you should be to be witnessing this great moment. You will be absorbed into my power, and I will transcend this boring and meaningless world. It is your privilege to be a part of it. The god of destruction looked hopeful at his impending power. He would never forget how small and weak he felt when he first saw the great power of that great god. It was then that he resolved to be as powerful as him. Madman, Jun Wu Xie muttered coldly. Madman? Ha ha. You will never understand my true desires. The god of destruction shook his head. He returned to his chair and looked at them. You may have been strong in the past, but you've forgotten the thrill of having such power, but I will never forget. Jun Wu Xie looked coldly at the god of destruction. Golden light was slowly starting to surround her body as her god power was forming up on its own volition. creating a suffocating atmosphere in the hall. At the same time, Jun Wuyao was similarly surrounded by a layer of dark spirit. The two of them stood side by side, with their black and gold auras mixing. It felt like a merging of the earth and sky. Their two auras filled the hall, and the smile of the god of destruction's face faded slightly. He already knew what Jun Wuyao was capable of at his peak and naturally knew the gap between their powers. He also knew that Jun Wuxie had her god powers unlocked in the seven world of dreams. Nevertheless, he remained confident he could subdue them. But the god of destruction also saw something that surprised him. Surrounding both of them was an aura which was at once strange and familiar. It reminded him of the aura of boundless power that he once saw from the great god. "Are you done? If so, it's time for us to crush your dreams." Jun Wuxie looked intensely at the god of destruction who had come down from his high. "What is that power you have?" The god of destruction was startled and uncomfortable by that strange aura. Jun Wuyao cracked a slight smile. "We have you to thank for that. If you didn't trap us in the chaos array, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to obtain these chaos powers. You are clever and confident, but that cockiness will be your downfall. The goddess you trapped in the array many years ago was still there, and she was the one who gave us these powers and opened the door in the array for us to be standing in front of you to make you pay for your past misdeeds." The god of destruction's face turned into an ugly snarl. He never expected that the chaos array he used to trap them would end up benefiting them so greatly. The chaos array that the god of destruction left outside the temple was created by the breath left by the powerful god he had seen. The god of destruction had discovered the power of this chaos power since then. However, no matter how he tried, he could not integrate that kind of chaos power into his own divine power. Even his own divine power had a great sense of repulsion to this power of chaos. A little absorption would bring great pain and torture to his soul, which makes him unable to absorb the dream power. It could only be transformed into a powerful circle, a circle enough to trap the gods. It's just that with the passage of time, the power of the chaos that supports the chaos array was getting thinner and thinner. So from the beginning, God of Destruction never thought about how long the chaotic array method would be used to trap Jun Wuxie. He just wanted to let Jun Wuxie before they were sacrificed to experience that powerful endless power. However, the God of Destruction never dreamed that the chaos power that made him pursue for nearly 10,000 years was actually absorbed by Jun Wuxie and integrated into her power. Even if only a little, it was enough to change everything. The intense reaction of the destruction god made Jun Wuxie's eyes light up slightly. The chaos power she and Jun Wuyao obtained was indeed powerful. But the power was not extremely rich, and the chaos power could nourish the original in their bodies. However, the divine power and the dark spirit did not replace it. Because of this, Jun Wuxie did not care too much. But God of Destruction's reaction far exceeded her expectations. God of Destruction showed signs of collapse for this matter, which made Jun Wuxie quite concerned. She exchanged a glance with Jun Wuyao quietly, and there was no need to talk about each other's understanding. When the God of Destruction was in shock, Jun Wuxie's eyes looked at the ghost soul that was almost forgotten by people, Guing. He stood silently in the hall, as if he did not exist. There was no sound from him at all. But Jun Wuxie didn't ignore it. She was not resigned to it. Guing may have known the truth early in the morning. He was as clever as he was. He suffered such a miserable childhood when he was in the Middle Realms. Under the oppression of ancient meaning, he secretly lived for so many years. In his heart, he had no desire for affection. He will not doubt the motive of the God of Destruction to find him back. Gu Ying's temptation to himself before and after. He may be looking for the last life-saving straw. Gu Ying also seemed to notice Jun Wuxie's gaze. His deep eyes slightly lifted up, quietly facing Jun Wuxie's indifferent eyes. The enemies that had fought many times now, but now stood very delicately above the position. The gaze of the two met for only a moment that was simply unnoticeable. While all eyes were fixed on God of Destruction, watching his expression become more and more fierce, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Well, this is a good thing." God of Destruction's ferocious eyes stared at Feng Ming. Feng Ming was just an envoy in the land of gods. He was the first human being created by the gods. Because it was the first time to create a living body, some gods remained in Fengming's body. Divine power, which made him unable to survive in the three realms like other people. In the end, he could only be kept by the gods and served them. At the moment when the god of destruction's conspiracy was exposed, Fengming stood beside the god of destruction. He watched the god of destruction arrange everything all by himself, and also looked forward to the moment when the god of destruction broke the void. Good? What's so good? Why? Why does the power of chaos repel me? Why accept them instead? I am clearly the most powerful god in the three realms. At the beginning, the god did not choose me, and even with the remaining power he still has not chosen me. Why? I have now become the only god in the three realms. No matter the pedantic god of light or whoever, they have disappeared forever. Now the only one who can break the void is only me. The mask of god of destruction's self-confidence was completely torn at this moment. This unwillingness that had been suppressed in his heart for many years, and it all came out at this moment. He never thought of himself as the best of all gods. When he knew that there was a god who could surpass them, his heart was full of disdain. But when he saw the powerful one with his own eyes, he was deeply convinced by that kind of power. He knew that the reason why God would come to the three realms was to pick out the best god among them. He always thought that he was chosen, it must be him. However, his determination was eventually a joke. That God left with a look of disappointment and regret. His eyes did not stay on God of destruction even for a moment. The self-confidence of God of destruction had been smashed at that moment. The kind of disregard for shame and unwillingness was like a fire, burning his heart. He swore that one day he would obtain such a powerful force and use his strength to prove that even if the god did not give him such an opportunity, he could win it himself. When he breaks the void, he will find that god and tell him how wrong the original decision was. Fengming looked at the god of destruction that had fallen into madness and calmly said, I am, as a sacrifice, the stronger the better. They have the combined power, which will be beneficial to your plan. Fengming's words calmed down the god of destruction in an instant. He stared ambitiously at Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuxie. The evil smile bloomed again at the corner of his mouth. You are my sacrifice, the stronger you are, the stronger the effect of the blood sacrifice array, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Do you think that you can really do what you want? Jun Wuyao sneered, and the sound of the voice would interrupt the god of destruction's ruthless laughter. The surging dark spirit raged in the palm of Jun Wuyao, and gradually spread throughout the hall to form a huge sense of oppression. The chaos power and his dark spirit fusion were astonishingly high. This had been higher than the fusion of divine power in Jun Wuxie's body. God of destruction's laughter dissipated. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Jun Wuyao and Jun Wuxie in front of him. Suddenly, he laughed again. This time, he laughed very strangely. How could I be so careless? The god of destruction pressed on the handle of the chair. The ground on both sides of his throne suddenly opened. For golden and cylindrical columns rose from the open gap, while on the raised golden pillar, circling for light balls of different colors. The balls of light, about the size of an egg, exuded a faint halo and suspended above the pillar. The god of destruction raised his hand and took the red sphere that was closest to him. The light sphere was like a flame held in the hand by the god of destruction. This one is Qi Yen. He was my first chosen knight of destruction and one of my favorite works. He used to be the king of the upper realm, the true king, a strong co-created by me and the god of light. He is a just, strict and benevolent king. But it's a pity that the upper realm no longer needs him as a king. There is only one real king, and that's me. So I captured his benevolence and memory and made him a faithful dog to me. Look, he used to love his people very much. But in the end, he was captured by the heart of love. As long as I give any order, he will never hesitate to execute, even if it is the slaughtering of the people he once loved. Pushing his own wife and children into the fire, he would not have any hesitation. The god of destruction's eyes fell on the red light ball, and the red color reflected on his eyes, making him look extremely malevolent. The god of destruction's words made Jun Wuxie's heart quake. She did not forget what her mother had said before. Han Zifei once said that his lord took away Jun Gu's soul before he could be cultivated as a knight of destruction. Jun Wuxie was not clear of the reason behind it. At this moment, she had a hunch that God of Destruction's next words would soon solve the doubts in her mind. It's a pity that I always admire Qi Yan. After all, he is so loyal to me. There was a slight opening in the mouth of God of Destruction, but there was no slight regret or loss in his eyes. He lightly tossed the red sphere of light under his feet. The moment the sphere fell to the ground, a golden divine power sprang out of his fingertips, breaking the sphere of light instantly. The crimson sphere of light turned into a red light in a flash, scattered on the ground, glowing with a little light. But after an instant it vanished thoroughly. But he is dead, and this thing is useless for me to keep, the god of destruction said harshly without any remorse. He then reached out and took a silver-white light ball in his hand. His gaze fell on that one. There was a daze as he looked at the light ball, but calmness was restored after a while. This one belongs to Ying, a beautiful but stupid Ying. It was her such a beautiful look at the beginning that attracted that silly god of light and gave me such a chance. I hate to thank her for it. So even if it was after destroying the body of God of Light, I did not kill her. I deprived her of her memory and her face that had turned the God of Light into a soul, allowing her to stay in the sacred city and live. She should thank me. After all, I was so benevolent for the first time. The God of Destruction cackled as he smiled deviously. Jun Wuxie was completely stunned. She still remembered the moment when the God of Light dissipated. The last whisper. Ying. That was the last sigh before the God of Light disappeared, softly, helplessly, wondering how much of his thoughts and sadness he had been immersed in. Because of his love, he destroyed the entire land of the gods. He was trapped in the seven world of dreams in endless remorse and self-blame. One would wonder if he would still think of the woman whom he was once so obsessed with. He once said that she was the kindest person he had ever seen, who had a delicate heart, the purest heart in the world. Jun Wuxie couldn't link the woman mentioned by God of Light with the Su Ruiying she had seen. Su Ruiying, a cruel person who controlled the souls. A person who could ruin the souls mercilessly and arbitrarily manipulate the soul, was actually a woman who was missed by the God of Light. This was really incredible. Looking at the silver ball of light in the hands of God of Destruction, Jun Wuxie suddenly understood the cruelty of God of Destruction. Qi Yan was a benevolent and just king, but God of Destruction has taken away his kindness, making him a killing machine that only obeyed himself, and ordered him to kill the people he had desperately wanted to protect. Watching the people they once became, under the indulgence of the God of Destruction, they became cold-hearted monsters. Su Ruiying once had a pure heart and a beautiful face that moved the gods. But the God of Destruction had stripped everything she once had, making her an ugly and cruel demoness. The God of Destruction was deliberately manipulating their fate, digging them away from their precious goodness and burying in the evilness that should not belong to them. Extremely insulting and ironic. Jun Wuxie's eyes fell subconsciously to the other two spheres of light. She knew that one of them belonged to her father. In case, if she did not meet her father in Soul Realm, it would not take long for Jun Gu to become a cold-hearted executioner under the control of God of Destruction. He would forget everything in the past, glory and kindness. With a loud thud, the God of Destruction smashed the silver ball of light. The faint silver light spread on the ground and gradually disappeared. Jun Wuxie remained silent. Perhaps, for Qi Yan and Su Ruiying, death was their real relief. If they could find themselves back and remember everything they had done over the years, they would live in self-blame, eternal life in remorse, and there would never be salvation. This is Long Yao. I didn't like him at first. After all, he was just a good person, so selfless to everyone, so indifferent to everything. And his power was pretty good. The God of Destruction took a blue ball and pouted as he looked bored. He didn't seem to intend to say anything, but just raised his hand to smash the ball of light. Jun Wuxie's brows wrinkled deeper, and her eyes fell on the only remaining green sphere of light at the moment. Jun Wu Yao faintly felt the change of Jun Wu Xie's breath. He used his own dark spirit to protect Jun Wu Xie's surroundings without any traces to prevent any accidents. The god of destruction did not reach out in a hurry. He just looked up at Jun Wu Xie, and the smile on his face was strangely creepy. However, such a subtle move had struck Jun Wu Xie's heart inch by inch. Jun Wu Xie's gaze followed the ball of light. It's still small and not fully formed, but this one is my favorite. It is bright and warm, full of happiness and glory. When I first took it out of its owner's soul, I'm curious, time has such a firm but warm power. I saw a lot of interesting things in its memory. Do you want to know? The god of destruction's lips slightly raised. His eyes were not looking at Jun Wu Xie. Jun Wu Xie was almost a step forward subconsciously, but fortunately Jun Wu Yao pulled her wrist in time, and Jun Wu Xie's slight anomaly did not escape the eyes of God of Destruction. The smile on his eyes became more intense. This memory is very beautiful, a happy family, a brother who loves, and a woman who sticks to the glory and the country, guards the beloved woman, and the child who was just born, really, very happy, and died obviously. It was as tragic as it was. But after death, there was no bit of resentment, only warmth and a touch of regret. The god of destruction squinted. Unfortunately, his survival time is too short, and his memory is too short. I don't see much. I just know that the woman in his memory is exactly the same person who fled. What makes me more interested is after years of being the Knight of Destruction, there will actually be a person from the lower realm who dares to provoke the upper realm. A woman with the same name as his newly born daughter, Jun Wu Xie. The name, are you familiar with it? The smile on the corners of destruction god spread a little bit, and the maliciousness in the eyes was uncovered. You are a god. You can see all this. Jun Wu Yao took Jun Wu Xie's hand and felt Jun Wu Xie's tension at the moment. She cared about her family beyond everything. Taking care of things, it had become difficult for Jun Wu Xie to maintain absolute calmness. The god of destruction shook his head. I am God, but I will not waste energy on the humble ones from the lower realms, and God is not omnipotent, otherwise why do I want to break the void? I know that there will be someone coming, just an accidental discovery. This person turned out to be my knight and the defector's daughter, which really surprised me. What did you take away from my father? Jun Wu Xie said coldly, as if her voice could condense into ice in the next second. The god of destruction chuckled. His memory and his persistence. But unfortunately, when Han Zifei came back and insisted on marrying him, I knew that Han Zifei should have noticed. But I don't care because only their presence will make you appear faster, and now it seems that I placed a good bet, right? My father is still alive. You can't manipulate him with this kind of thing. Jun Wu Xie took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Oh? Really? God of Destruction chuckled. He suddenly raised his hands and patted his palms. The back door of the temple was suddenly opened, and a group of soldiers strode into the temple with strides, and among the soldiers, they dragged two people in shackles. When Jun Wu Xie's eyes touched the two figures, the killing intention in her eyes rose to a critical point in an instant. Jun Gu and Han Zifei were bound together by chains of soul-binding chains. Huge chains were linked between them. The soldiers standing around them looked at them rigidly with cold eyes. From the looks of it, their pale faces and blood stains on the clothes reveal that before that, they had been tortured a lot. However, when they saw Jun Wu Xie, a gentle smile appeared on their faces at the same time. That smile seemed to be telling Jun Wu Xie that they were fine. But the anger in Jun Wu Xie's heart was ignited in an instant. You thought I would do nothing and let you come here? You are really naive. The god of destruction sneered. But I was really surprised. I thought that otherworldly souls would not care about the life and death of people in the three realms. I did not expect that you seemed to care about your loved ones and friends. The god of destruction looked at Jun Wu Xie and laughed wildly. The reason why the god of destruction indulged Long Yao to provoke Jun Wu Xie was to try to test Jun Wu Xie's temperament. Jun Wu Xie did not become disappointed. She used unmercilessly means to get revenge on Long Yao because Long Yao wanted to kill the companions around her. Jun Wuxie's revenge and the importance of Chao Chu and the other companions made the god of destruction more aware of the weightage of the chips in his hands. That was why he would let Jun Wuxie enter directly into the seven world of dreams. Because what he had in his hands was enough to contain Jun Wuxie. You deserve to die. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes and looked at the god of destruction murderously. The god of destruction simply laughed. I deserve to die? Ha ha ha, then you can come and try now. Kill me, you and Yiju. Kill me with your combined power you got, and then you can watch it with your own eyes, your parents die in front of you, ha ha ha. The rampant laughter of God of Destruction echoed in the hall. The laughter was extremely harsh. The smiles on Han Zifei and Jun Gu's faces almost vanished. Little Wuxie, you listen, Han Zifei suddenly said. Jun Wuxie raised her head and looked at her mother, whom she had not had time to spend time with. You can't let his plan succeed. Otherwise, it is not just me and your father, but everyone in the three realms. Even if you give up now, he will not stop. It's just a matter of dying now or later. To exchange your father's life and mine with his life is a good bargain. Han Zifei was blessed with extreme calmness at this moment. She had been in close contact with the god of destruction and knew his cruelty. Whether Jun Wuxie gave up, she and Jun Gu could not escape. Zifei, for so many years you still haven't changed a bit. You really are disgusting. God of Destruction frowned and looked at Han Zifei. But he did not let Han Zifei come here to say that. Han Zifei raised her eyebrows disapprovingly and looked at God of Destruction. That's really sorry. My human nature can't change in this life. If I can make you feel disgusted, it is really my honor. God of Destruction snorted coldly, no longer talking nonsense with Han Zi. He looked directly at Jun Wuxie and said, It's up to you how you choose, and I want to tell you a little, even if you have the combined power, you are still not my opponent. I have to remind you that the person Feng Ming is pushing is none other than Yi Ju's real body. Real body? The words of the god of destruction suddenly gave Jun Wuxie's heart an ominous hunch, and her eyes fell on the man Feng Ming was pushing. From the illusion given by the spirit tree, Jun Wuxie once saw Jun Wu Yao from the previous life. At that time, his eyes were more of an arrogance and disdain, as if he wanted to destroy everything in the world. That look was exactly what she had seen when Jun Wu Yao had just walked out of the cave carrying with him a trace of cynicism. But after getting along with Jun Wu Yao for a long time, the look in his eyes gradually changed. There was more gentleness in his eyes, and a little less of a grudge. Jun Wuxie was very reluctant to believe the words of God of Destruction, but the fact made her believe. Her eyes swept over to Jun Wu Yao's expression. From the subtle changes in his face, Jun Wuxie knew that what God of Destruction said was true. No one would know better than Jun Wu Yao the reliability of the truth. But what should she do? Just when Jun Wuxie hesitated on how to take care of the predicament in front of her, Jun Wu Yao standing beside her suddenly made a move. He suddenly raised his hand as the black dark spirit instantly rushed towards the him, who was seated on the wheelchair. The speed was so fast that Jun Wuxie had no chance to speak. When Feng Ming saw the dark spirit rushing towards the other Jun Wu Yao on the wheelchair, he immediately stood in front of the wheelchair and used his power to counter it. However, even so, Feng Ming's figure was blasted out in an instant as he fell directly to the corner of the hall and vomited out a mouthful of blood when he fell to the ground. Jun Wu Yao's actions made everyone in the hall dumbfounded. As a servant serving the gods, Feng Ming had been infected with great divine power for thousands of years. Even though he was not a real god, his strength was not inferior to Qi Yan. Even so, Feng Ming couldn't even get up after a blow from Jun Wu Yao. It was conceivable that Jun Wu Yao's prescription was so powerful. If there was no Feng Ming around, he would directly hit Jun Wu Yao's real body. I was afraid that it would be completely destroyed. Yi Ju, are you crazy? You even want to destroy your real body? The god of destruction suddenly widened his eyes. He never thought that Jun Wu Yao would do such an extreme act. Don't you want to die? Tell you the truth. As early as when you came to the three realms, I had already noticed you. At that time, you had yet to separate from your real body. It was me who used divine power to separate your soul from your body and gave you a new body. If you dare to destroy your real body, your soul will disappear with it. Have you thought about it? The god of destruction stared intently at Jun Wu Yao. He had witnessed his crazy moments before, but he had never seen Jun Wu Yao so ready to risk everything like now. When Jun Wu Yao came to the Three Realms that year, he did not use his real body. At that time, Jun Wu Yao was so powerful that it made people tremble in his presence. The god of destruction knew that if Jun Wu Yao was kept in that state, it would be impossible to take him down. Therefore, the god of destruction took advantage of his own convenience as the god of the Three Realms and thought of all ways to separate Jun Wu Yao's soul and body. He managed to erase the memory of Jun Wu Yao, and it wasn't until the new body of Jun Wu Yao was formed that the god of destruction put his soul into the new body. Only then did Jun Wu Yao have a memory belonging to Yi Ju. If possible, god of destruction did not want to spend too much effort on this. He needed more than just Jun Wu Yao. He had no choice but to release Jun Wu Yao to lure Jun Wu Xie to appear. However, in order to prevent accidents, God of Destruction deliberately saved Jun Wu Yao's real body, in order to use it to threaten Jun Wu Yao at the critical moment. But never would he have thought that Jun Wu Yao would take the chance to destroy himself without saying a word, just as he was about to use his real body to threaten Jun Wu Yao. That was simply seeking his own death. Jun Wu Yao narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at the distorted god of destruction. He calmly said, "I will not be your bargaining chip for anyone. If his existence is a threat, then I will destroy him without hesitation." Jun Wu Yao looked at his real body indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead body. "Don't you want to live? If you destroy your real body, you will die," the god of destruction roared out. Jun Wu Yao's lips curled up casually and ignored the clamor from god of destruction. He turned his head and looked at the worried Jun Wu Xie. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Jun Wu Xie's little head. "I said that as long as I am here, no one will hurt you. I will not even allow myself to hurt you." Jun Wu Xie froze in place. In a flash, she understood Jun Wu Yao's intention. Even if Jun Wu Xie disregarded Jun Wu Yao's safety and attacked the god of destruction with all her strength, Jun Wu Yao would not let this happen. He did not want to give the god of destruction such an opportunity. He wanted to end this all with his own hands and protect Jun Wu Xie, even if it meant by sacrificing himself. Jun Wu Xie wanted to say something, but Jun Wu Yao shook his head. "You have walked all the way till now. I have seen it in my eyes. How can I be your burden?" For many years, Jun Wu Yao couldn't remember himself. He watched the indifferent girl grow bit by bit, silently carrying the fate of the Three Realms on her shoulders. Such a thin and weak body had to shoulder all this. How could he endure and let her efforts go to waste? "God of destruction, you want to threaten me with my real body? Then you are really wrong. Even if you don't destroy it, I will destroy it myself." Jun Wu Yao raised his head as the last sliver of gentleness in his eyes had faded. He would not give God of destruction any chance. "I don't believe that you'll dare to do it." The god of destruction glared at Jun Wu Yao as he gnashed his teeth. He didn't believe that there would still be people in the world who would be stupid enough to sacrifice themselves, especially someone powerful like Jun Wu Yao. Jun Wu Yao sneered. An ominous feeling rose within Jun Wu Xie's heart suddenly as she subconsciously reached out and wanted to hold Jun Wu Yao, but her outstretched hand fell onto empty space instead. Before anyone could react, Jun Wu Yao's figure had already turned into a shadow and shot towards his real body that was the embodiment of his own existence. There was a loud bang, and inside the huge hall, the roaring explosion pierced everyone's eardrum, and two identical figures overlapped at this moment. At this critical juncture, there was an explosion. The deafening sound passed from the eardrum to the heart. Jun Wu Xie stunned and looked at the fine stars scattered in the hall before her. The dust that shone with light was scattered on the ground. When it fell to the ground, it turned into nothing. This scene was deeply carved in Jun Wu Xie's eyes and heart. An invisible, strong, and huge force rushed quietly towards Jun Wu Xie's soul. In the explosion, the whole hall trembled. The blood-red mist that had originally diffused in the hall quietly dispersed a little in this shock. The god of destruction incredulously widened his eyes and looked at the empty wheelchair. In the large hall, he opened his eyes to look around for something, but as a result, an explosion sounded in his brain. If you want to sacrifice the three realms and break through the void, one must rely on the power of the two souls of the outside world. But he never imagined that when he thought he had won the game, Jun Wuyao would choose to blow himself up so decisively, with the total destruction of the soul and real body. And such a result, God of Destruction's plan was a complete failure. Without the existence of an otherworldly soul, his sacrificial array, how could it be carried out? Ruined. Everything was ruined. The God of Destruction sat on the throne depressed. He had calculated everything, but he had not anticipated that Jun Wuyao would choose to sacrifice himself for Jun Wuxie. He did not even leave any. Jun Wuyao's self-destruction shocked everyone. Han Zifei and Jun Gu stared widely and could hardly believe what they saw. That powerful man had just vanished, just like that. Almost at the same time, Han Zifei and Jun Gu immediately turned their concerned gazes to Jun Wuxie. A sense of panic that had never been felt before rose in their hearts. Jun Wuyao had sacrificed his body and soul. Then their little Xie, Jun Wuxie, stood quietly in the hall as her downcast eyes hid the flurry of raging emotions in her eyes. Her sleeves and her black hair were billowing around her, although there was no evident wind. Little Xie. Han Zifei looked at the motionless Jun Wuxie. Her heart was no longer calm as she became more and more nervous. She knew her daughter very well. No matter how calm she looked on the surface, her heart was not as indifferent on the inside. Han Zifei once heard everything from Jun Wuyao about how they had met, their various encounters, and how their love had blossomed. Han Zifei knew that even now, Jun Wuxie had never said it, but as long as Jun Wuyao was by her side, she had the courage to face everything. But now that Jun Wuxie had personally witnessed Jun Wuyao make his choice to sacrifice himself in front of her, she did not dare imagine how this matter would affect Jun Wuxie. In the hall, the only one that remained calm was the soul of Guing. He was in his soul state, and the impact he felt was much smaller than others. In his view, Jun Wuyao's choice was right. He raised his eyes and looked at the god of destruction with a twisted face as a sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. The god of destruction would eventually pay for his arrogance. Losing Jun Wuyao's soul, how would he break through the void? What's more, how would he handle someone's upcoming revenge? The god of destruction turned hysterical. He had carefully plotted and planned for many years. But in the end, he was greeted with such an unacceptable result. The otherworldly soul was lost. He could no longer activate the array for the blood sacrifice of the three realms. Damn you! Damn you! Yi Ju! You are so damned! God of destruction roared like crazy. He walked down from the throne. His golden eyes had already turned bloodshot. He wished to find back Jun Wuyao's soul and crush it into powder, or imprison it for tens of thousands of years for as long as it could survive. However, all his anger and hatred had vanished. Jun Wuyao chose to end his life decisively. Whether it was the real body or the soul, it would eventually disappear in this world. That was the most complete counterattack given to the god of destruction and the most powerful change that god of destruction could not stop. A loud roar exploded from the mouth of god of destruction. He couldn't bear that the plan he had plotted for so long was destroyed by Jun Wuyao. His crimson eyes looked at the silent Jun Wuxie. Everything was gone. He could no longer break through the void and set foot firmly in the realm that he had seeked all his life. Yi Ju, do you think that if you die, everything can be over? I will destroy everything you want to protect. The god of destruction evoked a cruel smile as he walked towards Jun Wuxie, step by step with a malicious glint in his eyes. Yi Ju did this for you? He chose to sacrifice himself for you. Ha ha ha. It's really touching, Jun Wuxie. Isn't this very touching? The person whom you love, the person whom you've always wanted to protect, had given up his own life so decisively and met such an end. What a pity. It's all because of you. It's all because of you that he had chosen to die. The words of God of Destruction were like a hypnotic chant as he pushed Jun Wuyao's death onto Jun Wuxie as his blood-red eyes stared venomously at her like a viper. Bullshit. Wuyao. Han Zifei immediately understood the intention of God of Destruction. He clearly wanted to let Jun Wuxie's heart fall into huge guilt, so as to destroy Jun Wuxie's consciousness. But Han Zifei's words were just spoken, and God of Destruction swept away with a cold eye. The guards guarding Han Zifei immediately covered Han Zifei and Jun Gu's mouth, unwilling to let them say any further. In the silent hall, only the breath of death enveloped everyone's heart as the God of Destruction looked as if he had just walked out of hell. Every step was imbued with pure evil. Do you love him very much? Do you love him as much as he loves you? He is willing to give up his life for you. How about you? Do you wish to continue to survive with his sacrifice? Escape from here with his soul fragments. The God of Destruction approached Jun Wuxie step by step, watching Jun Wuxie standing motionless. The vicious cold light flashed under his eyes. Jun Wuyao ruined his lifelong dream. Even if he died, he could not remove the hatred in his heart. He wanted to destroy Jun Wuyao's loved one, the one whom he had sacrificed himself in order to protect. He would use the cruelest array in the world to let Jun Wuxie live forever in eternal life and never get relief. That was his revenge against Jun Wuyao. Even if Jun Wuyao's soul had already dissipated, the hearts of Han Zifei and Jun Gu had already reached their throats. They wished they could rush to Jun Wuxie immediately to stop the God of Destruction's plan. The malignant intention of Destruction God was too obvious, and seeing his twisted expression made them extremely wary. Standing at the side, Gu Ying's brows were light as he watched as the God of Destruction approached Jun Wuxie step by step. However, Jun Wuxie did not respond. This situation made Gu Ying find it a little strange. Why was this happening? Is it true that Jun Wuxie was really stimulated by Jun Wuyao's death? The danger was near. Was she really going to give up resistance? Gu Ying's heart constantly raised a lot of doubts. But in the end, he subconsciously denied his doubts. No, Jun Wuxie was not that easy to defeat. After playing several times with Jun Wuxie, Gu Ying knew very well how powerful this petite woman-looking body was. Then, what was she waiting for? Just as Gu Ying continued to deliberate, the God of Destruction had already approached Jun Wuxie, and he was only 3 steps away from her. The vicious cold light bloomed from the eyes of God of Destruction. He slowly reached out his hand and stretched it towards Jun Wuxie's neck. Just in an instant, a few rays of light suddenly rushed in from outside the hall. In the blink of an eye, they rushed towards the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction retreated back a few steps at the same time, avoiding the impact of those streaks of light. The streaks of lights appeared before Jun Wuxie. As the lights dissipated, 4 towering figures suddenly stood defensively in front of Jun Wuxie. Want to touch little Xie? Defeat us first. Xiao Chu stood angrily in front of Jun Wuxie, defending her. The red aura ignited around him was like a raging flame. A circle of dazzling light appeared above his left hand as a spirit ring shone brightly. Fei Yan, Hua Yao and Fan Zhua stood respectively beside Xiao Chu. The 4 tall figures formed an insurmountable high wall in front of Jun Wuxie. The pace of the Destruction God's attack was blocked. Xiao Chu and others originally recuperated at the residence arranged by Nangong Lai according to Jun Wuxie's request. But not long ago, Nangong Lai suddenly brought news that both Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao broke into the sacred hall. After hearing that, the 5 of them could not sit still anymore. They didn't dare to stay for a while longer. They could only put the puppet Rong Ruo under the care of Bai Mo, and they rushed to the sacred hall together. When entering the temple, blood flowed along the road. The damaged corpses piled up like a mountain. The thick bloody smell filled each of their noses and stimulated their nerves. Their hearts were full of fear. They rushed over at full speed. They were afraid of what would happen to Jun Wuxie and Jun Wuyao. Just before they entered the hall, they saw that the God of Destruction was approaching Jun Wuxie step by step. Their minds exploded and they rushed over without caring for their own lives. What shocked them was that besides Jun Wuxie and the God of Destruction, Han Zifei and Jun Gu were also present, and not only that, There was another familiar presence. They had all been to the soul world. They knew the state of the soul body. Guing, standing on the side, his translucent body, clearly looked like a soul body. The situation in front of them was so complicated that several of them could not react at all. Ha ha ha. Oh, this is really touching. The god of destruction looked at Xiao Chu and the others that stood before him. Suddenly he smiled with his bloodshot eyes. His gaze glazed past them as he looked at Jun Wuxie standing behind them quietly with unconcealed malevolence. Jun Wuxie, are you very touched? So many people are willing to die for you. The god of destruction curled his lips. The thrill of revenge in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He stretched out his hand to point at Xiao Chu and said to them, Xiao Chu Huayao, Fanjua, this ugly monster, should it be Fei Yen? The god of destruction's fingers suddenly stopped when he touched the Fei Yen bandages on his face. Fei Yan's eyes stared sharply at the god of destruction, but the god of destruction laughed. It's really pitiful to become such an inhuman and ghost-like figure and still thinking that you can come to save Jun Wuxie. You really have too many partners and they are all willing to die for you. Just like Yiju, god of destruction said with a smile on his eyes. His words were like a bombshell and exploded in Xiao Chu's heart. Yiju? Wasn't that the name of brother Wu Yao? How could this guy say, what kind of shit you talking about? You will die, not brother Wu Yao. Don't think that you can provoke alienation here. Xiao Chu couldn't help but yelled. His heart was faintly uneasy, and he was only aware of it now. Jun Wu Yao's figure et al. In the sacred hall. But according to the news given by Nangong Lai, Jun Wu Yao should have entered the temple together with Jun Wuxie. But where was he? Provoking? Ha ha! The god of destruction smirked and raised his hand. It's a pity. If I said it's not true, then... The god of destruction looked at Xiao Chu's Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie. How could she be so depressed? The deep voice of god of destruction made a chill run down the back of Xiao Chu and the others, and what scared them even more was the words from god of destruction. Jun Wuxie's state was indeed not right. From their appearance to the present, Jun Wuxie had not said a word. She never even raised her head. The silent response made Xiao Chu feel even more panicked. Little Xie, brother Wu Yao. Fanjua turned his head slightly and asked Jun Wuxie. However, Jun Wuxie stood motionless with her head down without a sound. Her breath was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. No crying, no anger, no wailing. Only the faint breath sound echoed in the repressed hall, as if she could disappear at any time. Jun Wuxie's reaction almost assumed everything god of destruction said. Xiao Chu's heart fell to the bottom of the valley in an instant. No matter what you said, as long as we are here, don't you dare to touch little Xie. Huayao took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his inner grief. It was not the time to feel sad when they are facing the enemy now. Jun Wuxie was in a strange situation. Even if they were in pain, who else could replace Jun Wu Yao to protect little Xie? Oh, you are handling your emotions really well. God of destruction chuckled and a sharp, murderous intention flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, you'll be joining Yiju soon, and the one you want to protect, Jun Wuxie, will be joining you as well. Oh no, I won't let her die that easily. After all, she is the woman who Yiju sacrificed his life to protect. I will take care of her properly and let her witness the deaths of all those dear to her, keeping her in an eternal state of torture. Your arrival is a true gift that allows me to increase her suffering. The god of destruction laughed cruelly. His plan to break through the void had been ruined by Jun Wu Yao's death. The god of destruction was full of hatred, and only exacting revenge 10 or 100-fold would quell it. Protect little Xie well. Fanjua looked at his companions, all having the same resolution in their hearts. Today, if they could not live, they would all die together. They would not let the god of destruction succeed even if they had to give their lives. In what seemed to be the same instant that Fanjua spoke, Fei Yan put Jun Wuxie over his shoulder and ran out of the hall as fast as he could. Fei Yan's injury had not fully healed and was the least ready for battle among the four of them. But he was still stronger than Xiao Chu and the rest, so the best strategy was to get Jun Wuxie as far away from danger as possible. The god of destruction saw Jun Wuxie being carried out and wanted to give chase. However, at that moment, Xiao Chu, Hua Yao and Fange was summoned their spirit rings and fused them with their own souls. Before, when they managed to survive the attacks of the top 10 masters, it was because their souls had merged with their spirit rings. Now that their souls were fully healed, going through another fusion would increase their strength tremendously. A dazzling aura surrounded them, taking the shape of their spirit rings. Their power could be seen wafting in the air, and their bodies grew larger and covered the exit to the hall. "You've overestimated yourselves." The god of destruction laughed. It was undeniable that their current strength would have put them at the top of the 3 realms, higher than even the top 10 masters who had attacked them previously. But their opponent was not a person, but a god. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying by the god of destruction. If they were not protected by their spiritual power, all their internal organs would have been crushed. Even so, when they fell to the ground, they still coughed up blood, and in that blood there were bits of flesh. They had already suffered internal injuries. Before the god of destruction could think of giving chase to Jun Wuxie, Xiao Chu and the rest stood up once more and rushed towards him, not caring about their lives. The 3 of them were like moths to a flame, knowing the battle was futile but were still unwilling to give any quarter. If they could delay the god of destruction by even 1 second, giving Fei Yen more time to get Jun Wuxie further away, it would be worth it. Blood was all around and the stench of death permeated the hall. Han Zifei and Jun Gu were tied up and unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as the bloody scene played out in front of their very eyes. The youths that they had come to look upon as their own children were repeatedly trying to block the god of destruction's exit at the cost of their own lives. How they wished they could break free of those shackles, rush over and bear the suffering instead of them. Guing looked on with a serious expression. As a spiritual body, he could no longer smell the blood being split. He could only watch Xiao Chu and the others getting gradually soaked with blood and the pools of blood around their feet growing ever larger. As he watched, he felt more and more conflicted. Guing had long known that Jun Wuxie and those before him shared a close bond formed out of many years of friendship. It was an intimacy that was foreign to him, as he had been ignored by all since he was young, even when he was holding the title of Blood Fiend Palace's young lord. In reality, he was merely a cur, a weapon, a pawn that was raised by Gui. In the Blood Fiend Palace, his strange situation was well known. Even though the elders and disciples showed respect and were obedient in front of him, Guing saw disdain in their eyes. Nobody cared about his opinion or even whether he lived or died. In the Blood Fiend Palace, his sole purpose was to perform shameful tasks to help Gui eliminate his enemies. Gu Ying's world was a cold one, so cold that it turned his heart to ice. The only person he felt warmth from was Gu Xianyan, his sister in name. But after he killed Gu Yi and imprisoned Gu Xianyan with him, he could no longer feel that warmth, only indifference and coldness. Gu Xianyan hated him. The only person in the world who had shown him kindness now hated him like everyone else. Guing was very clear as to why the god of destruction had brought him back, and that he was a soul created by the god of destruction, and his very existence was dependent on the whims of the god of destruction. His entire life was cold and laughable. However, when Guing saw Xiao Chu, his mouth dripping with blood, once again rushing at the god of destruction, he felt something stir deep within his soul. Was it worth it? To give up your life just for a friend? There was no hesitation, no remorse, just a common desire to get more time for Jun Wuxie to escape. Was it worth it? Guing had absolutely no idea. In this world, nobody was ever willing to give up their life for his, not even Gu Xianyan. Even if he had a dog's life, he still tried hard to live it, watching all those around him die without even flinching. Guing could not understand their resolve, but for a reason unknown to him, suddenly felt envious of them. Envious of them knowing what they wanted and what was important enough to protect. A strange feeling started radiating throughout Gu Ying's soul. The god of destruction was in no rush to kill the 3 of them. He wanted them to experience the pain of almost dying again and again. When Xiao Chu and the rest were unable to move anymore, the god of destruction stood in the pool of blood, that surrounded them and looked on proudly. More than half the bones in their bodies were broken and they had suffered massive internal injuries. They did not even have the strength to lift a finger. But they were still staring defiantly at the god of destruction, as if they wanted to tear him limb from limb. "There's no need to look at me like that. I've been kind enough not to kill you as I easily could have, but I've let you live. Don't worry, you won't get off that easily. Since you were willing to sacrifice yourselves to protect Jun Wuxie, you must be quite important to her. So after I capture her again, I'll kill you slowly in front of her very eyes." The god of destruction laughed, exhibiting all his evil and sinister traits. Xiao Chu and the rest were lying in the pool of blood, unable to move, but would have given anything to be able to pounce on the god of destruction and kill him. However, in their current state, they did not even have the strength to end their own lives, much less kill the god of destruction. They finally understood why he had let them live. It was not because he could not kill them, but because he had decided it was not time yet. The god of destruction walked out of the hall, not once looking back at them. Fei Yan had carried Jun Wuxie away in a mad sprint, resulting in some of the bandages on his face coming loose in the wind and pockets of unhealed wounds oozing pus could be seen. As he ran, the wind felt like a million little knives stabbing his face at once. But he did not dare to stop and look back in the direction he was running from. "Little Xie, you must hold on." Fei Yan's voice was hoarse from the wind and he could not see. Fortunately, in absorbing the spiritual ring, his spiritual sense had increased greatly and could sense changes in the atmospheric pressure around him, so could navigate without needing to see. Jun Wuxie was silent, as if she had gone to sleep. Fei Yan could not see what Jun Wuxie looked like at that moment. If he could, he would have been stunned. Jun Wuxie's eyes were open and her golden eyes were as brilliant as the sun, but there seemed to be a fog that was covering her eyes, blocking their radiance. Her eyes were duller than those of the blind Fei Yan. Jun Wuxie could not see and could not hear. She had no way of knowing what was happening around her. At the moment when Jun Wuyao self-exploded, Jun Wuxie's entire spirit seemed to collapse instantly, and when the power floating in the hall continued to flow into Jun Wuxie's soul, her consciousness was instantly lost in a strange illusion, so she had no idea that Xiao Chu and the rest had rushed to the hall and what had happened after they arrived. All her consciousness had been lost in that mist. In the mist, she vaguely saw a familiar figure. The figure was slender and had an aura around him. It seemed that he was the only person who could dispel the fog. Jun Wuxie kept looking at the figure and her heart felt as if it had been crushed. She stared blankly at the figure for a long time until the figure smiled at her and reached out his hand, when her legs seemed to have a mind of their own and started moving towards the figure. "Wu Yao!" Jun Wuxie threw herself into the arms of the familiar figure, but it was a mirage and her body passed right through it. Jun Wuxie stared and looked at her empty hands. She turned around and could still see Jun Wuyao looking at her, smiling gently. Her lover that she could not touch. In Jun Wuxie's eyes was a look of hopelessness that had never been seen before. "Little Xie." Jun Wuyao's voice rang in Jun Wuxie's ears. The voice was both very gentle and tragic at the same time. "I've always been here and always will be by your side. As long as you don't forget me, I will be in your soul forever." Jun Wuyao said gently, with a sweet smile on his face. Jun Wuxie balled her hands up into fists. She could not accept such an outcome. How did it turn out like this? "Don't be upset. You still have unfinished business and I'm still here." Jun Wuyao frowned slightly. He could not bear to see Jun Wuxie in pain. He wanted badly to hold her in his arms, but this had become an impossibility. When his real body exploded, he gave up the possibility of holding her in his arms ever again. However, he had no regrets. When he self-exploded, he had prepared for the worst. He did not expect that because of his previous training in the Chaos Array, he and Jun Wuxie would have chaos power which should not have existed in this world. The bond that the shared power gave them meant that when he self-exploded, his soul got absorbed into hers. It was just that. Only a few damaged souls could leave such a scar. Therefore, Jun Wuyao was very satisfied. More importantly, when the fragments of Jun Wuyao's soul merged into Jun Wuxie's, he suddenly discovered that the divine power in Jun Wuxie's soul was not fully released. The seals were only partially removed, but there was more that was still sealed up, and he was using the chaos power to release the seals on her divine power bit by bit. Little Xie, don't be sad. Do you remember your grandfather, uncle, and parents? They are waiting for you. Continue to battle the god of destruction so he cannot perform the blood sacrifice array of the three realms. But he will not let off anyone who is close to you or I. Jun Wuyao wished he could go into battle with her. Unfortunately, the images of her loved ones suddenly flashed through Jun Wuxie's mind. She looked up and the despair in her eyes was fading away. Protect them, just as you have always done. I will be with you through it all. Jun Wuyao reached out his hand and placed it on Jun Wuxie's head. Just like he had done countless times before, the black aura was gradually beginning to dissipate, starting with Jun Wuxie's head and moving to the rest of her body. She could see that it was being replaced with a golden glow. Fei Yan suddenly felt a strong force near him as he was running. It was not unfamiliar to him. He had already felt it previously at the palace. The proximity of this force seemed to indicate the fall of Chao Chu and the rest. Fei Yan's heart was so painful that he could hardly breathe, but he did not dare to stop running. He had been holding back tears for a while but could not hold them back any longer. As he continued running, the wind wicked the tears from his face. Lost forever. Faster, even faster. Fei Yan berated himself for not being strong enough to bring Jun Wuxie further away faster. He could not see it, but he could feel the oppressiveness of the force, and no matter how fast he ran, he could not increase the distance between himself and the force. When the force finally appeared from behind him, Fei Yan's legs suddenly stopped. It was eerily quiet that it made his hair stand. You can't escape. How can humans fight with gods? The god of destruction appeared in front of Fei Yan. His handsome face had been distorted by hatred, leaving nothing good to speak of. His original golden eyes were bloodshot and looked like a stranger's. He kept staring at Jun Wuxie, his murderous intent blindingly obvious. God? What god? I don't believe in such things. Fei Yan took a deep breath, having nowhere else to run finally allowed him to relax. He carefully put Jun Wuxie down, and although he could not see what was in front of him, stood in front of her as a shield. If all gods are as greedy and cruel as you, then I believe that people would not only stop believing in them but would take great pleasure in killing them. Fei Yan chuckled to himself. Ah, you're still so indignant. No matter, it won't be long before you suffer the same fate as your friends. Unable to move or talk. Resistance is futile. Just give up Jun Wuxie now, and maybe I will allow you to suffer less. The god of destruction stood there and half smiled. His prey had nowhere to run to, and he was in no rush to kill it yet. He took pleasure in allowing his prey to feel the crushing weight of hopelessness before they died. In your dreams, Fei Yan roared defiantly. The god of destruction's eyes flashed cold and said, "Stupid humans. Always overestimating themselves." As soon the god of destruction's words left his mouth, a golden bolt of light left his hands and flew towards Fei Yan like lightning. Although Fei Yan could not see, he could feel the danger coming towards him. But the attack was so fast that he could not take any evasive maneuvers. Just as Fei Yan was bracing himself to meet his end, that force suddenly vanished. At that moment, a force that was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time appeared in front of him. As soon as the god of destruction's attack was diffused, Fei Yan could see its residue in front of him as a surprisingly gentle mist. "Yenner, take a step back." The cold and familiar voice made Fei Yan tremble. Fei Yan could not see anything, but in that darkness, he felt an unbridled joy. "Little Xie." That familiar voice clearly came from Jun Wuxie. She was healed? Jun Wuxie had stood in front of Fei Yan and extinguished the god of destruction's attack at the critical moment. Jun Wuxie's entire body was surrounded by a golden aura. It was neither blinding nor huge, but it was so rich and mesmerizing that nobody could ignore it. Standing behind Jun Wuxie, Fei Yan could instantly feel the calming effect of her power. It was as if all the pain and unease he was feeling had disappeared. "Thank you for what you've done." Jun Wuxie smiled faintly at Fei Yan as she looked back at him. Yes, she still had people to protect. How could she be defeated so easily? Fei Yen could not help but smile from the reaches of his heart. Standing opposite Jun Wuxie, the god of destruction's expression changed as soon as he saw her. He was a god and was familiar with god-level powers. Earlier, when she and Jun Wuyao charged into the hall, he could sense that they were strong and even had some chaos power, but he did not feel any pressure. But he did not know why he felt a strong sense of pressure when Jun Wuxie appeared in front of him this time. That kind of pure divine power, which was gentle and seemed to envelope others, felt harmless to most. But for the god of destruction, it was an extremely unbearable softness. Your power. Why has it become stronger? The god of destruction stared at Jun Wuxie in shock. He could not believe that not only did she not fall into despair after Jun Wuyao's death, she instead increased her power level exponentially. That power was reminiscent of the great god that the god of destruction saw many years ago. But how was that possible? Jun Wuxie slowly turned to look at the god of destruction. When his eyes met her own golden gaze, it was not hate that could be seen in them, but a cool, calm indifference. To kill a god. Jun Wuxie raised her chin slightly and looked at the god of destruction with a cold, icy stare. You claim to be a god but have long not been fit to be a god, much less the only god in the three realms. Today, I will have a taste of what it feels like to kill a god. Jun Wuxie stated matter-of-factly, her voice not betraying any emotion. The god of destruction looked at Jun Wuxie silently. The Jun Wuxie in front of him seemed to have snapped out of the despair she was in when he last saw her. She now had an air of supreme confidence, which when combined with her newfound powers, made the god of destruction feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Kill a god? You? Do you even know how you've managed to survive till now? What are you going to use to kill me? Ha ha ha. The god of destruction laughed loudly in spite of his unease, hoping to dispel those feelings with his bravado. Kill a god? You? Do you even know how you've managed to survive till now? What are you going to use to kill me? Ha ha ha. The god of destruction laughed loudly in spite of his unease, hoping to dispel those feelings with his bravado. Jun Wuxie looked unwaveringly at the laughing god of destruction. It was Yi Ju. It was him that helped you survive till now. But it's a shame that he died trying to save you. Your abilities are exhausted. Jun Wuxie interrupted him, not allowing him to continue. The god of destruction was stunned. He did not expect her to react that way. Her calm demeanor seemed to indicate that Yi Ju's death meant nothing to her. You really don't feel anything for Yi Ju's death? Ah, you're really cold-hearted. The god of destruction chuckled. Jun Wuxie looked at the god of destruction and said matter-of-factly, everything you say is to try and hurt me. What do you want to talk about? Wu Yao's death? Or that you've hurt my friends? Or maybe you want to use my loved ones to threaten me? Jun Wuxie's calm tone when dissecting the god of destruction's plan was as if she was talking about something that was unrelated to her. Her attitude was definitely not what the god of destruction expected. Calm. Way too calm. The god of destruction had a realization. No matter how much he tried to anger Jun Wuxie, she would not react. It was as if she had been transformed into an iceberg, looking at everything objectively. Truly cold. The god of destruction narrowed his eyes and grit his teeth. This was not the result he wanted. He had wanted Jun Wuxie to fall into endless suffering, not to be indifferent to everything. Jun Wuxie wordlessly raised her hand and removed the face of Selvan from her ear. The face of Selvan were disguised as earrings and were small and icy to the touch. Jun Wuxie held it in her palm, and it started to exude a warm and gentle silver glow, turning into an exquisite mask. Jun Wuxie continued to look at the god of destruction indifferently and put the mask on her face. The winner is king, that is the rule you've set in the three realms. Well then, who will be the winner today? The silver glow from the face of Selvan combined with Jun Wuxie's own golden aura to create a single ray of light that covered her entire body. When the light subsided, Jun Wuxie was wearing a pale golden suit of armor that had a silver insignia on it. The insignia was faintly discernible, like flickering light. A pair of golden wings suddenly spread from behind Jun Wuxie, and surrounding these wings were golden flames. A strong divine power could be felt all around. The god of destruction's eyes opened even wider when he saw Jun Wuxie put on the face of Selvan. The face of Selvan was the most important of all Jun Wu Yao's precious weapons. Enough with the idle chat. Let's fight. Jun Wuxie had no interest in dragging it out any longer and charged at the god of destruction even before she had finished speaking those words. The god of destruction did not know how to react to Jun Wuxie's sudden transformation, and when she was rushing towards him, it felt to him like an unstoppable force. Jun Wuxie, don't be too arrogant. The god of destruction grunted and a golden flame suddenly surrounded his body. The two beams of power collided in mid-air, fighting for supremacy like a pair of dueling dragons. Jun Wuxie's body was glowing light gold with her surge of power, and God of Destruction's body was burning with a bright golden flame. The God of Destruction simply could not believe nor accept that Jun Wuxie's powers were on par with his. In reality, the God of Destruction was the God of the three realms. He had created it and it was his domain, and Jun Wuxie was part of that domain. However, she was from another realm and her power had been sealed off while living in the three realms, so there was no way to know how powerful she could become. That was why the God of Destruction dared to attack Jun Wuxie. Earlier, when she and Jun Wu Yao attacked through the hall, even their combined power was easily subdued by him. However, the Jun Wuxie he was facing now was entirely different, and the change was too quick for him to have any sort of preparation. Jun Wuxie gave the God of Destruction no time to think, as she rushed offensively towards him, leaving only a golden shadow where her body just was. The God of Destruction could only brace himself, roar out loud and face the challenge head-on. This was a battle to the death that was too close to call. Both parties were strong, and the combat produced flashes of brilliant golden light that would have blinded any observers. Meanwhile, Fei Yan was surrounded by a golden force field, protecting him from all harm. Jun Wuxie did that before the battle started to prevent him from being caught in the crossfire. The force field protected Fei Yan but also blocked off his ability to feel what was around him. He still could not see and hence could only listen to the deafening sounds of the battle. He wanted to stand up and help Jun Wuxie, but as he started to move, reason took over and he stopped and just stood there with his hands by his side. He knew that based on his power, he had no way of influencing a battle between two gods. At that moment, he prayed for the first time in his life, praying for Jun Wuxie to emerge victorious and put an end to all the suffering. After Fei Yan had finished praying, a little halo emerged from the top of his head and suddenly started to make its way towards Jun Wuxie. In the heat of battle, nobody noticed the tiny halo entering and merging with Jun Wuxie's body. This was a battle like no other before it. Both had powers beyond anything else in the three realms. The battle sent shockwaves rippling through the sacred city, and people everywhere were shaken by the sounds. The ground shook beneath their feet and everyone came out of their houses, gathered on the main street and looked up to see the temple surrounded by explosions, and it seemed like the temple was being swallowed by the sun. The entire temple was shrouded in a surging golden light. The blinding light from the temple kept growing and soon, it enveloped the entire sacred city. Only a few days had passed since the selection of the current top 10 masters, and those who were not from the sacred city had already left. Those who remained felt very weak under the glow of the golden light. No matter how strong, anybody would pale in comparison to the strength being shown in that battle. Their spiritual power seemed to be agitated by some unknown force, and it constantly churned inside their bodies. Bai Mo and Nangong Lai were walking on the street and saw the strange scene in front of them. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Bai Mo asked while looking at the rapidly expanding stream of light that before long would cover the entire city. I don't know either. Nangong Lai's face was a little pale. He had earlier received news about Jun Wuxie and Jun Wu Yao storming the holy temple, leaving a sea of blood in their wake. When he passed the information on to Chao Chu and the rest, they immediately rushed to the holy temple themselves. He and Bai Mo had intended to go with them but were rejected. They were going there to fight to the death, and if Bai Mo and Nangong Lai went with them, they would surely die as well. They instructed Bai Mo and Nangong Lai, in the event of their death, to immediately leave the sacred city and take Rongrua with them to the lower realms where they might have a chance of survival. Do you think Fanjua and the rest are all right? Mo felt an uneasiness that was turning into dread in his heart. He had always felt confident of his power, but under the glow of the light, felt utterly weak and powerless. This was a kind of power that was above all other types of power, and it was laughable for anyone to think they could stand up to it. Mo and Nangong Lai were still quite a distance away from the expanding light, but even with that distance they could feel the power coming from it. Nobody would ever dare dream of fighting against such power. It instilled a fear that was indescribable with words and caused people to tremble uncontrollably. I don't know, but no matter what, we must be ready to leave with Rongrua in case anything happens. Nangong Lai furrowed his eyebrows, already prepared for the worst. I hope they are all right. Mo gritted his teeth. In that moment, he hated his own weakness, but he also knew that even if his power was doubled, it would not have made a difference. The golden light was still expanding over the city, and all the so-called experts found themselves in an unbelievable situation. There was something in the golden light that, when they came into contact with it, gave them a surge and pushed them to peak power in no time at all. This sudden change was difficult for them to process, and what was even more surprising was that, under the light, their growth was exponential. It was a shame that, even before they could rejoice in their sudden increase in strength, their power was extracted from their bodies as soon as it reached its peak. One by one their powers came out of the bodies as beams of light and headed towards the temple. In an instant their ecstasy turned to unbridled fear, and they could only howl in fright as they tried to escape the light. But with their strength being continuously sucked out of their bodies, they could only rely on their legs to take them away as fast as they could run. But they could not run nearly as fast as the light was expanding, and in no time at all, the nightmare disguised as a golden dream had swallowed everyone in its path. Mo and Nangong Lai were still a distance away from the light, but could hear the screams of pain coming from those who were inside it and sensed great danger. They both felt their powers heightened and decided at the same time to start escaping the sacred city. Inside the holy temple, Jun Wuxie and the god of destruction were locked in a fierce battle that shook the earth and made thunderous noises with each clash. The beautiful and ornate buildings in the temple could not withstand the force of the battle and were being turned into rubble. Dust and ash were flying everywhere, and in a short time, the once incomparably beautiful holy temple became a barren battlefield. The hall was collapsing, and the guards feared for their lives. In their panic, they forgot they had to control Han Zifei and Jungu. In order to save their lives, they untied Han Zifei and Jungu and ran out of the hall as fast as they could. Han Zifei and Jungu, who themselves did not have an easy route to freedom, were in no rush to escape. They quickly picked up Chao Chu and the rest and managed to get them out of the hall just as the entire hall collapsed. However, nobody cared about the badly injured Feng Ming. He could only sit in the hall and hopelessly look up at it collapsing onto him with a loud crash. The hall turned into a pile of rubble and buried the filthy soul of Feng Ming within it. When Han Zifei and the rest walked out of the hall, they were shocked by the scene that awaited them. After the golden light passed through it, the once prosperous city was no more and looked like a wasteland. The people who had come out of their houses were now corpses on the ground, their faces frozen in agony as their power was ripped out of their bodies and absorbed by the golden light. "What is that?" Jungu asked while supporting Fanjua and Chao Chu in each arm as he looked at the carnage and destruction in front of him. Han Zifei was troubled. She was carrying Hua Yao on her back, and her clothes were soaked with Hua Yao's blood, making it cool to the touch. What troubled Han Zifei was the guard's strange situation. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling something bad is happening." Han Zifei's heart was beating fast as a sense of uneasiness washed over her. In a flash, the guards were turned into corpses in front of their very eyes. All their strength and power were sucked out of their bodies by the golden light, accompanied by screams of pain. Han Zifei's uneasiness reached its peak in an instant. She could feel her spiritual body increasing rapidly, and instead of bringing her joy, it filled her with a fear for her survival. "This is terrible. It's an integrated reincarnation spell," she exclaimed as the color drained from her face. She was a sacred maiden from the Sacred Maiden tribe. The previous 2 sacred maidens had served at the side of the god of destruction. If Han Zifei hadn't discovered the god of destruction's plan back then and escaped from the upper realms earlier, she might have been sent to the god of destruction's side just like the other 2 before her. In any case, she had been taught from a young age to serve the god of destruction, and so over the years had much contact with him and understood many of his secrets. Back then, she thought he was just a cruel master and not the god of destruction who wanted to destroy the world. Integrated reincarnation spell? What is that? Jungu furrowed his eyebrows, feeling the same uneasiness as Han Zifei. Han Zifei looked very uncomfortable. She was constantly shifting her spiritual energy within her body, trying to counteract the spell, but it was not having any effect. This is a spell of the god of destruction that extracts the spiritual power and life force of anyone in its path and sends it to the god of destruction to be absorbed into his own body. If he is using it, it means that little Xie has recovered and is overpowering him. According to what you've just said, then everyone's power will be part of the god of destructions. That would put little Xie in grave danger. Jungu shook his head. Instead of rejoicing at his daughter's recovery, the news filled him with even more worry. Han Zifei remained silent. Although she knew what the spell was, she did not know how to break it. At that moment, they could feel their spiritual power reaching its peak and start to leave their bodies uncontrollably. Moreover, their feet felt like they were stuck to the ground, unable to move even an inch. Before long, they would be just like those guards, corpses on the ground. Fear and helplessness ruled their hearts as they could only wait for their impending death. However, just when things were at their most dire, 2 light golden circles appeared and encircled both of them and also Chao Chu and the rest.